Late? Only by a minute?
Yeah, he had to get his food or he was gonna die.
Yeah, so that's typically how food works. If you don't get it, you die.
Yeah, he was channeling his inner piker.
What?
I had to get my chicken nuggies, chat. What do you want me to die?
No! Don't even compare me to that. Jesus Christ.
Nah, people. Hopefully everybody in the universe realized you actually have integrity, unlike him.
Yeah. Anyways,
Yeah,
we've...
good day, everybody. Hey, chat. Good to see you.
Yeah, hope you're all doing well. We've got a couple things to talk about today.
Yeah.
We have watched all the Fall of House of Usher. And me and Pagan had just rewatched Hill House right before this, and I'm actually really glad we did, because it's something to compare to.
Yeah.
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 We'll get into that in a bit, I suppose. And we'll be covering Cinema Wins Puss in Boots video today, because we've covered the Cinema Sins video previously.
Yep. The CinemaSins video on Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves, and it was terrible as you would expect. Like, he had two, was it two or three? But it was only like two or three of the 115 sins were like valid, but they were valid with asterisks beside it.
Yeah.
One was the wild shape. She can't wild shape that often. It's like, yeah, fine, that's fair. But she is retelling the story of how she learned of the thing. So, take that with a grain of salt. One was the owlbear thing, but that was going to be changed in upcoming D&D thing, so that won't be a sin anymore. And I can't remember what the third one was.
I wouldn't even say it's not going to be a sin anymore. I would just straight up say that's not a sin, because they've indicated they're going to change it, so it makes sense that they would, like, this is the first instance of the change, more than anything.
Well, it's not the first, because it was in Baldur's Gate 3 as well.
Okay, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Also, didn't the movie come out before Baldur's Gate 3?
Of it coming up. Do what?
Didn't the movie come out before Baldur's Gate 3?
Not before you could wild shape into an owlbear, I don't think.
Oh. Well, either way. Point is,
it's the first iterations of being able to wild shape into an owlbear.
Point is, they're making it a change to the series, so it's not a sin because it's a change they're making.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I guess let's start the usual thing, because we're gonna need to kill a little bit of time for our guests to show up. But part of that is Cree, what did you do for the last 2 weeks?
I finished book 3 of the Stormlight Archive. Really fucking like it. I think that might actually be my favorite of the 3 I've listened to so far. Started into the 4th and currently final one. I became cringe. How could I forget? I became a VTuber. The model's out. You can see it as my icon right now.
Mm-hmm.
Changed the server name and icon and all that. The owl's gone.
Yeah. And honestly, besides a hiccup, the gaming streams, everything like that, where the model's actually being used, they've been greatly received. Like,
they seem to be, yeah.
Triple viewership on them. So yeah, that's really good.
Yep. Going to be doing more gaming streams. I played Manamadan yesterday, and holy fuck was that terrible.
Yeah.
Chat, if you would like to see me suffer more through another bad game, I will be streaming Little Hope on Thursday. I'll be doing more of Amnesia the Bunker on Wednesday. And if we finish this stream early enough today, I might stream something today. I don't know what yet. But that's if we finish fast enough, which, we might not. Play Skull Island? Oh my god. Maybe? I don't know. £5 from Threadnought. Thank you. Setch, you could wild shape into an owlbear in 3.5e. You D&D version of Skyrim Babby.
No, I never did. Again, I was always sorcerer, even back in 3.5e. So yeah, I was never ever never a druid. So I never bothered with them. I always saw druids as the creepy weirdos in the group. Same with bards. Bard is the more meme that, a bard will always be the creepy weirdo that tries to seduce the monster of the week or the problem of the week, which is more accurate. And druids are just like, they're that, only they're like, but I do it as a deer or something. No, stop.
Pagan?
Yeah, Pagan, what did you do for the last 2 weeks?
I watched the Fall of the House of Usher with you guys, and I've been suffering through Stalker Gamma.
Sounds lovely.
By suffering, he means suffering in a way he likes because he enjoys the game. But
Yeah,
pain.
it's a good game, but man, it is fucking complicated and really difficult.
Well, let's see. What I did for the last 2 weeks, we played through the entire Fear trilogy, and also recounted what Fear Online was like. For anybody that remembers Fear Online, you have my condolences. It was dog shit, I know. But yeah, we played through Fear 1, 2, 3. Fear 1, a cult classic, and for good reason. Still holds up incredibly well today. The firefights, especially in Fear 1, are just incredible, absolutely incredible. Fear 2 got rid of all of that and basically became a bastardized version of Fear 1. And then Fear 3 tried to bring back at least the Fear unit, because Fear wasn't even in Fear 2, weirdly. And yeah, you had Fear 3, which was just not great. Its story was incredibly stupid. But it's better than Fear 2, so, And, oh yeah, Fear Online had the jump scare PNGs, and it had where, like, you would be fighting, and the map would suddenly, like, change to the spooky version, stuff like that, and it was... It had so much English in it as well. Like, there was a mission to escape Armacam, and, yeah... this mission, they light a fire to try to kill you, and it says, you need to escape the frame. I'm like, oh no, oh no, oh I wish I still had they still had their website up, because reading their website is the most Englishy nonsense about, like, you will play through the fear of chase and to be chased. And it's like, what? Yeah, yeah. It was incredible. Wait, the unit of the game is freaking named is defunct in the second game? No, they're not defunct. They don't exist in the second game. Like, at all. They don't get mentioned or anything at all. And that is because they didn't have the rights to fear the unit and the characters or anything like that. So they couldn't mention them originally, and then they got the rights, like, partway through production, but they also grandfathered the other company, who still had the rights to Fear and was making their own Fear game, so now you had 2 Fear games in production at the same time from 2 different companies, and now they're got mashed together, and then they decided, well, we'll release Fear 2, or, their Fear first, and it was terrible. And then they tried to salvage it by releasing Fear 3, which was the original team working with Fear. Well, original team, I say. It's, oh god, it's real bad, real not good. Like, that whole situation is just weird. Yeah, let's see. Besides that, we did what, 14 days ago been long enough? No, I think I talked about the class overhaul last time. I think so, in Dark Tide. Dark Tide did its big class overhaul. It was really, really well done. Um, Now you have. We also did 2 movies since then. Obviously, we finished off the Dungeons and Dragons trilogy, the original movie trilogy, which was like better than I expected. Weirdly, the first movie was terrible. It was absolute dog shit. Nothing in that first movie holds up. It's generic fantasy without anything to do with Dungeons and Dragons. Just Dungeons and Dragons tacked onto it, and then they'll make random mention of stuff. But all the spells and like shenanigans they get up to, none of it makes sense whatsoever. Then you get to Dungeons and Dragons 2, the Wrath of the Dragon God. CGI doesn't hold up whatsoever, but besides being rushed at the start, the story holds up really well later on, shockingly so. And it does actually feel like Dungeons and Dragons. And then the third movie, it's Dungeons and Dragons, but there's weirdness because you follow an evil aligned party. Fucking just oof. Yeah, it's just incredible. Then we watched yesterday Tucker and Dale vs. Evil, which is a fantastic cult classic horror movie, and for very good reason, because it's incredible. Every character is terrible except the dwarf. Yes, in the first Dungeons & Dragons movie, every character was terrible but the dwarf. The dwarf was like the only one who had intelligence. Like, I'm not even kidding. Yeah, so yeah, we watched The Fall of the House of Usher with Pagan and Cree. Really good at the start. Fell off a... No, not really fell off a cliff. More like then wrapped its arms around its side and rolled down a hill.
Kinda. I want to grab a couple things first, quickly. There's a couple people asking about when I'm going to continue Faith. Either the 30th or 31st, and I'll probably be finishing it off in November. I'm going to continue playing some spooky games in November, but won't be limited just to spooky games. I do want to play Oblivion again. There's something else that was asked in chat. Oh, what's the story behind your new avatar? I didn't watch the VTuber reveal stream. There isn't really any story or lore to the character. It's just a VTuber model.
Basically just to give reactions and interactivity without, while saving anonymity.
Yeah. People in chat seemed amused yesterday when I was, like, super pleased when the one character finally died.
Yeah. Also, this, coming up this Saturday for my community, we're watching the first Alien movie. Then, for Halloween, so just a couple days after that, we are going to watch Aliens, and then The Thing, and then we're going to watch Bubba Hotep. That'll be for Halloween. That's the Halloween movie marathon I do every year, so. Now, it won't be the same movies every year, but this year I decided I wanted some good classics. And I hope I did Bubba Hotep last because I'm hoping more people will make it to Bubba Hotep, because it is a genuinely fantastic film starring the always wonderful and lovable Bruce Campbell. Like, Bruce Campbell is one of those actors who is gifted with the ability to make any dialogue he is given sound good, regardless of how dog shit the dialogue actually is. That man has a gift.
$5 from Harv3034. Thank you. Howdy, goat, horse, and lizard. Y'all ready for the pain of cinema wins? Me neither, but we shall suffer together. Yeah, I'm never ready for the pain of cinema things. They're both terrible. At least we only have to deal with one of them today. $5 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. If you play Skull Island, you should also play the Peter Jackson King Kong game. It's kind of funny when a game from 20 years ago is vastly better. See, I remember playing that game way back when, and I remember enjoying it. I don't remember if it's good or not. But, yeah.
It was to put it simply, it was a movie game. Like, through and through.
It was, but it wasn't terrible from what I remember. Most movie games are, like, pretty bad. This one seemed decent.
Yeah, that's a fair way to say it. But it was definitely one of those like, oh, you could tell this was a movie game.
So should we get into House of Usher?
Well, I guess this would be a comment to start with for that. Setch, don't all of Mike Flanagan's shows fumble the end? No, I think Bly Manor actually stuck the landing pretty decently.
So I've only seen 2 of Mike Flanagan's shows, and there's 4 I'm aware of. He did Midnight Mass, right?
Yes.
Okay. I've only seen Hill House and House of Usher, and both of them fumbled the ending. Saying fumbled the ending is being a little bit generous, too.
Yeah, when it comes to Hill House, especially, that ending is like... That's not just fumbling. That wasn't just he fell down a flight of stairs. That's what he fell down a flight of stairs, kicked off through a glass pane window, which shredded him, and landed in the wood chipper.
Yeah.
And the wood chipper happened to be turned on.
Yeah. I haven't seen Midnight Mass. I vaguely remember hearing that EFAP didn't like it, and I haven't gotten around to watching it, obviously. Maybe I will watch it in the coming days. I don't know. I haven't seen Bly Manor. Such said it's good. It stuck the landing, and yeah, House of Usher. God, the more I think about it, the more I'm getting annoyed and disappointed in it. £5 from Threadnought. Thank you. The Spider-Man games, especially Spider-Man 2. Bruce Campbell says something different for every hint token. I wonder if that was his idea. Oh.
Yep.
When he said Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2, I initially assumed the new Spider-Man 2 game which came out, and I heard it's not that great. Apparently there's a segment in the game where you play as a deaf girl painting graffiti. It's just kind of like, why is this in a Spider-Man game? I'm playing a Spider-Man game to play as Spider-Man, not as deaf girl.
They also tried to put a Puerto Rico pride flag in. Or, they tried to put the flag of Puerto Rico in the game, and they fucked it up. They put Cuba's flag in instead. They're a bunch of idiots.
How do you fuck that up?
Well, I mean, they have a giant mural to a terrorist organization, so, I'm not surprised.
Mary was square. Yeah, they made Mary Jane look fucking ugly. She's kind of got man face going on, and when you see the model she's like modeled after, it's like, how do you turn that into this? The actual real life model looks really good. Anyways, I haven't played.
Go ahead.
I haven't played the new Spider-Man game, and probably not going to. I'm vaguely curious about the original. I might pick it up on sale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a comment that can go into the discussion, though. I'm still putting House of Usher above Hill House. Last 2 episodes of House of Usher fumbled the bag a bit, but still had some good. Frederick Descent, for example, was good in my opinion. Strongly disagree on the Frederick part for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to super disagree on that one.
Yeah. We'll get into why, obviously.
Yeah. So how do we want to do this exactly? There's 8 episodes, and we don't have to go chronologically, but just a warning for chat, we will be spoiling House of Usher.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's no way to talk about this in a discussion format and not spoil, like, give up the ghost, basically.
Yeah.
I think, first off, the initial way the show starts is that you know that all of the Usher children are dead.
Yep.
Like, that's the very beginning. You know, every single one of them's dead. Roderick
Usher, 6 children, to 5 wives. Or, sorry, not 5 wives, 5 women.
5 women, 1 was his wife.
1 was his wife, yes.
Yeah.
And,
so here's my question, I guess, of that. What was your favorite death?
Ooh. So if we ignore, like, are we ignoring the story elements around them?
If you want to, that's if you have one that ignoring story elements, it was your favorite death, versus with story elements included, it was your favorite death.
With story elements, it might be that Prospero death was pretty fucking brutal.
Yeah, it was. Perry's
Yeah.
death was pretty fucking brutal.
I think... Yeah, I think that might actually be my favorite death with story elements included.
Nice.
Favorite without story elements might actually be Froderick. Or Frederick, if you prefer. Froderick is what they call him in show because of, what his siblings call him. Because he's, like, essentially the chosen one by the father. They literally say Frederick is as close as you could get to Roderick without literally calling him Junior.
Yeah. What about you, Pagan? What's your favorite death with story context and without?
With story context, I'd probably say Vic, and without, I would probably say Perry.
All right.
I think I have to agree with the Vic one for with story context because the setup for it was great.
Oh yeah, the
payoff
setup
for it was incredible.
The setup was amazing. I just thought her stabbing herself like that was kind of as far as a death goes, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I don't know, the build up to it was still so good.
Oh yeah, the
I'm
build
willing
up
to
was
look past.
fucking fantastic. Yes. Oh my god.
Yeah.
And then I'd say it is hard not to like Frederick's death though without context. In context though, it annoys the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Without context, what a gruesome way to go.
I also like the whole thing of, you know, most people don't get to see this from this perspective. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah. I hope you appreciate this. It's like, oh god.
Do we want to say least favorite deaths?
Yes. What is your least favorite death? And you can wrap them together if you only have one that's your least favorite. Because of story context or whatever, it doesn't matter. So what is your least favorite?
See, that's hard, because before the ending, it would have been Leo for sure. After having seen the ending, it's a toss-up between that and the siblings, Roderick and Madeline.
Yeah.
I did not like that finale to Roderick's character. I feel like they could have done that better. Especially Madeline, too. Jesus.
Yeah, I genuinely, I don't know what they were thinking with their deaths. I liked the setup for what was going to happen to Madeline, but the way it was executed, the death itself was just dumb. Like, what about you, Pagan? What was your least favorite?
Yeah, I'm pretty well about the same. It would have been Leo, but then we got to the ending and the siblings just just fumbled the execution so terribly that it was like, nah, that's my least favorite. Second is Leo.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's a pretty easy choice.
Went out are just really dumb.
A lot of the other deaths were just, like, they were pretty good, but they don't reach as high or fall as low as those ones. Camille's death was good. Tamara Lane, is that her name?
Mm-hmm.
Tamara Lane, her death was actually pretty fucking brutal. You could see it coming from a mile away, and I don't hate it. There's another one. No, that pretty much covers them all.
Yep.
I mean, there's a Lenora, obviously, but, like, that's not really one that's worth mentioning for best or worst. It's just kind of there.
Yeah. And she was the only character that got a good death of the Ushers.
Yeah.
In that, like, her heart just stopped. She just had an infarction or whatever and just passed away.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's man, the show started so strong though. Like,
really fucking strong. We were pretty much itching to watch the next episode after the first, well, like for the first 6 or 7 episodes. I'd say first 6 episodes, because 7 is where it starts getting And then there was
Yep.
8, which was just largely disappointing with its good moments. But it's the story is done from the perspective of Roderick Usher essentially confessing to all of his crimes and explaining how each of his children died, because it starts off, it's kind of a mystery how each of them die. It literally starts off at the funeral for the last 3. They're all together. In fact, I think both funerals were sets of 3.
Yep.
But, Roderick Usher, he's seeing things. He's seeing, like, the ghosts of his children on the, like, upper balcony in the church. It's pretty much empty. No one's coming at this point. He sees, like, a jester in his car. I think that actually comes a little later. We don't see that right away, but we do see him pass out. He sees the
We see that
raven.
at the end of the episode, I want to say, when he's laying on his back, bleeding out, and looking at the raven above him and saying, "It's time." It's time.
Yeah. And then, he's confessing all of his crimes to essentially the cop that's been investigating him all his life. Or not a cop, he's like the DA or something. Point is,
Yeah, he's an attorney general, assistant attorney general.
Roderick Usher is the CEO, and is he owner? Or just CEO of
He's the CEO.
of a massive pharmaceutical company that produces a drug, a painkiller that is apparently super addictive, but according to him, it's not addictive at all.
Yep.
The family has gained extreme wealth from this over the years, and there's been investigations into their goings-on because, something's not right here. This company is shady as fuck. They're doing a lot of illegal things, and we can't nail them down. We can't get them charged, and,
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I will be right back. Feel free to continue. I just gotta rinse this pot.
Yeah. And this is jumping back and forth between time, too, much like Hill House did, where we see Roderick in the past and his, like, essentially upcoming to his position of CEO, where he goes from, he's this kind of awkward kid with a slightly crazy religious mother who eventually dies. What exactly is this House of Usher about? We're talking about it right now. The mother dies. He's this awkward kid, like, growing up, kind of. He seems very socially not there, like a completely different character from what he is in the present. So it's like, oh, I wonder how he's going to reach the point of being this, like, hard ass. Which we do kind of get to see. Kinda. What else? There's something added on the tip of my tongue and I forgot what it was.
Sorry, I am back.
Yeah. Essentially, Roderick and his sister are the, I guess, illegitimate bastards of the current CEO of this pharmaceutical company, Fortuna, or whatever it's called. Fortunata. The mother dies, they bury her, she breaks out of the coffin, and she goes and strangles the CEO guy for, I guess, not taking them in or not doing anything for them. It's not exactly clear.
Afterwards, which is...
Huh?
That was... Yeah, she strangles him, and then she dies immediately afterwards again, so that was weird.
Yeah. There's something else in that first episode I'm forgetting. Because after that first episode, we get one episode for each of the children dying. The next 6 episodes are that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm forgetting what it is right now. But then we get into Perry's episode.
Well, did you talk about Pym, the Pym Reaper?
Oh no, I didn't. They have a Mark Hamill's kind of a crazy person nowadays, but he plays this lawyer guy for the ushers. He's essentially their, like,
He's their
cleaner.
fixer.
Their fixer, yeah. That's the word I was looking for. He's a hitman and super lawyer and just all-around kind of hard-ass character all rolled into one, and he does a really good job playing this character. Absolutely fantastic performance. And this is one of the disappointing things, is these first 6 episodes are so good that it's disappointing the show has the ending it does, because it all feels kind of pointless by the time you reach the end.
Yeah, because the central conceit, like, kind of undermines the entire rest of the story.
Yeah.
But I did like the discussion between we call her the judge, but she's kind of Death or the Grim Reaper.
It's not exactly clear because they don't explain exactly what she is, but she is this force. I looked it up online. Apparently she's just supposed to represent the Raven from Edgar Allan Poe's poem, which, that's actually the thing I wanted to mention I forgot about. Each of these stories are based off of one of Edgar Allan Poe's stories or poems, with The House of Usher being one of them. The House of Usher, not the house.
The house.
Yeah,
Wait, Usher.
each of these stories are based off of one of his stories, and it's kind of like a modern retelling, and as well as like remixing them into this overall overarching story. But yeah, we get to the first of the children's deaths, and that is Prospero Usher, Perry. And he's shown pretty much from the start to be a bit of a fucking degenerate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, oh, that's what I wanted to say for the first episode that I completely forgot about. They are on trial, and this DA guy that Roderick ends up confessing everything to, he, during his opening statement, he says, and we've really got the Ushers this time, because one of their family members is talking to us. They're our surprise witness thing. And, like, this sets the entire family off. Because it's like, okay, who the fuck is talking to the feds?
And for anyone that doesn't know, in the real world, they can't do that.
Yeah. But, like,
the
that's...
thing that the Attorney General, the Assistant Attorney General did is highly, highly fucking illegal.
Well, they also deal with that in the show, which I do like. It's, he explains that, oh yeah, if this person is found out, you know, their lives could be in danger. Arthur Pym is, like, contesting this, like, you can't bring in a witness we don't know about. And
exactly.
I do like that they deal with that, and they answer it towards the end, and I actually do really like the answer.
I like the answer as well, but it became obvious because...
It did become obvious
because of the way it was presented.
Not just that, but...
You are not allowed to do trial by ambush.
Yeah.
You cannot bring in any witnesses or evidence that is not agreed upon beforehand.
Yeah, but we already covered how that was addressed.
Yeah, well, kind of.
But
he tries to say for their safety, but again, that does not work.
No, I know. But it was also... I don't necessarily want to spoil it until we get that far in.
Fair.
But part of the problem with it, too, is they show a decent amount of each of the children, and it just seems like none of them are going to be the informant. Like, based on what we learn about them, it's like, okay, they either don't care, or don't know enough, or they're so into it that they can't be the informant, you know?
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, we get to Perry's episode. Like, one of the first shots we see of him in this episode is him waking up in a bed full of naked people. Like, he's a complete sexual degenerate. He's also a bit of a psycho. That was a little bit over the top, the eggs thing. Where he had these, like, special eggs in his fridge and he couldn't find them, and he assumed, like, one of his 2 girlfriends ate them. And he threatens her with a fork, and it's kind of cringe.
If I stuck this in your throat right now, you couldn't take it out. Not until you got to the hospital.
Yeah,
Like, oh, God.
it's a little much, you know?
Yeah. They definitely try to overdo how unlikable some of the characters are to like make you like you gotta hate this person so their death feels cathartic.
Yeah, and
And
that
we will
gets...
definitely discuss that when it comes to Frederick.
Yeah, because that's the one I take the most issue with, I think. The way they handle him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, yeah, each of the characters, the show kind of sets up that they've done something really wrong and kind of deserve it. But some of them also fall really flat and I don't like. We'll get to that. But anyways, Perry's whole thing is... Well, it's not just his thing. It's a family thing that no usher is turned away. The door is the door is always open for an usher. And one of the things is he's trying to get them all to do their own, like, business ventures. Essentially so they could take care of themselves, I guess.
Yeah, he wants them... Basically, when they come of age, they pitch their business idea
Yeah.
to Madeline and to Roderick. And they will greenlight it if it's a good idea. Or they see potential in it to turn profit and make money and stuff like that.
Yeah. And Perry's idea is a nightclub with, like, exclusive membership and stuff. And he's, like,
It's
trying
not,
really
you know,
hard to
we're not-
sell it, and neither Madeline or Roderick are impressed. They're like, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, we're not going to give you money to run, you know, a jumped-up blowjob bar with tequila.
Yeah.
And which is hilarious because if Perry had any thoughts in his head whatsoever, he could have said, the point isn't the blowjob bar itself. The point is getting these people on tape, which is what he confesses to later, is his entire point, why he rigged up cameras all over the orgy thing that he sets up. We'll get into the orgy later, obviously. But his whole thing there was not to actually just have an orgy. It was to get the senator's daughter on tape, that football star on tape. You know, again, that's what his plan was. And you can bet that Roderick and Madeline would have 100% greenlit that if he had just explained that that's what he was doing. It's not about the bar itself. It's about gaining all this blackmail and leverage, like damning leverage on all these people.
Yeah.
We'll get into the orgy later. Yes. Yes, that is what I said, and that is accurate to what Perry plans in the second episode.
Yeah. Now, because the father and aunt deny him, he, like, kind of goes around, like, behind their backs saying, hey, I can do this without their help. I can make $1 million and show them this will work. And he sets up an illegal nightclub in one of the Usher buildings to be demolished. Because they have a bunch of properties that are... that regulators want taken care of because they're poisoning the earth, or there's various, like, safety concerns and environmental concerns and all that. So he gets his things up there and he notices the water sprinklers. He's like, hey, what we should do is, you know, everyone's dancing, and then when the sprinklers go off, that's when the fucking orgy starts. It's like, oh my god, you fucking degenerate.
Yeah, that's your cue to get down and dirty.
But
and then the one girlfriend starts doing a bastardized version of wet ass. I don't think YouTube likes that word, but WAP, basically.
yeah, and they trying to get this place set up. They realize, oh, this place isn't tied into, like, the city's water, but this was a pharmaceutical building, so of course they wouldn't be running on city water. They would have their own water supply. Hey, there's a bunch of water tanks up on the roof, so we'll tie those into
I actually like that water tank when he noticed the water tanks on the roof.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't notice them at first until he sees a mysterious woman in red up on the roof, just randomly.
Yeah.
And she's next to all the water tanks.
And her name is Verna.
Yep.
So he notices these water tanks. He's like, hey, just tie those to the sprinkler system. So we're building up towards the end of the episode, and he invites Frederick's wife there to this orgy thing, and again, we got a lot of cringe dialogue from him. It actually kind of makes sense coming from the character. Normally I really, really hate cringe dialogue, and to be fair, I kind of hate it here too. But it makes sense for the character. It fits the character. And he gives Frederick's wife a burner phone so she could get the invite, because it's an exclusive invite, and she ends up showing up. Yeah, which will have relevance later.
So and also gets into a really interesting question about other things. Like, the fact that she's not a good person either.
Yeah. Anyways, the Perry's club starts up. What he's going to do is it isn't going to be the same place every time. It's going to be a different place, so, the cops won't raid it. He's got drug dealers there. He's got bartender security and everything. And, Verna shows up, the woman in red. They're doing a masquerade party, and she's got this death mask, which you can see in the thumbnail of this stream. She has a little chit-chat with him about, different choices lead to different outcomes. There's consequences for everything. Sounds like the show kind of sucks. It starts off really strong. Like, we're not doing these early episodes credit. The first 6 episodes, for the most part, are really good.
Yep.
But anyways, it's essentially a mysterious conversation with him, because I don't remember what exactly we get from it, aside from, there's different choices that lead to different consequences, and there will be consequences for what you've done here tonight. Even though he's like, there's no consequences, it's a masquerade party. She leaves him, and we see some of the security and bartenders leaving. In fact, all of them, because she's gone up and whispered something to them that they don't necessarily realize she's there. It's like almost a mind control effect upon them. And she also says to Frederick's wife to, hey, leave now while you have the chance. And it's ramping up, Perry has one of his girls go hit the switch for the sprinklers, and it's not water.
Yeah, it's we don't know what it is exactly, but it's obviously highly corrosive.
Hyper acidic medicinal waste that is so illegal that the family is not allowed to have it. Like, this stuff you can't have it.
Yeah.
And they were planning on, secretly getting rid of it during the demolition of this building, because lots of stuff coming in and out, that's the only way they can move it. It's that fucking bad.
Without it also leaking into the ground, because if it leaks into the ground, then it doesn't matter. They're caught anyways.
Yeah.
So they need to remove the tanks very carefully while the building is being demolished, and then suddenly the building was there, it's gone now. And what waste? There's no waste.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty fucking grim to watch people.
Melting.
A lot of people get skeletonized.
Yeah.
And I don't mean fully skeletonized, but I mean you see lots of bits of their skeleton and then some of their meaty bits still, and it's just ooh.
Yeah. And this episode,
it's like a soup in that room. Just look.
Yeah. Off. And this episode is called Mask of the Red Death, which is the name of an Edgar Allan Poe story. All the episodes, I think all but one, are named after an Edgar Allan Poe story. And in the original story, it's about Prince Prospero, who during a plague that he's, very fearful of, is hiding away in his... I'm not sure if it's a castle or manor or whatever, but he's hiding away in there. And he does decide to throw a party with, the rich and elites who also fear the plague and hide in there with them. And someone gets into the manor. I forget how in the summary I read, but they essentially bring the plague with them, and it kills everyone. So you could see how it lines up with what happens in the episode, where it's not exactly the same, but it's adapting that story in a more modern setting. And
Georgie definitely isn't like it's not a show made by rich people to brag about the orgies rich people have. No, if that was what the intent was of this, I think it pretty much shatters it when the acid rain comes in and kills everybody.
yeah, these are not portrayed to be good things. These are portrayed to be like
Yeah.
really bad things overall.
They're typically used as like justification for why these people deserve such horrific deaths. So
Especially in the
Yeah.
cases of Perry and Camille.
Mhm.
yeah,
But yeah, Perry barely survives the acid, like he's still alive slightly at the end. And Verna comes up and puts her skull mask on him. And
After she kisses him.
after she kisses him, and he essentially breathes his last. Overall, like, besides some of the cringe dialogue, it's a pretty good episode. It it got me interested enough to keep watching the show, at least.
Yep.
Actually, no, that's 2 episodes in, so yeah, we were already hooked at that point.
Yeah.
Episode 3 is Camille's episode. The murder on Row Morgue or something like that. Again, based off of an Edgar Allan Poe story. So with
Yeah, they
that's the thing I forgot.
Murder of Rue, I think is what they call it in the show itself. Rue Hospital or something like that.
Anyways, something I forgot to mention because I was trying to mention it earlier and I forgot when we got onto other things about the whole informant thing. But there's this really good scene in episode 1 where Roderick sits the whole family down and hands them, like, he has his death lawyer hand out contracts. It's like, yeah, essentially, if any of you is the informant, like, you're done. And not just done, we are fucking killing you, essentially. It's a really good speech.
Yeah.
It just kind of showing, like, the no tolerance that they have for people talking to the feds. And they put out a $50 million bounty, no strings attached, no taxes, to whichever of the family finds out who the informant is. So this obviously catches everyone's attention, and they want that money. And this is mostly important to Camille, because she's the one that seems most gung-ho for that money. Camille is presented as sort of this, like, spy master type character, where she could get people into anywhere and get the information she needs. She's
the ruthless media mogul of the family.
Yeah, and she's extremely opportunistic, because again, there's another really good speech in episode 3 where they're dealing with Perry's death, and she says to her Aunt Madeline, hey, don't let Arthur Pym, the lawyer, waste this opportunity. This is free sympathy from the public. We will use Perry's death to take scrutiny off of us, to take scrutiny away from the lawsuit, or not the lawsuit, the court case, the criminal court case, and we'll do this and that. We'll say he's philanthropist. What's it? Bleh.
He was a philanthropist, and there
Yes,
was an
that.
entire charity he ran in the background he didn't want to talk about because he wanted to maintain his image of a bad boy.
Yeah, but then because he's dead now, they're putting it out there. And one of the siblings is like, he didn't do that though, and she's like, yeah, no shitting on nuts. That's why we have these charity things on the side that don't have anyone's name attached to them. So when something like this happens, we could put their name on it and use it in this way. Like, it just goes to show what an utterly ruthless piece of shit she is, and it's a really good speech from, like, a very evil character.
It also reveals that Leo genuinely, like, is heartbroken about the fact Perry's dead. He's completely distraught. He's disheveled. Whereas he's often referred to as the prince in every conversations about him or that he's in. He looks like he's just dead inside. Like, he's miserable. He's not sitting up in his chair or anything like that. He's slumped over and, like, not really paying attention. Like, he's in a haze. And it makes you feel a lot of sympathy for Leo. He sounds like a genuinely, or he feels and acts like a genuinely good guy in this.
Yeah,
Especially
they
in contrast to Camille, who's like, "We'll use our brother's death to throw off people from the trial." Yes,
Yeah.
and
yeah.
he's like so distraught that when he's given a thing to read about the deaths, he like just tears it up and just like "fuck you."
Yeah. That's the next
Yeah.
episode, though. What were you gonna
Oh,
say,
fair enough.
Pagan?
Well, what's that said?
No. But anyways, yeah, she suspects that it's Victorine, who is the informant, and she's trying to look into her because, something's pretty suspicious about her. And I guess we get into Victorine's character a bit here. She works for the pharmaceutical company, but she's not doing like medicine. She's doing this like heart thing. It's something that goes on the heart to
It's like a super pacemaker
kind
for the
of,
heart
yeah.
that not only acts as a pacemaker but also can diagnose problems throughout the body based off of the blood flow and the way the heart is beating.
Yeah. And she's the reason she's suspicious, we find out, is because she's kind of scuffing up her monkey trials with this pacemaker thing, where she's like giving them drugs like adrenaline, and it's fucking up the experiments, and the monkeys are dying, and this thing just isn't fucking working. And we find out that Roderick, he really needs this thing to work because, as it turns out, he's dying. He's got something similar to dementia.
Catastol, I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
And it's like cerebral atrophy, dementia. It's a whole. Catastol is like a whole like cocktail of this horrific degenerative disease that's just destroying him.
Yeah. But because Vic is pretty sus about her project, Camille assumes that she's the informant because she's clearly got something to hide. And she does investigating, and Camilla's shown to be a bit of a degenerate too, where she's got these two assistants who are her, like, I guess, left and right hands, a man and a woman, and she actually has it written into a contract that they're her, like, sex buddies or whatever. It's really weird.
Yeah, that whenever she wants it, they got to strip for her, and she's gonna bang him.
Yeah. They eventually say, you know what, we want to be together, we're not comfortable with this anymore, like, the two of us want to be together, not you. We're not comfortable with this anymore, and we're not doing it anymore, and she fires them. She asks them, okay, but did you at least get this information for me? And they're like, fucking do it yourself.
Yep.
And so she does. She goes to the labs where the monkeys are being held.
The Rue Laboratories, apparently, RUE.
Yeah. And the security guard there, it's not the normal security guard. It's
a woman for some reason.
It's Verna again, who is like, you don't have to do this. You don't have to be here. You could go home.
Yep.
And Camille, being the up her own ass piece of shit she is, I've got power, you're nothing to me, you pathetic fucking commoner type person. She's just like, fuck you, I can have you fired. And you're gonna let me in. Do you know who I am? Blah, 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 blah. So Verna's like, alright, if that's what you want, and lets her in.
Yeah.
And
well, I want to take a brief divergence here because this is the second time, obviously, we've seen Verna.
Yeah.
And she always has a speech for the person that's about to die horrifically. And the reason why initially I called her the judge, and then we became more and more like she is kind of a judge of their character for each one of them, was because there's like a choice laced in with all of her things. Like, you can choose that, like for Perry, you don't have to do this, but she goes through the entire concept of random choice, like a big choice here, a small choice here. Another major choice here, and a choice that meant nothing at all, led to the consequence that is you, Perry. And she's trying to get him to understand choices and consequences, and then eventually explains how she can't resist the really bad ones, and that Perry was consequence. He was like the living embodiment of consequence. And she tries to do the same thing to Camille with the whole, like, you don't have to be here. You don't need to do this, you know? You could just go home and it'd be fine. Like, why are you here?
Just to grab a message to chat quickly, what's the current topic? The fall of the House of Usher.
Yeah.
In fact, I should get an image up on screen just so we can have that there. Hold on.
Fair enough.
Ooh, that's a good image. That'll work. Copy image. Paste.
Yeah, so essentially, it's just this whole idea of choice and consequence thing, which gets undermined pretty heavily later on in the show, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But the other thing too is that the family, the Ushers, know that she exists because they're finding, like, well, we have security footage of her at the orgy. We have security footage of her at the pharmaceutical lab, of course, and it just keeps building up and up and up and up and up like that.
Yeah. Pagan, do you want to take it for a bit?
Where are we?
We are at Camille entering the lab to go to see the monkeys.
Monkey.
Right. So yeah, she does her whole little speech to the security guard to let her in, basically like, I will destroy you. So they let her in, and she snoops about the place, and then she finds where they're holding the chimps. And she goes in there, and you could tell that some of the monkeys are not, or some of the chimps, sorry, are acting a bit strange. And she starts taking pictures, and there's like you can see where their chests have been opened up. And one of them in particular is really unhappy with the flash of the camera, and it's hopped up on adrenaline. Basically, she's trying to get evidence that, oh, these trials that they're doing on these animals aren't actually working, and the chimps are dying, being taken apart, and essentially being hidden and replaced with other chimps, where she makes like the same incision and tries to pass them off as the same animal in order to get leverage over Vic. As she's going around taking pictures of all these chimps, the door of the first one that she took a picture of opens slowly. And Camille hears the voice of the security woman. She turns around, and she's standing in the doorway, and she starts giving this like speech of about like chimps and their relations to humans and stuff like that, and
How humans are so cruel to animals and everything.
yeah, and how like humans can't even seem to make like a shampoo without torturing animals. And Camille starts to get a little bit annoyed again because she told this bitch to fuck off, and here she is. So she starts to go back into her fucking mode of, I will fucking destroy you, you goddamn peasant. And Verna leaps onto the fucking table like a superhuman. And at this point, we all kind of knew what was happening. We were like, oh.
There's also the one moment I want to grab, too, where Verna starts talking about how they call you the bastards, you know. And Camilla's just like, you know what? I'm not going to have you fired. I'm going to have you fucking killed.
Yeah. And she starts, like, crawling towards Camille on the table and talking about like how horrible it is, that basically as if she was the one being tortured and studied on and all this stuff and cut open, and basically she's like channeling the monkey.
Mhm.
And she gets to the end and they're like face to face with each other, and Camille just is like, fuck it. I forget exactly what she said. What did she say exactly?
I don't remember.
Something
I'll
like,
go to that
fuck
part.
it, I'm all good. Like or like I'm ready, or I don't know exactly. Basically she just says fuck it, and she takes a picture of Verna, and then it's revealed like in the camera flash that it's the chimp.
It wasn't the camera
And-
flash, it was the camera screen. And I really
Well,
liked
yeah,
that
it's-
moment.
Yeah, it's in the screen, but the flash again activates like the monkey's fucking pissed off mode, and the chimp like rips her apart.
Yeah, she says, "Fuck it, I got mine," and then she flashes.
Yeah,
to
that's
take
what
a
it was.
picture, and she then gets found by two lab technicians who. The scene they see of like the bloody handprints on the ground being dragged around and everything is like, oh shit, you know that this was fucking grim.
Yeah, it fucked her up. And then they come all the way around, and the chimp is actually sitting against the other end of the table looking at the corpse. And it just has this expression on its face when it looks at the interns or whatever who come in.
Yeah, the technicians. It has a smile on its face and it starts growling at them.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's one moment I want to grab too that happened in there, and that was Verna saying to her, you know, this could have happened peacefully at your home, but you had to come here, and now we're doing it this way.
Yep, you made a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that brings us to the next episode, Leo's episode, and out of the entire Usher family... No. At this point, Frederick is still, like, sympathetic. Frederick seems like a little bit of a dummy. He seems like he's out of his element in this world of, like, cutthroat, big business, pharmaceutical stuff where, like, these people are fucking brutal. And he just seems like he's out of his element here. And I do feel bad for him at first until they replace him with a different character.
Yeah.
This is also when it's established that his wife survived the orgy acid bath.
Yes.
In critical condition. She's barely hanging on. The hospital is trying to keep her as stable as possible. And Tim goes to Frederick and then hands him the burner phone that they recovered off of his wife. And it's like, it's clearly hers. Why does she have a phone? He's like, this isn't her phone. And he starts like trying to rationalize, like, well, you know, her passwords would be like our anniversary, Lenore's birthday. It's like, see, no, it's not her. It's like, I can keep trying, but you know, it's gonna lock me out because it's not her phone.
Yeah. This is kind of what sets him down on the path of craziness, but I still don't like the way they handled it. We'll get to that.
Yeah, he goes overblown in a stupid way.
Before we get to Leo's episode, actually, there is something I want to ask.
Yeah.
Who is your favorite character overall in the show?
Favorite character overall? They don't answer why, but I like Pim.
Yeah, I was going to say Pim easily.
Yeah, but the one thing they don't answer is why is he so fucking loyal to the Ushers? And I desperately wanted to know why.
I think
all
it's
he says was that Usher made him.
I
And
think-
I'm like,
I think it's
Okay.
implied because when the company falls, he gets arrested. Because they have that much on him. Like, it's in his best interest that the Ushers succeed, because they have...
yeah, but no, because she she says that it kind of came to a surprise to him that they had that much, and it wasn't Usher didn't have all that stuff on him. Camille had all that stuff on him because Camille wrote profiles on all of them.
Yeah, that's fair.
And it wasn't, and she didn't know everything, but as Verna says to Pym, like, she's got enough to put you away for 20 years at least.
Yeah.
And Verna was going to give him a choice, and he flat out refuses her choice. He says, you know what? I'm old. I've never given leverage to anybody to have over me, and I'm not going to start now this close to the end.
The interesting thing, too, is we don't even know, like, what he would have to give up to her.
Yeah, he doesn't even let her get that far. He's just like, no, I refuse. I will not give leverage to anybody else over me, ever.
Which I really like. Yeah, I think he's probably my favorite character in the show.
It's clear Verna likes him a lot, too.
Yeah.
Like, because this isn't the first time that they've met, though he never spoke with her beforehand. He saw her, and he actually gave away kind of what she is. She's one of the people from the place in the Hollow Earth that is outside of space and time. That's what he told the children, and it turns out he's entirely correct. And that he saw her standing on one of the snowbanks at the North Pole, staring at the great voyage that was going to circumnavigate the globe, and she saw him and looked right at him, and he looked at her and saw her underneath the Aurora Borealis.
But yeah, I think Pym is my favorite.
Yeah, from the place of the fucking what? Yes. Yes. From the place out of time and space inside the Hollow Earth near the North Pole.
But anyways, I do think he's my favorite character, largely because, like, he's just there and he doesn't waste words. He gets to the fucking point of whatever he's into at the moment. Like, he will just outright not respond if he doesn't think it's worth responding to a lot of the time.
Yep.
He is a great character. But anyways, we get to Leo's episode, and prior to the last two episodes, I would have said this was the weakest. So, after... hold on. He has a drug binge after Perry's death. Does he have another one after Camille's, or is that after that one and he finds out that day that she died? I think that's what it is. He has
finds out that day because that is the one where this is before he goes to get the cat.
Yeah. So he has a drug binge, a crazy drug binge after Perry's death. Camille stops by and she's on some of this binge with him in her episode before she dies.
She makes an interesting speech there too.
Oh yeah, that's actually, I'm glad you mentioned that because I forgot about that.
Yep.
She has a little speech there about how all the Usher children don't actually make anything. They don't create anything. They're just kind of... I don't want to say just kind of there. They're
destroyers and parasites.
Yeah.
And everything else.
Essentially leeching off of everyone else's success. So, Perry didn't really have anything going on. Camille is this media mogul, like Seth mentioned, but she's not creating anything. She's having other people do that for her. Leo's thing is, oh yeah, I'm a big game developer, but he doesn't actually make games. He has people make games for him.
Yeah, he's a patron, and this is the kind of like thing that annoys me about part of the writing is that they don't understand like what Leo does is actually really noble.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's a literal patron for these different video game companies, and you know, I guess the message is video games bad.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily what they're going for. I didn't get that from it.
I don't think it's what they're going for. I think it's the unintended thing of like, oh, because he's just a terrible person because of Camille's speech and the fact that, oh no, he deserves his fate coming up.
I didn't get that from her speech either. I just got that the Usher children don't create things.
Yeah, well, her speech was that they're parasites, that they're doing things.
Kinda, yeah.
But Leo isn't a parasite. No, she actually says parasite in the speech. But it's
All
like,
right.
no, Leo isn't a parasite though. Like he's not.
Yeah. And
It's, it's frustrating.
of all the characters, Leo is easily the most sympathetic and probably least deserving to die.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aside from Lenore, obviously, who's just a kid. He supplied the drugs for Perry's party. Yeah, that too. Like, I'm not saying
Yeah,
he's squeaky
that would have been
clean.
more like they should have hammered on the fact that he was in touch with all these druggies and done all this other stuff. But no, her speech was specifically that, like, you do not make games. You give money to people to make games and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, so he's a patron. Okay, that's actually a good thing. Wait, what? What the fuck?
Yeah. What's it? So his episode starts with him waking up from the drug binge, and he gets up. He's coming out of it. Something's a little off about him. He gets to the fridge and gets a drink, and he realizes, why the fuck is there blood on the orange juice carton I just drank from? And he looks down at himself. He sees blood on himself, and he immediately checks himself for a wound, because that is a lot of fucking blood on his shirt. And he looks around. And he's like, he checks his bedroom. His boyfriend isn't harmed. He's sleeping soundly. He's looking around the apartment. Oh no, his boyfriend's cat is dead with a fucking knife stuck through his neck. It's like,
And
Jesus.
guts all hanging out and everything everywhere. Like it
Yeah.
has been disemboweled.
So he cleans up, cleans up all the blood, gets rid of the dead cat before the boyfriend wakes up, and he's like, the rest of the episode. Actually, not the rest of the episode. It happens pretty early on. He finds a replacement cat. He actually goes to a kill shelter that is run by none other than Verna, and she's saying, this is a short timer, this cat. We are a kill shelter, but, I'd like to see her go to a good home. Maybe you could take her. And he's like, nah, because it's not the right kind. It's a black cat he needs to get, because that's the one that's dead. And he's trying to replace the dead cat with one that looks identical. So,
And, uncannily identical to the point he's freaking out that is the cat could be twins, sort of thing.
well, we're not quite there yet. He's looking for a similar looking cat, so he could get away
sorry.
with it. But he does see the black cat there, and that, as such says, is identical. And he's like, yeah, I'll take that one. She's like, yeah, there's a lot of applicants for that one, but, we're not selling him right now. And he's like, okay, I will adopt every cat in this shelter and send them to orphans. If you let me take that cat, I'll have a new building built for you, so you can keep more cats.
I'll have every single cat you own will have their own kitty hot tub, and it's like, that's terrible for cats. It's like, this doesn't matter. The point is, I will take care of these cats if you let me take that cat.
Yeah.
Which, again, is just okay, we don't know if he ever follows through with it, right? That could have been the thing, he doesn't follow through with it. But
we don't know.
ever see that. They never bring that up again. It's like, okay, so he's doing another good thing. Holy shit.
Yeah. But anyways, he gets the cat home, and it immediately turns into this, demon cat that's, has it out for him. It scratches him. Later on, it scratches one of his eyeballs directly. You see the slash in the eye. It's leaving, dead rodents under his pillow and all over the apartment. Rodents and birds, I should say. And it is just tormenting him, and he calls her over to get the fuck rid of this cat. And that's when she does her, speech of... I forget what her speech was, actually.
Her speech in that was so meaningless.
Yeah, it did come across as very meaningless.
It's just the cat is in the walls and stuff like that, and stuff like that. And literally, that whole thing, I couldn't help but keep thinking of, he's in the walls. He's in the goddamn walls!
I forgot to mention the original post story for the Camille episode. The Murder on Rue Morgue, or whatever it is. That's a story about a orangutan, I believe, that escaped a ship in France, and Yeah, it's done as a murder mystery initially when the two bodies are found, but they come to the conclusion that it was this orangutan that killed these two women. So again, you see the similarity there. For Leo's episode, Poe's story is the black cat, which I'll summarize after this. But because he thinks the cat is in the walls, he's losing his shit, tearing the walls apart with literally a Thor hammer. He literally says, I could get another one from Hemsworth.
Yeah.
But he's using that to break through the walls and try and find this cat. And we cut to another scene with one of the other characters. I forget what it is exactly. But we come back to his apartment later when his boyfriend is getting home. And the boyfriend is like freaking out because, oh my god, the apartment's torn apart. Leo is like clearly off his rocker here. And Leo tears open a wall and sees like Verna in the wall dead, and the cat with one of its eyes gouged out on like her shoulder, and it leaps out at him. And that's important for the story this is based off of, but it's just kind of a freaky visual for now. And then we get to the part that's disappointing and ruins the whole thing for me. I shouldn't say the whole thing, but this is where the episode takes a very steep turn in the last couple minutes. He sees the cat that he wants to kill on the balcony because this cat has been tormenting him. It's clearly evil. It's a demon cat. And he runs at the cat pretty much full speed and topples over the balcony and falls to his death.
Which is incredibly frustrating because literally right before he turned to look at the balcony, he asked the boyfriend if he could see that demon cat because he freaked out because he saw the cat in the wall and everything like that. And
and this is
like, no, there's nothing there.
It's not just that, it's that no one else saw or acknowledged this demon cat for the entire rest of the episode. We find out it wasn't there because he has a tub full of these animals, these dead animals that the cat's been collecting, that he shows to Verna. And she acknowledges them because it's part of her thing. But after he's dead, we get a shot of the camera rolling up to the tub and looking inside, and it's completely clean. All of it was in his head the entire time. And the cat he killed at the beginning isn't actually dead. It had gotten out, which they reference. Yeah, he's gotten out before. Because the cat walks up and jumps up on his body and jumps off of it because he's dead on the sidewalk now.
Yep, it turns to look at him, it's like, meow, and then it just ends.
Yeah, and I find this incredibly fucking unsatisfying. Because we had an interesting concept with him, like, he's still the most sympathetic character. He apparently helps the cats at the shelter. He doesn't seem like a terrible, horrible person. There's something there. He
genuinely mourned Perry's death.
Yeah. There was
he acts as a patron to other creators. It's like, holy shit.
But there was also that element of guilt there of, he really did kill his cat, and, that is fucked up. Maybe he doesn't deserve to die for it, but maybe that's enough justification for Verna or whatever. But then we find out, oh no, the cat wasn't dead the whole time. That was in his head too. Everything was in his head. And I find that frustrating.
And she didn't give a choice, really. Like the choice of, take this cat. That was it? That was the choice?
Yeah.
Like, seriously?
Yeah. It is really unsatisfying. Because at least with the other two, like, you could play the tragic angle of this is a good person who died, but this seems like Verna fucking tormenting him when it doesn't seem like he deserves it. He hasn't been built up to be the kind of person that does deserve it.
Yeah.
Like, he's not squeaky clean, but he's not outright malicious or evil. He's like the most human character out of the entire bunch aside from Lenore.
He looks like a fucking saint, other than Saint Lenore, obviously. He looks like a fucking saint compared to every single other Usher member.
Especially the first two.
Yeah.
Especially the first two, and the next one.
Yeah. Because the part of the things that you couldn't remember, Cree, was that one, it's doing the flashbacks back in time even further to how Augie, who was the assistant attorney general, and Roderick met to begin with, and their whole plan to bring down the company from the inside.
Yeah,
sort of thing.
I was figuring
and
we
also-
would kind of take care of that all at once because it's a lot to go back and forth between like present and past. So we would just
the one that you were forgetting was Vic. Vic does the patient thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The next one.
No, but I mean, she does it in this episode. She's
but
doing the like sneakily acquiring a patient for human testing.
The way I'm doing it is mostly dealing with each character and then talking about the relevant things. Like, rather than going chronologically, like when we get to Vic's episode, we'll say, oh, in the previous episode she did this,
Fair enough.
setting up this and that and these and those. Oh no, they did Man of Medan? Yes, I played that yesterday. It was terrible. I want a refund on this game I essentially got for free.
No, he's not. Because he's not a straight man either. He's a bisexual man who's a patron. Like, I don't even care about the bisexual man thing, but it's, unfortunately, current day stuff does creep into the show. Sadly, we'll get into that.
Yeah.
But he's like, again, like I said, he's like a fucking saint compared to everybody else except Lenore.
Mm-hmm. And, like, I don't necessarily want to spoil the whole big reveal towards the end yet, but I just don't think it was necessary to have him tormented in this way before he dies, considering he isn't, like, a terrible person.
Yeah.
Because this just seems cruel when with full context. Like, it already seems bad because he's, like, a decent person, but it seems outright cruel when you know everything else.
Yeah.
But then we get to Vic's episode. I keep forgetting her name. It's like Victorine or
Victorine.
Victorine.
It is incredibly weird. I can only remember because of Tangerine. Victorine.
Give a tangerine to Victorine.
Yep. Oh no, Victorine's going on a tangerine.
So we mentioned the heart thing earlier, that she's got this thing she's testing on chimps, and it's not looking good. The chimps keep dying, it's not progressing, and not only is she on a time limit, but Roderick Usher put more of a time limit on her. Like, we need this in the next 6 months. This is super important that we get this as soon as possible. So the pressure is on her. And in it's either Camille or Leo's episode, but she's at her girlfriend's clinic. There's a lot of homosexuality in this show.
Yeah, which is also weird, but
it's like
it could fit with Usher's being complete degenerates.
Well, caveat on that being gay isn't degenerate, but it is weird how many gay relationships are in this show. It's like half of the cast, like literally half.
Hey, Gex. Yep.
Anyways, she's at the clinic of her girlfriend, and the girlfriend steps away to go do something, and she goes to get a drink or whatever, and she runs into this random lady in the hallway, and the lady was bringing her personal file to the girlfriend of Vic, because it's important. It's got personal information. She's afraid the wrong person will get their hands on it, and Vic says, oh yeah, I know her. I know the doctor. She's very close friends with me. I'll take your file to her office and put it on top of her stack so she'll see it. And right away you just start getting the feeling oh no, you fucking piece of shit. Because Vic takes the folder into the room and she looks over this patient's medical file and she's like, oh, you feature all the symptoms. You are the perfect test subject for the thing. It's oh my god, you are evil.
Yep. Genuinely evil.
Would you say out of the 6 children she's the worst? Aside from Frederick when they turn him into a mustache-twirling villain.
I would say yeah, she's definitely the worst. And that Verna made a big thing of like, why do you hate Victorine so much? Why do you hate her so much? And it's like, oh, it's because she's just like you, only she hides it better. And that's
Yeah, because that's
why
what she was saying to Camille.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why Camille hates Victorine so much. Because they're exactly the same. They're that evil, corrupt, and manipulative, but Victorine hides it better.
And yeah, I don't think it's an issue unless it's clearly pandering or anything like that. That's the problem, is with at least one of the characters, it does feel like pandering.
Yes.
Yeah, it gets really bad with a certain character later where it's like, this just feels like it's being inserted because we have to check the box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not... It could have been a lot worse. It could have gotten preachy. It does get preachy about some things. That's not one of them. But yeah. So... I forget exactly how it progresses, but... oh wait, I forgot to summarize the story for Leo. The original Poe story for Leo. The Black Cat is Edgar Allan Poe's short story where a man who owns a cat, he's like a complete animal lover, starts hating them one day, and he essentially brutalizes and kills his cat. And something, he gets a replacement, I think. And he starts to hate it too, and the wife is like critical of that. So he kills her and like buries her in the wall. And similar to the Telltale Heart, people are investigating, I believe. I'm doing a terrible job. Again, I only looked up a summary. And I guess he hears meowing in the walls, so he like tears open the wall that he buried his wife into, and he accidentally sealed the new cat in that wall, revealing the wife's corpse. That's what that wall thing was in Leo's episode, where he saw Verna in there. But anyways, back to Vic's episode. She's going through with this. She forges her girlfriend's signature for the surgery for this woman to test her heart thing on her. And she starts hearing this, like, weird... Actually, no. Before that...
It literally says it's a chirping sound.
It does. It does. We'll get to that in a second. The girlfriend finds out that her signature was forged and everything, and she's saying, I don't care about your contracts, I'm going to the authorities with this. And they have a very rough breakup with Vic throwing a little statue at the door after she leaves. Or as she's leaving. But it's after that she starts hearing the chirping sound, and I actually really, really fucking love this detail because it's the chirping sound of the heart, the thing they put on the heart that she's working on. Because the story is, of course, their adaptation of the Telltale Heart. And she's just hearing this, like, chirping. I almost want to bring up the episode. Hold on. I'm going to bring up the episode so you can hear the chirping sound they're hearing. Because this is fucking good.
Yes, genuinely, it's fair.
Hold on. VLC. I'm not going to show footage because I don't want to get claimed. Why is there a woman?
Well, if you're not going to show footage, I could just grab it real quick for you. Like, I can literally just,
I have it up right now. I'm just finding a time where...
in the episode, go to 1720.
1720. Okay. Oh. I had it muted. Good job, me. Let's wind that back slightly there.
And she rubs at her forehead, and then she starts hearing
it.
Now
Yeah, you're talking over it. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but that's the sound she's hearing the entire... Actually, let me turn it up just a bit more and wind it back a few seconds.
Okay.
So she's hearing that the entire time. And it's a great modern take for the Telltale Heart, where like someone's hearing something. It's a doctor who's working on a heart device, and she's hearing the device for the Telltale Heart instead of literally a beating heart. I really fucking love that detail.
Yes. But what was so funny about this chirp noise, and she's trying to find it, she's struggling to find it. She's starting to freak out, have anxiety about this chirping, because she's like picking up things and pulling them to her ear and everything like that, trying to figure out where it's coming from and everything. And then she stares in horror at the smoke alarm. And if you know anything about modern memes, holy shit. The black woman staring in horror at a chirping smoke alarm.
Yeah, that's the one thing mentioning too. This is the only black member of the Usher family, and she's the one dealing with the chirp.
It's just so funny. It was completely unexpected. I was like, ooh, this is a really nice detail. And then she just looks away and stares up at the wall, and the smoke alarm actually does chirp. When it happened, I immediately told Kriya Pagan, I ain't saying shit. And I bit my knuckle on my right hand. I was just biting it like, I'm not saying shit.
Anyways.
Yeah, that's right. My God, a black person heard it.
Anyways, this builds up through the episode that she's constantly hearing it. It's like making her lose focus in conversation. She's talking to the lady that she's going to test this on. And that's when Verna shows up, because Verna is clearly a supernatural being, and she seemingly has the ability to either place her physical image over something or outright possess something. Because we saw it with the monkey earlier, where, you know, she was on the table and was really the monkey the whole time. Here she starts, like, speaking from the test lady's mouth. And, it's swapping back and forth between test lady, like, thanking her for doing this, and, like, this is safe and all that, blah, blah, blah. And Verna going, like, I think this is where Verna's offering the choice, but it's technically too late.
Yeah, I don't get what the choice here is.
Yeah, because this is the thing. Vic has been trying to call her girlfriend, and the girlfriend is not picking up. She's just ignoring her. Because they did have a really bad falling out. But fast forward to the end of the episode, and Roderick shows up to talk to her about this thing because it's really important to him. His life literally depends on it, because he's got this dementia thing.
Yep.
And she's playing music loudly, and he's talking to her. He's like, yeah, you're fully funded. We're all in on this. This is important. And, you know, can you turn the music off? Because, you know,
well, he doesn't say fully funded there. He specifically says it during a certain thing. But, yeah, he's just asking her questions about how the trial's going, everything like that. Can you give us an update and everything?
No, I'm talking about the end of the episode.
Yes, I am too. Remember, he doesn't say fully funded until a very particular thing happens at the very end.
Oh.
When it's more like he's thinking that that he's going to be next.
Yeah. But anyways, all throughout the episode, no one else is hearing the chirping. It's just Vic. So when Roderick is like, you know, can you please turn the music off? I'm trying to talk to you. And she's like, oh, okay. Maybe I've been hearing this thing. Maybe you'll be able to hear it too. So she turns off the music, and you hear the chirping. It's like, what is that? And you almost kind of think it's, oh shit, is this something the entire family can hear, but only the family? And then it just keeps going. And he's like, wait, what's that smell? And he's like moving towards the room because Vic is remembering what she did, because she kind of forgot it, and I guess a case of psychosis or whatever. He opens the door to find her girlfriend dead. She's been dead for hours or days, I don't know. It's probably only been about a day.
sitting on like a table, leaned against the wall, chest ripped open,
The heart thing on
like
it.
fucking rib cage butterflied out sort of thing.
Yeah, the heart device on her heart, chirping away, trying to beat this dead heart with, like, dried... The blood is so dry that it's not red anymore. It's starting to look that rusty color just all over the floors and walls. It is completely fucked. And, Vic is still, like, half psychosis, half not. She's, holding a knife to him, and he's like, oh my god. You know what, you're fully funded. Because he thinks she's gonna kill him. And, in her psychosis, she's just like, oh, it's a dead heart. It's not gonna work on that. We need a living heart.
We need a fresh sample.
Yeah.
And then she, like, pulls the knife and she just takes a step towards her father, and that's why she's like, you're fully funded. It's fine. You know? It's like he's basically in the, like, desperate bargaining thing because he thinks that she's gonna split his ass open now.
Yeah.
And then she's like, not to worry, Dad. She turns the knife on herself and just swoop right in.
Yeah. And that is the fourth Usher child dead.
Yep.
The show is still really strong at this point. Again, we're not doing it justice. These episodes are fucking amazing at this point.
The dialogue really helps. The writing of the characters is so good.
Yeah, it's phenomenal for a lot of characters in these, in the first half of the show. First half plus.
Yes.
Again, it's literally the last two episodes, everything starts falling apart.
Mm-hmm.
And just as a modern adaptation of the Telltale Heart, if you take that episode in isolation, like everything to do with Vic in isolation for the Telltale Heart, I think that's really strong on its own.
Yep.
And obviously, the Telltale Heart, guy kills someone, hides him under the floorboards, cops investigate. His guilt gets to him so much that he hears the beating of the heart, and he loses his shit and tears up the floorboards to reveal his crime.
Yeah.
Then we get the next episode, Goldbug. So this is... I didn't actually look up a summary of Poe's story for Goldbug, so I'm just not even going to go into that here.
Yeah, this is Tamerlane's one.
Yeah, so we didn't really see a whole lot of her up until this point, aside from the fact that she's a massive fucking cuck.
Yes.
Like, she's a literal female cuck.
Yeah, like, you two are gonna... This is the scene I want you to play out, and she even pulls the chair away from the dining room table, and she sits there, and she, like, gets excited, and you see her hands rubbing at her thighs, everything like that as she's watching. It's like, oh my god, she's actually a cuck.
Yeah, she hires someone to have dinner with her husband. And you can tell he seems very awkward about it, and we find out in her episode that he doesn't even like it. Female cucks are cuck queen? I'm not calling them that. Fuck that. That is a dumb name. Pathetic is a better name.
Yeah, more pathetic is definitely a better name.
But anyways...
And it is, like, incredibly fucking, like, obvious that he actually genuinely loves her. And that's the only reason he's putting up with this bullshit.
Yeah.
No, because she's not even a whore, because she's not even doing it or anything.
Yeah, apparently it only goes as far as dinner.
Does it?
I'm agreeing with you.
No. Apparently it goes further than that. She watches even further.
Wait, oh, so it does go on after that. We just don't see it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because it was the whole, like, thing about poses and everything like that, and, like, even costuming and stuff for later. Like, that's why she specifically has them wear certain, like, lingeries and everything, because it does go further.
Oh. Jesus.
Yeah. Exactly. She's not a whore. that she's not actually the one having sex ever.
Anyways, the other main thing we learn about her is that with her husband, they run a sort of exercise guru thing. He has his own like web show that they apparently make enough money to live off of, and that's their main thing. And they've got something called Goldbug coming up, which is their big product reveal thing that is really going to change things for them, I guess.
Yeah, because it's not going to be pharmaceuticals or anything like that. It's just pure cosmetics and lifestyle. It's basically a lifestyle box that's customized for each person. That like, hey, I want to join Goldbug. Here, I'll fill out the things. Again, then they'll send like a customized box with all these different like perfumes and candles and types of like exfoliating rubs and like diet plans and things like that.
Yeah. And this is an episode where I want to start talking about something that I've seen previously in the show, and this seems more blatant here. Throughout the previous episodes, we get bits and pieces of her where the regular girl they have come to their place is sick one day, and someone shows up in her place to do it for them, and of course, it's none other than Verna again. And Verna starts showing up on, like, the exercise streams because he's got his own, like, studio that he's recording this in with a bunch of other people. And Verna is showing up there to make Tamerlane jealous. And this obviously eventually destroys their relationship. And that's one of the main conflicts in her own episode, is her essentially getting rid of her husband, where she's like, I don't need you, you're not that important, you're just the face of this. I could have picked anyone, I just decided to go with you. You're nothing to me, blah, 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 blah.
To the point she even said, like, she had a specific targeted list while she was visiting VidCon to pick out who would be the face she would associate with. Whereas it's revealed he actually genuinely loves her and cares about her. And she's just literally tearing into him about how, it's only a one-way street. And he's like, I love you. And she's like, well, I don't.
Yeah, that's how bad their relationship deteriorates over the episodes. And this is the thing that kind of seems weird to me and bugs me, is it seems like a lot of these characters, their relationships are destroyed so you don't feel sympathy for them. Sort of relations. Like, even with Camille, they have the two, like, servants be like, yeah, we're not doing this anymore. And then she has a big blowout at them, so they're not going to care that much when she dies. In fact, we don't ever see them again. Here, the husband is out of the picture, so it's not... We don't have to deal with him dealing with her death. It feels weirdly intentional that a lot of the spouses are taken out of the equation, or not spouses, but significant others and people they care about are taken out of the equation again, except for some reason in Leo's case.
Yeah,
because even with Perry, his two girlfriends die with him.
Yep. And it's funny, Lord Dolomite says it's Paltrow's goop. That is actually used as an insult against Tamerlane, is that she's just a wannabe Gwyneth Paltrow. Like, that is actually used as an insult against her, and it eats her up inside.
They just really hate Leo? No, I'm saying the opposite, where he still comes out the most sympathetic, where the significant other is like, you even get a moment where he's sad about this happening at the funeral, and Arthur Pym, like, walking him through what you say. Whereas the rest of them, it removes the significant others from the equation entirely in most cases. Even with Frederick, like, there's a divide there where there's no sadness between them when he dies.
Yeah, because he goes pure fucking crazy.
Yeah. But anyways, go ahead.
I'm just going to discuss Tamerlane thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to go back into her as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so in her episode, she's like drifting off. She's almost having, it's not exactly falling asleep. It's where you do stuff and your memory just completely blanks out that you've done it. So, like, she's sitting there modifying the speech she's going to give for the presentation because her husband's out of the picture. And it just cuts to her waking up, sitting in the same chair, and, like, she's written all over the papers and done most of it anyways.
Yeah.
And she's having a lot of moments like that. There is one moment where the husband comes back and tries to, like, work things out with her, and she says, all you need to do is leave the keys, and, you know, he's still trying to salvage this, and she does her fade out thing, wakes back up, and the keys are on the counter, and he's gone.
Well, it's even more heartbreaking than that, because she's literally having blackout periods now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're blackout periods.
But it's more tragic than that, because they're getting in the big fight, and then she has a moment where she lets out a tear. She sobs for a second, and then she says, I'm just so sorry, Bill. I don't know what's coming over me. I do need to get some sleep, and I don't really mean to lash out like this, but clearly everything's having an effect on me, and I'm just so sorry. And she turns to look at Bill, who she was talking with, and he's not there, and only his keys are just sitting on the counter.
Yeah, it's
so
like,
she clearly had a blackout. Like it is
at
even
the
mentioned
worst
that
possible
she's
time.
Yeah, that she's blacking out mid-sentence. It's gotten so bad for her. That's one of the things they set up at the start of the episode. That she literally passed out while she was speaking.
Yeah.
Before, and Bill got really concerned then too.
And the other aspect to this is she's similar to Vic, but in a different way. She's seeming to have a bit of a psychosis episode going on where, like, she keeps seeing Verna with him when she isn't there. Like, she accuses the husband of walking through the park with Verna. The security guard that's been assigned to her said that he saw the husband walking through the park with Verna. And the husband's like, that was you! I was walking through the park with you! And she's clearly losing her shit. But anyways, we eventually get to the big presentation. And Madeline is there. And, like, this is really important for the family that this goes well. We need a win here somewhere. And she has another blackout. And she wakes up just as she's being called on stage. And she sees Verna there in her same clothes as she's in, starting the speech, and she just kind of loses her shit, and she's like, what the fuck are you doing here? And then she snaps back to reality. It's the
it was her assistant whatever who was it was giving her introduction to the stage.
Yeah, it wasn't actually Verna doing the speech for her. Because again, she doesn't know that this is a supernatural entity, Verna. There's lots of implications, but it's not super clear yet, like, what she is or what she's doing. But she tries to play it off. It's actually pretty cringe. And she starts going through a presentation, and she sees Verna just sitting there in the crowd. And she's, like, kind of losing her shit.
And specifically behind Juno, who Tamerlane hates. Like, Verna specifically chose to be behind Juno so that every time Tamerlane would freak out, it would look like to everybody else she was screaming at Juno again.
Yeah. And we haven't mentioned Juno yet. Juno is the current wife of Roderick. She's like a 20-something-year-old, essentially druggie. She's apparently got the biggest dose of
Ligadone. Like, to an insane degree.
Yeah. And, like, she's his proof that, you know, hey, this stuff won't kill you. It's not addictive. She's dealing with extreme pain, and she's dealing with it through this drug. It's perfectly fine. Yeah. When Tamerlane says, what the fuck are you doing here again? Like, on stage, when she's looking at Verna, I did find it amusing, but also sad when Juno is kind of like, I came here to support you.
Yeah.
It is sad. But anyways, she keeps seeing Verna in that seat, and she's getting more and more unstable as the presentation is going on. And she turns around at one point and sees the monitors aren't showing her with her husband anymore. It's showing Verna standing next to her husband in these promotional images they've got on loop in the background, and she starts losing her shit. She ends up throwing the microphone stand at Verna and misses and hits Roderick's wife in the head instead. She smashes the monitor. She's having a total freak out moment, completely embarrassing her, and she runs off. At the same time this is happening, Madeline, who's in the crowd, sees Verna. She sees Verna observing all this from the side, and she rushes to get to her. And right as she puts her hands on Verna, Verna kind of explodes into a cloud of smoke and leaves, to the point that there are ashes on Madeline's hands. So, like, something supernatural is clearly fucking happening here.
I kind of want to point something out real quick.
Yep.
So, this also kind of proves the whole, like, there was more beyond the dinner stage, because essentially the sex tape between Verna and the husband starts playing on the
monitor before.
Yeah, on the monitor, which is kind of what causes her to go into her fucking freak out mode.
Yeah,
because she starts telling the assistant who like welcomed her on stage and like got yelled at wrongfully. She's like yelling at her to turn it off, like I don't want them to see this, turn it off. And obviously she has no clue what the fuck she's talking about, because it's just the normal monitor stuff.
Yeah, no one is reacting to the sex tape because no one else sees it. It's only Tamerlane.
Yeah. So that's when she takes the microphone and starts like smashing the monitors to try and like get it off the screen. And she loses her shit and goes to throw the microphone at Verna, and it hits Juno in the head. And as soon as she realizes that she hit Juno, she actually feels really bad. And that's what causes her to run off the stage and leave.
Yeah, because she actually had, just before this, a moment where she started to connect to Juno. Because she, all throughout the series, she's like, we don't speak her name, we don't talk about her, we don't talk about that thing that's latched on to my father,
Yeah.
And then when she went there to Juno, Juno was all by herself, and Juno's talking about how she feels so lonely here, there's nobody here with her, Juno's never had a friend, nobody ever cares about her, and finally she thought, that Mr. Usher was so nice to her, and he wanted to marry her, and she would... Well, Mr. Usher's got a big family, so Juno would finally have a family, someone she could talk with and, be with and, share connections and bonds to. And that digs into Tamerlane quite a lot, to the point where she doesn't, like, snap at her or get snarky or anything like that. You can tell she looks genuinely, like, saddened. That, like, as if she's realizing just how bad she's treated Juno for so long, and all Juno's ever wanted was actual, genuine compassion. It's just like, oof. It's brutal.
Yeah, it's really sad that it ends up going this way. And the other thing of, like, why it's so important that Madeline runs after Verna is... they've been suspecting, because there's been like evidence pointing to her being present at all of the deaths. So they're under the assumption that she's like, not exactly like murdering them like herself, but like orchestrating these deaths to happen. And she basically wants a hit put out on her. And she even says at one point, like, the receipt is her eyes. I want her eyes. And so when she sees her at this event where her daughter is losing her fucking mind, she's like, I'm gonna fucking kill this bitch. I'm gonna grab her and we're gonna kill her. and she just vanishes into like smoke, and it leaves mortar on her hands, and we don't know what that means yet, but we find out later why that's so meaningful and important that they have mortar on their hands, her and her husband or brother.
It wouldn't surprise me if, given their relationship, if they did do that at some point.
Yeah, it would not surprise me at all. Like I kind of kept thinking that they were a husband and wife sometimes, and I would remember, oh wait, no, they're brothers and sisters.
Yeah. But to wrap the episode up, Tamerlane returns to her house, or condo, or whatever, and a detail we've neglected to mention is she's got a lot of mirrors in there, and she keeps seeing Verna in the mirrors, and she takes a fire poker, and every time she sees Verna in a mirror, she smashes them, and she eventually retreats to her bedroom and smashes pretty much every mirror in there. The one on the back of the bed, like there's one behind the pillows essentially above the bed, she smashes that. There's mirrors on the wall she smashes, and she's getting cut up, she's getting glass in her, and the final one that she sees Verna in is the mirror on the ceiling directly above the bed, and she jumps up, and for some reason she goes horizontal when she does this, but she smashes the ceiling mirror in slow motion, and the glass rains down upon her. She lands on a shard, like, in her back, a big fucking shard through the back, and another one, like, cuts her throat and kills her.
Yeah.
And that is the fifth Usher child dead.
We got one left.
We've got one left. So, this is probably the one we're gonna have the most to say about because of how annoying it is. Aside from, like, the big ending.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one's just brutal because all throughout it, again, after Pym plants the idea of the burner phone being hers, stuff like that, Frederick gets obsessed with trying to, like, disprove and then eventually prove that it is his wife's burner phone. And he's, like, going through efforts to get her to put her thumb on the screen or to, get an eye image of it, and he can't do it because he can't figure out how to unlock it.
And keep in mind, she's constrained to a hospital bed, too, because she got burned so badly by the acid that's, like, some of the worst chemical... Yeah, she's some of the worst chemical burns you've ever seen. Like, the doctors are shocked she's surviving.
Yeah. And it's just, like, I get that he's freaking out, and he's so stressed that he goes to Leo to get some just good old Coke. He just needs something to mellow himself out. Something to, I just need to be stable right now, especially because we got multiple Ushers dying.
Yeah,
this is a fucking catastrophe.
Keep in mind, too, this is way back in Leo's episode where Frederick gets the drugs from him. In fact, it's at the exact moment that Leo is giving like a little bag of Coke to Frederick that the cat jumps out and scratches his eye back in that episode.
Yeah. And it's just, cocaine.
Yeah.
And he's just spiraling more and more and freaking out and stuff like that. And he, like, has an instantaneous turn all of a sudden where he's like, I'm gonna take my wife home because I can build her a thing there, and we're gonna bring specialists, stuff like that. But that's all a lie that he's telling to his daughter, and he's actually, like, abusing the wife over and over and over again.
Yeah, he's putting drugs into her medicine that's going to prevent her from being able to talk.
Nightshade.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that paralyzes her. And he was specifically annoyed that she wasn't paralyzed for the entire time, so he gave her an even higher dosage of nightshade from then on.
Yeah.
And then he freaks out and has a moment where he like doesn't want Lenore to ever talk with her again, and he starts putting their wedding photo all over the walls, like some of them blown up inside, so he has 6 different of them to make one photo, and like it's all over the place. And he's got their wedding photo on her nightstand next to her, like so she can stare at it the whole time, and like it is just so fucked. Because again, he wasn't ever presented before as like a horrible bad guy. He was presented more as kind of like out of his depth, out of his element. But he cared about his family. He wanted the family to get together and stuff like that. And
because prior to his turn, him and Leo were the most sympathetic because he was literally just, like you say, this awkward guy out of his element, and there didn't seem to be much more to him than that. It feels like, okay, it's time for him to die. We need to turn him into a complete piece of shit, so it's going to be justified when he gets a horrible death.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it feels like they came up with the death before and then had to justify how the audience would like be okay with that death.
But why wouldn't they just write him to be completely different so it's more fitting rather than changing him on a dime to be a Saturday morning fucking mustache-twirling cartoon villain? Because this is something... It
is incredibly frustrating.
This is something I said before we started the stream. By the time he dies, he's pretty much indistinguishable from an actual mustache-twirling villain who would tie a woman to railroad tracks. Yeah. Like, he is not far off.
Yeah, they sort of try to, like, explain it where... Because you see him using the drug more and more, like, far more than he was ever intended to. But it still doesn't explain the, like, the weird, cruel nature that he just develops from this, where instead of just being, like, hyperactive and trying to get things done and the normal stuff that Coke would do, he's like, oh, I'm going to rip your fucking teeth out with pliers and make you feel the whole thing while you're paralyzed. It's like, Coke doesn't make you do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just incredibly weird. Like, and then again, Verna specifically mentions the fact, like, she had planned something else for how he was going to die, and then he had to grab the pliers. So now
this is something that bugs me, too. It's like the show is jerking itself off over how evil he is and how they're giving him a horrible death.
Yeah. So what she does is she intervenes, which she's not supposed to do. She's supposed to only intervene as far as the deal goes.
To be fair, she says I don't normally intervene. It's not that she's supposed to or not. She seems to like things to play out the way they do. Mm. And this is the time she broke her own rule of intervening.
Yeah, and the way she does that is while he's on the phone yelling at somebody, he's loading up the nightshade and he's accidentally putting it in his own Coke supply, so he's dumping it in there. So when he goes to the demolition of the building he should have taken down before, which would have meant Perry stayed alive, when he goes to that building, he goes inside to take a piss on Perry's grave, basically.
Yeah.
And he snorts up the Coke, and then he gets paralyzed there with dick in hand. And Verna even, like, mocks him for not being able to, you know, zip up his fly, and, you know, he's like, oh, you're just gonna let it fly out the whole time, huh? Well, that's okay. Then he falls over because he can no longer support his weight. His muscles are spasming. And he's just paralyzed on the floor, and she picks up the walkie-talkie and mimics his voice to say, hey, I'm all clear. Just start the fucking demolition right now. And so he's inside the building as it's being demolished.
Yeah, and that's where we get the whole line of, you know, you're actually lucky to see this. Most people don't get to see this from this perspective.
I hope you appreciate it.
Yeah. And, the thing that happens is a piece of the roof, a big chunk of the roof, falls or gets caught by, like, cables or wires or something, and it starts swinging back and forth. Back and forth. And as the building's getting demolished, it is lowering and lowering, like the fucking pendulum torture execution method. And it slowly lowers until it's cutting him and kills him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which the episode actually hinted to earlier when Eleanor is with her mother and they're watching movies and they're watching this like
Yes.
really old timey black and white movie, and like a guillotine, like one of those like swinging guillotine things comes down over the table and almost cuts up the guy. And yeah, it just kind of seemed random at the time, and then we got to that part and it's like, it was foreshadowing.
Yeah. I didn't look up a summary of the Pin and the Pendulum either, but again, this is based on an Edgar Allan Poe story. These all are. Yeah, it is frustrating that he has this sudden turn into a villain. They make him cartoonishly evil, so you don't have any sympathy for his death, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. This is where the show really started to fall for me, is this episode, because again, he pulled her teeth out with pliers, and it's just like...
Yeah, it is just so weird, because the worst thing that he was before was he was a bit of an idiot.
Yeah.
Like, he was out of his depth, he was a bit incompetent and a bit dumb.
Yeah.
Just wild.
Membership...
Go ahead.
Membership message from Itiko the Tricky for 12 months. Thank you. Mordor on their hands. Is this the blood equivalent to when you murder a building? I suppose so.
Kind of, but it's also equivalent to murder, as we'll get explained in the very next thing we do.
Well, we should go through the past history now that we've been skipping.
Yeah, but if you want to do the super chat, go.
Yep, that's what I was going to do. $5 from Itiko the Tricky. Thank you. We can rebuild her. We have the technology. We will rebuild her. With Blackjack and Poison Nightshade. Oh no.
Yeah.
So, throughout all of these episodes, we keep getting flashbacks to the past. I mentioned them earlier, where, we see the mother. This is essentially where the story starts. I shouldn't say where the story starts. It's where Roderick starts retelling everything. And again, it jumps back and forth between the semi-present, where it's like the past couple weeks where the trial started and the kids started dying off, and the distant past of Roderick Usher being this like awkward teen to the CEO of the company. And I mentioned earlier how the mother had died. She had this horrible illness. She wouldn't take medication because medication is poison, in her opinion. Because she's like kind of a religious fanatic. And yeah, she died a horrible, painful death. She rose back up from the grave to kill the father of her children, who obviously cheated on his wife with her. Then she died. Sometime several years later, Roderick gets married to Annabelle Lee, and they have 2 kids. Frederick and Tamerlane, obviously. Those are the 2 oldest. And at this point, he's working in the mailroom for Fortunato Pharmaceutical. And he doesn't necessarily come up with Ligodone himself, but he gets someone else to make it for him, I guess. And he pitches it to Fortunato, and the CEO is like, these medicines, they cost millions of dollars. There's testing, there's the Fuck Dicks Association, the FDA. And he essentially turns him down. And then a short while later, Roderick is pissed off because, hey, you bought out the company that made my drug. You took the thing I made. And
well, not that. Like, he took the exact advice that Roderick said. Like, buy out that company. You'd get it for a song, and it has the chemist who owns the drug there. And like, So the CEO literally just did exactly what Roderick asked him to do, but he told Roderick to go sit on a dick and spin, basically.
Yeah. But the CEO ends up giving Roderick like a little bit of a bonus and a slight promotion, and I guess he's setting him up to be the fall guy at this point, right?
Yeah, he even says that Roderick was his patsy, something like that.
Yeah. But he talks Roderick up like, hey, if you play your cards right, you could eventually be sitting up here right next to me. And we get a bunch of that from Griswold, that's his name. Rufus Griswold is the current CEO. And eventually, I think it's an insurance detective, or no.
He's medical fraud examiner.
Right, yeah, a medical fraud examiner. August Dupin?
Yep, Dupin. I think is how they say.
August Dupin shows up. He's been trying to contact people working at Fortunato because, some odd stuff is going on. There are actual graves being robbed because the chemicals in the bodies of people dying to some of this experimental medication would destroy the company. So they're going to the fucking graveyard in the middle of the night to steal these bodies. There's also medical consent forms that are being forged, and they find out that, Roderick's signature has been forged. And Madeline... I don't know who the actress who plays young Madeline is, but there's a lot of times during the show she reminds me of Cersei Lannister. It's not the same actress, but a lot of times she gives off that very similar look and vibe,
Yeah.
But anyways, Madeline is kind of pissed off at him for, essentially confirming some of what August thinks. And she's like, okay, if you go with August, you're going to be jobless. If you go with Rufus Griswold, you're going to be, like, a fucking loser. You're going to be laughed at. And she sets up this plan where Roderick is going to go along with August's plan. He's going to essentially confirm everything for him. He's going to get the documentation August needs to build his case. And they even have a scene of Roderick and August practicing, like, what they're going to say during the trial. Like, do you know what these forms are for? Blah, 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 blah. Is this your forged signature? Yes, sorry, is this your signature here? Yes, but I didn't, that's not mine, it's forged.
Yeah, no, I did not find this.
Yeah, exactly. And then they get to the it's not a proper trial, it's like a little hearing thing in a room. And
it's the depositions, is what it is.
Depositions, that's right.
Yeah, and they even got this accurate too, where the opposing counsel to the deposition would say objection, and then Roderick waited at first, and the DA, who Augie was working for this case in particular, was like, "Don't worry, she's just going to do that throughout the entire thing. She's just getting the objection on the record for later." So you just go ahead, you basically ignore that she's there. She'll raise an objection. It will be brought up before the judge, basically.
Yeah. And
then that will decide their objection. Now they got to argue for the judge. Should this be brought in or not? Should this be cut from the deposition?
Yeah. Just quickly. So, stream is a discussion, or is it cinema since CIA torture? We are I saw someone earlier ask, when are we getting to the video? We're doing a discussion on House of Usher. Then we're going to be doing the Cinema Wins video. That's what we do. Yeah. We cover multiple topics.
Yep. And we specifically said we wanted to kind of burn a little bit of time to give TruePopCulture 7 time to get...
Yeah, because he's doing his own stream right now. Actually, I'm not sure if it's still going, but they're talking about the Daredevil show. He's doing a discussion with Aiden Paladin, which might be interesting, but I haven't seen the show, so, But anyways, yeah, they get to the deposition, and Roderick completely turns on Augie. He confirms, yeah, I did sign these. There's nothing wrong here. Everything is A-okay at Fortunato.
Yeah, and quite frankly, Augie's constant harassment and just browbeating of us is completely uncalled for. You know,
It's
again,
the only
just
reason we
throwing
even came here.
Yeah, was to try to get him to leave me and my family alone.
Yep, it's a complete betrayal. And we find out earlier in the show that Augie even lost his job for this. It's alluded to early on, and then we get the big reveal. Roderick gets arrested pretty much immediately, but he's out later that day. And his wife is pissed off at him. In fact, Madeline thought it was an act the whole time. This, like, nice, saintly woman. She thought it was an act, and is shocked when it's like, oh, this is really who you are. The wife leaves him. She gets custody, but it's explained that, like, she had to go up against Roderick's insane fortune when they came of age, and how is she ever going to compete with that? And she lost them, and she essentially considered them dead at that point. Not like you're dead to me type thing, but the people they were no more. They were these new people because of Roderick and his money, their corrupting influence. That sort of thing.
Basically, they were hollowed shells. They no longer had morals or character or principles anymore.
Yeah. And this is a really big thing. The New Year's party, 1980. This is referenced, I'm not sure if it's every episode, but it's referenced a lot. It's referenced in at least, like, 6 of the 8 episodes. Something like that. Maybe every episode, I don't know. I didn't count. Point is, it's referenced a lot. They went to a bar, and they clearly had something to hide. They were there to build an alibi. And they were interacting with this bartender, who, naturally, is Verna. And they don't know she's a supernatural being at this point, obviously. They dance, they bring in the new year, they make sure they're seen by people. There's a bit of a discussion back and forth of, you know, what do you really want out of life? And, oh, Madeline, you're the queen, you're Cleopatra. House of Usher is just one really long tangent. It's not a tangent if it's the main discussion. Or one of the main topics for the show.
Yeah, like literally, this was what the episode was going to be.
We've done this before. I don't know why people are confused about this. Like, I'm legitimately... I don't know why people are acting like this is unusual. We've done this before. But anyways, there's a lot of back and forth between them. It's good for the most part. And then we get to one of the big reveals. It's what happened to Rufus Griswold. How did he exit the picture? And how did Roderick become CEO? How did he get this life? After the big success of getting Augie off of Fortunato's back at the New Year's party, Rufus celebrates Roderick and his sister for pulling this off. It was a great plan. You've saved us, you're heroes. Madeline lures him into the basement, because this is actually the construction site for their new building. And they've drugged his wine. They knock him out. And he wakes up to himself halfway bricked into one of the walls. He's handcuffed to some pipes. His costume, too, is a jester costume we've seen a few times through the show. Which is like the big reveal of why is Roderick being haunted by this jester? And why do we hear these, like, ringing bells? It's the bells from his jester costume hat for Halloween. Or not Halloween, fucking New Year's. That's a bit weird, actually. Why are they doing costume parties for... Oh, whatever. But yeah, you see Rufus go through the 5 stages of grief. It's denial, bargaining, anger, I'm forgetting one of them, and acceptance. And it's actually really sad by the time you get to the end of it, because he doesn't have his little mask on, and, you know, you've seen him beg and plead and bargain and denial and everything, and then one last insult, Madeline grabs his mask and puts it on him, and he's just silent the entire time. He has no more words, and they put the mask on him and finish sealing him inside the fucking wall. And like, Rufus is obviously a piece of shit, but you can't help but feel bad for him in that moment, where it's like, God, that is just a horrible fucking way to go. And they do explain that, yeah, the poison is in... They put poison in his wine, cyanide, so, like, he's not even going to last until morning anyways, but just having to experience that, like, Jesus fucking Christ. And that's why Madeline and Roderick were trying to build an alibi at this bar. So, end of the night comes at this bar, and it's just those two left and the barkeeper, Verna. And she offers them a deal. You will live a life, a very comfortable life. You will be rich. You will never have to face justice for the things you do. Blah, 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 blah. But the entire Usher family line dies out with you. When Roderick Usher leaves the stage, the entire family takes a bow and leaves as well. Do you agree to the deal? And both of them do. It can't just be Roderick. Madeline had to agree too. And they have a drink over it. The pact is signed. And,
which is incredibly, like... That is frustrating. So it undermines the whole rest of things. So there was no choice for any of them, really. They're all going to die.
They were all going to die regardless.
Yeah. There was no redemption arc for them. There was no chance to, like, survive this.
Yeah.
They were slated to die no matter what.
I like the pact in concept, but I can't help but feel that it made the entire rest of the show feel pointless. Up until this point, like, what was the point of any of it? It's just them dying because that's the pact that was signed. They were all gonna die. There's no way out of it. There's no redemption or anything. It's just, God, it is frustrating and fucking disappointing. And this is something I've said to both Pagan and Setch. I feel like the ending to Hill House does more damage to the characters and world, but I like this a lot less. I could still watch those first 9 episodes of Hill House and really enjoy them because there's a lot of good character work and build-up that, while we don't see a good conclusion to, it's still a good like a really good story playing out. In retrospect, House of Usher, I feel the ending ruins the entire show, where I can't watch it again knowing what happens. Not because it has a bad ending, but it's the knowledge that everything that's happening is fucking pointless. It's just torture porn at that point, basically. Especially
they're
when
not being killed because of the people they are. They're being killed because of a deal their parents made, or the parent and aunt made. Yeah,
that they had no control over, they had no say in. There's no... Like, they were just doomed from the start, essentially. And I mentioned it earlier, I find this especially annoying in the case of Leo, because, again, he's the most sympathetic character. He's, like, the best of all of them, aside from Lenore, who we've barely talked about. And, like, his death just seems needlessly cruel, given that he's not a terrible person, but he has to go through this, like, crazy situation, this insane mental stress of this evil cat that doesn't even exist that's haunting him, that's, like, fucking everything up for him and making him miserable. Like, it is...
He's already set to die, you know? It's like he's already going to be put to death at a far younger age than he should be.
Yeah.
But he doesn't even get a choice in the matter, and he's just tortured to death. And it's like, but why? What was the point of that? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why did you even offer a choice to the others if you weren't gonna do that for the people that actually deserve it?
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's almost sort of a similar situation for Tamerlane too, where like she's being tormented, and while she's not a good person, I don't think she necessarily deserves to be tormented in the way she is.
Yeah.
It's just cruelty for the sake of cruelty. It feels like.
Mm-hmm.
Which again undermines the whole thing because they go on a whole spiel about how Verna is like punishing the wicked and things like that, and that it's all Roderick and Madeline's fault that we have the opioid epidemic now and everything. It's like, oh yeah, no, it has nothing to do with a country on the southern border. No, nothing like that. That has nothing to do with it whatsoever. It's
Yeah, so
all the
that's
pharmaceutical companies.
that's when we start getting into the woke stuff in the final episode, where it gets just really bad with how much they want to inject modern politics into it, where they
Yeah.
actually do try to blame the opioid epidemic on like capitalism and big pharma and not where it's actually coming from, which everyone knows where it's coming from. And they directly point out a couple of times where they're showing like images of like everyone that Verna has been in contact with in the past.
Other
And it's,
ruthless, evil peoples.
yeah, basically people who sold their souls to the devil to get to where they are. And they showed Trump in one of the images. And it's like, okay,
Yeah.
that's a little weird, but whatever. We'll move on from that. Then we get to the final episode, and Verna just straight up says, like, oh, yes. And as one of my best, or as like one of my favorite deal brokers said, like I could shoot someone in Fifth Street Avenue in front of everybody and I would get away with it. Literally trying to be like, yeah, like Donald Trump sold his soul and he's an evil person and
Yeah.
all this other dumb shit. And they just have like this whole fucking tirade about all this other woke shit that's going on in the world. And it's just
At least
really tears it down.
Part of that tirade I was okay with because it came from Madeline, who is shown to be a hardcore misandrist and an evil piece of shit all throughout, so you're not supposed to, like, agree with what she says. She's supposed to come off as the delusional, crazy piece of shit. But then, no, Verna kind of just confirms it for her.
Yeah.
It's so stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then we get the stuff at the end with Augie, and it's just like, okay, yeah, no, they're literally... this was just the episode to be like, okay, we're going to go through our check boxes now of everything woke we need to put into the show.
Yeah.
I guess the only thing, like, we are still leaving out a lot because we don't want to be here talking about it all day. This is like a quick summary. Quick being 2 hours, but you know how it goes. I guess the only thing left really is Roderick and Madeline's death, and Lenore. Right?
Yeah.
So, Lenore... Verna appears to Lenore in her room in Roderick's mansion since he's taken care of her now because her mother is, like, under intense care for having her skin melted off and her father is dead. Verna tells Lenore, your mother is going to make a full recovery. It's going to take a long time. It's going to take years and either hundreds or thousands of skin grafts, but she does make a recovery. And she founds a charity in your name that saves millions of people. I just want you to know that. She touches Lenore on the forehead and Lenore dies. Because it's the entire Usher family bloodline that's being wiped out here due to the deal. Madeline, Roderick invited to the old family home. This is where he's talking to Augie the entire time, giving his confession. And he had poisoned her, and he was essentially giving her an Egyptian burial where a lot of their valuables are in the house around them in the basement. He took out her eyes and replaced them with these two sapphires that are supposed to be like the eyes of a goddess. And this is one of the exceptionally unsatisfying parts about this show. There's two, actually. Number one, all throughout the entire show, I think it's every episode, you hear both banging downstairs, just like a random rumbling or banging, and Roderick gets a text from his granddaughter, Lenore. The banging turns out he didn't poison Madeline well enough and she was still alive. Either that or Verna allowed her to live, because we saw earlier that Madeline tried to kill Roderick, and Verna's like, you're not going out that easily, and literally saved him from death with her magic. So yeah, Madeline was banging around downstairs the entire time, but somehow didn't make her way up. Didn't hear them upstairs, I guess. I don't know. He was getting texts from Lenore all night, even though she was already dead, because Madeline was working on an AI program to essentially allow a form of immortality where all your social media and, you know, you give a test about yourself, giving this program information so a digital version of you can live on. And the text he's been getting all night is from Lenore is versions and sometimes corruptions of Nevermore from the Raven poem, because that's the woman in the Raven that the narrator misses because she's dead. We do get a small excerpt of the Raven during the episode. It's not bad. But yeah, Madeline eventually wanders up from the basement, and, like, you think she's going to get a terrible death because she's kind of the catalyst for all this. She's the mastermind behind Roderick becoming who he is. She's
literally the
most evil. She's the worst
evil
of them. By far.
Yeah.
And, she chokes out Roderick. I don't know if he dies from the choking, but for some reason, this entire old house begins to collapse and buries them both. And you assume they both died from that. Well, they had to have. We literally see their graves.
Yeah.
And I find it to be a really unsatisfying end for these characters. Because you could have gone two ways for Roderick, one way for Madeline, I think. Madeline had to have a gruesome death. Just think of the other horrible deaths we've seen. Perry got his skin melted off. Camille got torn apart by a monkey. Leo, he fell, that wasn't too bad. Vic stabbed herself, that wasn't too bad. I mean, they're deaths, of course they're bad, but, like, they could be a lot worse. Tamerlane died in fucking fear, like, getting cut up by glass, getting pierced through the fucking back with a gigantic shard of glass. And then, Froderick was fucking paralyzed watching the pendulum fucking slowly descend and bisect him. All, like, most of those are really, really horrible deaths. And then Madeline, the worst of them, seems to get off very easily in comparison, where, a house collapses on her. Roderick, he should have either had a really terrible death too, because he is responsible for a lot. Like, Verna literally says millions upon millions of deaths are at your feet. You're my top 5 killers. Yeah, this is your legacy. You're my top... in my top 5 killers. And he gets choked out. He should have either had another gruesome death as well, or, for confessing his crimes, for admitting to everything, he should have gone peacefully.
Yeah. And that's the other part that pisses me off, was that Verna makes him contact Augie. So that takes away his entire agency. I thought this was him having free will to confess.
Yeah. Because she says, when she talks to Madeline in the house, the chairs are there, and she's like, oh, these are for the boys later on.
Yeah, but then she straight up, as he goes to the Fortunata Tower and everything, she's like, now, you're gonna go contact Augie. I'm like, oh, fuck off.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Took away his entire agency.
Yeah. And I agree with Legalizer 0956. Madeline and Roderick got off way too easily. They were the deal makers, the reason for this whole carnage. Yeah.
Yep.
Like I
Yeah,
said,
like
if,
I would have been fine if Roderick got off easy if it had been his choice to talk to Augie and him setting everything and telling how his children died and everything. I
But
think that
that's-
would have been a good choice.
that's
of
actually
him.
that's actually kind of one of the worst parts too. Though is the whole confession is made to be meaningless by his death. Like Augie
Yep.
says, "Yeah, this isn't worth anything anymore," and leaves the recording at his grave.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, and speaking of the graves, when
Mm.
Verna places things that are important to each of the people on their grave to like highlight who they were, and then she gets to Frederick's grave and she just puts a bag of coke and it's like that wasn't who Frederick fucking was, you idiot. Jesus Christ.
It's
Yeah.
weird that Frederick has so little character to him, considering like he survived the longest out of all the children. He should have
Yeah.
been the strongest out of all of them. I forget what Perry had for his grave.
His was the I say it was a masquerade mask, the one
Oh,
that
it
he
was?
wore, not the one that she put on him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Camille had her phone.
Yep.
Leo had the cat collar, which that's actually a little strange too, because it wasn't his cat.
Yeah.
Victorine had the heart thing.
Yep.
What's her name had a golden jewel. Tamerlane. It was
Yeah, like
a
the
golden
scarab.
beetle, a scarab.
Yep.
And then Frederick had a bag of coke.
Yep. And then Lenore had a raven feather with a white flower on it.
Yeah, because like she's the only one Verna respected, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, I hate the fact that Lenore's mom, Frederick's wife, like, gets off to be, like, a good person. It's like, no, she was literally betraying her husband and everything. Like, she's not a good person either. I'm sorry. I hate this modern crap of, like, oh yeah, women sleeping around is totally fine. It's like, no, it's not. It's not when men do it either.
To be fair,
I hate
she
that
didn't
crap.
actually get to the point of sleeping around there, but there's
But she fully intended
implications.
to. Yeah.
I'm not going to say she fully intended to. She might have been curious. She might have. In an
She showed
alternate.
up to an orgy. I'm sorry.
I know, but she didn't seem super into it while she was there, you know?
Mm.
Yeah,
'Cause
she
she
could
was
have been
standing
having
off to the
second
side.
thoughts. And
It
it all
could've-
happened before, she ever got the chance to even make the decision to actually go through with it.
Yeah.
Was
'cause-
when and then the acid comes. It's like, so we can't really say for sure that
'Cause-
she was going to do any of that stuff. She could have just been there for like the thrill of being there.
Yeah, because that's what I was going to say. It could have been like a spur of the moment, okay, I'll check this thing out. And then you
Yeah,
start
by the way,
having
yeah,
like
she knew it
regrets
was
or
an
second
orgy.
thoughts or whatever.
But yeah, Thief, she knew it was an orgy. She knew that was the entire point of it.
Yeah,
Very
she did know it was an
specifically said.
orgy. She was outright expressly told what this was going to be by Perry. And she went because she wanted to do something different. She wanted to be adventurous, and she didn't just want to be a housewife. She wanted to go do something more adventurous, I guess you could say. But then when she got there, she kind of had this like apprehensive nature about her the whole time.
Yeah.
And she never actually got a chance to do anything before the acid came down. So we can't say for sure that she ever actually like fully intended to actually cheat on her husband. She just went there. But yeah, so she puts all the stuff on their graves, and Augie shows up to the graves, and he has his own little like speech about it. And just kind of out of nowhere, he's just like, yeah, and I'm gonna go back with my husband, and we're gonna be happy together, and you could take your fucking confession, it's worthless now. And he throws the fucking recording of everything from that night on Roderick's grave, basically showing that it was completely worthless. But also, it just felt so out of place for him to be like, oh, I'm with my husband, fuck you. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
okay, you fucking... I hate this. I hate when like a character's entire personality boils down to I'm gay, fuck you, and I'm just like, oh my god, you're literally a worthless character now. Like you're just a token,
Yeah.
which sucks because throughout the show he was really good. I was actually really enjoying his little in betweens with him and Roderick.
Yeah. I really
then that
liked
just
their
kind of-
interactions during each of those, like, we're in the house sitting down talking scenes. Their interactions were great.
Yeah. And it was because of those scenes. Like I know you said your favorite character was
The Pim Reaper.
yeah, the Pim Reaper. Mine was Roderick because I liked all the little like back and forth. I liked that he was getting development and a character, and we got to see like all the little tidbits that made him who he was in the conversations with Augie. It was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just did not like that it was all undermined at the end. Like, I can't say that he's my favorite character because he, like, the weird mixed messaging, awful modern day politicking of the show just ruins it.
Yeah, it does, unfortunately. Like he was my favorite character right up until the end, and then it's like, oh, you just have like no self-agency, nothing.
I also hate the fact that he's fully aware that Ligadone is like addictive and everything like that, and he's a terrible, horrible person. I found it way more interesting with the fact that, based off of his earlier speech, that he was somebody who wanted to actually change the world and stop people's pain. That was way more compelling and interesting to me as a character.
Yeah.
But no, he knows that it's bad and everything, and it's terrible, and like all this stuff. And she even calls him out, "Don't kid a kidder," thing like that.
Yeah,
So
because then there was the whole thing with Juno where he just like straight up admits like, "Oh yeah, I married you because you soak up Ligadone like a fucking sponge and don't die from it like everyone else. So you are literally my golden." Yeah, you're the miracle. You're my golden ticket to ensure that this drug stays on the market because I can always just point at you as proof. And she's like shocked by this. Like, that's really the only reason you love me. And yeah, that's literally it. It's literally just, yeah, you're a fucking junkie whore that I found and I picked up off the street and I made you into basically a goddess. And all you have to do is choke down my fucking drug.
Yeah. And I hate that fact. I hate that fact. I found it way more compelling that he was somebody who the chemist said it wasn't addictive and everything like that, and he's just in denial that it's addictive. Yeah. And like, how much more compelling of a character he would have been if he had seriously, like, at the end, defiant to the end, he's like, I took away people's pain.
Yeah.
Yeah. I changed the world for the better. I did something with my life and all that kind of stuff, and then
yeah, it's not my fault that they abuse the drugs. That is not my fault.
Yeah. I would have much preferred that than him just straight up like acknowledging later, yeah, of course I know it's addictive. I don't fucking care. And it's like, oh, well, that kind of undoes the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really disappointing, too, because those first 6 episodes, if you give a bit of leeway to Leo's episode, are really strong. Like,
yep.
I was almost on the edge of my seat to know what would happen next. We were watching 2 episodes at a time. We watched 2 on Monday, we watched 2 on Tuesday. I worked Wednesday and Thursday. We were going to watch 2 Friday and 2 Saturday. But after the 2 episodes on Friday, we were like, fuck it, we're finishing it. This is too good to not finish. And of course, the last 2 episodes were crap. And ruined the entire show, especially the last episode ruins the entire show. It's like, fuck. You had something really good here, and now, like, the stank of the ending just permeates through the entire rest of the show now. Because, like, someone said the torture porn thing earlier in chat, that's basically what it is now. Now that you know what the ending is, like, you know what? I can rewatch Haunting of Hill House, because, yeah, the ending sucks, but there's still all those good moments. They have meaning. There's a lot of great build-up. Here it's just, what is everything leading to? Oh, it was all going to happen anyways. It was predetermined, essentially, that everyone would die. It's not people failing to do the right thing. It's people dying because they were destined to die at this moment.
Yep.
Yeah.
It just doesn't matter. And the fact that the fact that we get like a red herring throughout the show that, oh, you actually do get a choice. It's just they weren't making the right choice. And it's like, no, it wouldn't have fucking mattered. It wouldn't have mattered if they made the right choice. They still would have died.
Yeah, the only difference is whether their death was like a clean, simple death like Lenore, or if it was getting melted like Perry.
Yep.
Yeah.
And even with characters like Lenore, where it's like they literally did nothing wrong, they were the best of the best, and they still just die because, oh, well, there was a deal made like before you were ever born, so you're just dead because fuck you.
And see, you could have at least saved it a little bit, I think. And I explained this idea to Pagan already. I don't know what you're going to think of it, Setch, but I'm interested to hear your opinion. They could have saved it a bit if at the last moment, Verna came to Roderick and said, okay, I am willing to renegotiate. This is your option. Lenore gets to live, but so do you. With that confession out there now, you have to answer for your crimes.
Yeah, basically taking
and then
away.
That could have been his true redemption of him saying like, yes.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
So that Lenore, who is literally the best of us, who is Annabelle Lee, because again, it's revealed that Roderick really did love Annabelle Lee, but Madeline poisoned him. Poisoned him, metaphorically speaking.
Yeah.
She corrupted him. And Annabelle Lee was heartbroken, and it was a disaster. She treated it as like, you were always this evil. How was I such a fool? And so it's like, no. He genuinely loves you. And it's even revealed by Verna that if Madeline hadn't done anything, if Madeline hadn't been the corrupting evil piece of shit she was, he would have been a poet instead. He would have been a broke poet, but he would have been happy. His children would be happy. He would be with Annabelle Lee, and he'd be happy.
Yeah, and Frederick would have been a dentist. Because that's one of the things she mentions, in the other reality, you would have been a dentist, which makes it even more disgusting what you did with the pliers. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they would have been able to... See, I don't know if it would completely redeem the show, but at least it would be a bit of a saving grace that, yeah, he answers for his crimes, that's his redemption. The cost of saving Lenore is him answering for his crimes and facing judgment and punishment for the evils he's done.
Yeah, essentially retracting a part of their original deal of like, yeah, the whole consequence, the no consequence thing. I'm taking that back, but it's like, but then you get Lenore.
Yeah,
she gets to live, and it's like, yeah, that would have been so much more meaningful if he took that deal of like, yeah, I'm gonna go to prison. I'm gonna be the big bad guy that everyone's gonna hate forever, but at least Lenore gets to live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been way better, I think.
Wow, perfect timing on that. Hello,
yeah, that was
TruePop.
pretty well perfect timing.
If you're speaking, I can't hear you.
Yeah, you might have muted yourself.
God, I will say, though, that one part, though, with...
Let's try not to spoil now that he's here. I don't know if he's seen it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is insanely good timing, though, pretty much. Like, we basically just finished. I was wanting to talk about that one thing with Arthur Pym at the end of the final episode. Well, not the end of the final episode, but in the final episode. We talked about part of it already, but I wanted to get the earlier part. But it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. Okay, I'll say this then, so it's in a way that it doesn't actually spoil anything. Oh, and he's gone.
Rip.
Well, now that he's gone, I could just say... God damn it! Okay, fine.
You're right, Megan. You're right.
Okay. There was a part in the final episode that, when it happened, it was so egregious that I couldn't help but speak up during the episode as it was playing, where I was like, yeah, I don't know about that. I might have to take points off for that. Like that genuinely will probably bring down this entire episode.
That was the Fifth Avenue comment.
Yes, it was the Fifth Avenue comment, and it was so blatantly fucking political that I just couldn't fucking look past it, where it was like, yeah, no, that is just so egregiously bad of like taking a contained story and injecting your fucking politics into it that I just can't sit here and ignore it. It's just that blatantly bad.
Yeah.
Mhm. Also, you might have noticed in the whole Verna thing when she was going through all of the evil peoples, did you notice something about all of the evil things? There was a particular party that was ignored the entire way through.
Yeah, I did see that. That was really annoying as well, because they were going through all these like images of like, oh, Ronald Reagan, and it was always one side, and it's like
Romney and Trump, and it's like, oh god, yeah.
Yeah, it's like I'm noticing a disturbing lack of other really
Where are
bad
the
people in
Clintons?
here.
Where are the Pelosi's? Like, where, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like where's the other, people who are like well known for being crooks and criminals on the other side? I'm noticing a distinct lack of all of them.
Yeah.
Oh, it says he can't hear us for some reason.
He probably has to go into his sound settings. Hold on.
Okay, while you guys do that, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zuckerberg was one of the people in the pictures where they were literally like fucking apparently they're friends with Zuckerberg, like the characters in the show where they actually knew him.
Yeah, they're like, oh, she got Zuck too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, the whole McAfee thing, like, it's only been like a year since he died, and they're literally being like, oh yeah, he sold his soul to the devil and he died because his time was up and shit like that. And it's like, he just fucking died. Jesus Christ.
And keep in mind, like, this was likely written and filmed a year or two ago.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, man, they were like, as soon as that shit happened, they were on it. They were like, yeah, put that shit in there. And it's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Oh, that was the overlay I turned off. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to turn off that because we're done talking about it now. Yeah, I can't help but be disappointed in it. It's... God, I hate this kind of frustration where you have something that's really, really good, and then it just... The ending is so bad that it ruins it, like the rest of it retroactively. I think I like the show a lot less now than before the stream, now that we've gone through, like, a big part of the things.
Yeah, same.
$10 from Harv3034. Thank you. Well, we managed to avoid it for 3 hours, but time to suffer through abject garbage with cinema wins. Can't y'all talk about disappointing TV finales instead, please? I won't call you a furry anymore. Well, I'm not a furry, so, you know. I don't know if TruePop can hear us, but I still can't hear him if he's talking.
Yeah.
Technical difficulties, everyone.
I'm not sure why, because the last time he was on, it was working fine. So I'm not sure why he's having...
It says RTC connecting.
It might be his internet, but we also might have to restart the call, because we've had that happen before.
Maybe?
It could be. It could just be one of those things where we have to leave the call and come back.
Fuck. Yeah, maybe.
Hold on, let me just try leaving and see if I can hear him.
Well, I haven't seen his thing lighting up, so...
Yeah. And if he can't hear us, I can't really tell him, like, hey, start talking now, so...
Yeah. Has TruePop restarted his Discord? I usually get the RTC issue fixed by restarting. I'll mention that. Can you restart Discord? That might fix it. I doubt it, but could he be deafened? We'd see the icon if he was.
Yeah.
So the message of this show is punishing people because of the actions of their parents is a good thing? No.
No, it never portrays any of this stuff as a good thing. It's just annoying that...
Yeah, and they didn't die because of what, like, the parents' actions, like, actions in life. It's them dying because of the contract they agreed to. You get this, but in return, your entire family will eventually die.
Yep.
Your bloodline comes to an end.
And their actions have no say in anything. It doesn't matter how good they were always going to be killed no matter what. There was never going to be a loophole or a changing of the contract for them or anything. And it just makes it so much worse that some of them that were genuinely good people were basically just tortured for just extremely cruelly for no reason, when it's like they're already destined to die. You've already sealed their fate because of a deal before they were ever born, and now you're just fucking being mean to them before you kill them. That's just fucking completely
it's
unneeded.
Shitty. It's unneeded. It comes across as incredibly unsatisfying.
Yeah. Especially when the only one who gets any kind of not even a redemption, just literally just I'm not going to horrifically torture you before you die, is Lenore. Even though we saw Leo was just all around seemed like a good person. And
aside
then
from
you had
the drugs and thinking he killed a cat and covering that up. But again, that was all in his head.
Yeah, that was in his head.
So
and then you had what was her name again? The Goldbug girl.
Tamerlane.
We actually start to see a bit of a redemption with her, where she actually starts to she despised Juno, and then now she's actually starting to open up and be like, okay, maybe I've treated you poorly, and she's actually coming to terms, and she actually tries to apologize to her husband and go back on everything, but because she's being tortured, basically it gets taken away from her, even though she tries to do it. It gets taken away from her against her will.
I remember when we were watching that episode and she was nice to Juno. I was like, I was not expecting that. I was expecting her to be a piece of shit.
Yeah, I was fully expecting her to just be a piece of shit, and I was kind of hoping...
It was genuinely an endearing moment to the character.
Yeah, and I was kind of hoping that it was is she actually going to be the redemption? Is she actually going to change her ways and become a better person, and then therefore be spared? But then, we get to the ending, and it's like, no, she was never going to be spared. It didn't matter.
We already knew she was dead, though, from the start.
Yeah, we do, but it's still annoying that it's that they're showing that there was another choice that they could have been made to have got them out of this, but then we find out that no, there actually wasn't.
Can you hear us, TruePop? He has muted himself here, so I don't know if his microphone is working or not. But it is an actual mute this time, rather than, things being fucky, you know?
I'm alive.
Yes, we can hear you. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Sorry, slight Wi-Fi trouble, but I downloaded Discord for the first time in forever, and that seemed to solve the issue.
Oh. Well, at least you got it fixed.
Yeah. So.
Have you seen Fall of the House of Usher at all?
I've heard of it, haven't seen it. I think it's on Netflix, right?
Yeah, that actually kind of works out perfectly, because we just talked about... We spoiled everything from the show, and it works out that you were busy at the same time, so you didn't get spoiled on it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and the second you arrived, you were pretty much just finishing up.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was perfect timing.
Okay. I don't know. I'm like Gandalf. I arrive precisely when I need.
Anyways, here's the watch together link. We haven't even started the video yet. Like I said,
Okay.
perfect timing. I think Setch said he was going AFK, so we'll wait a couple more minutes for him. How'd your stream go?
Oh, great! I had Aiden Paladin
Yeah,
on
I
my
saw
show.
that.
Yeah. We had to cut it a little short because she was getting tired. But yeah, she was great. Very
Nice.
talkative.
Yeah, I saw you were
So,
talking about the Daredevil show. I actually
Yeah,
haven't
yeah.
seen that, but I've heard a lot of good things about it.
Oh, you need to get it on top of your list, mate. It's peak Marvel television. It's peak television, to be honest. And yeah, it's definitely made me a fan of Daredevil. That show just made me look into Daredevil more and more. Ever since it premiered, I was always vaguely aware of Daredevil, but that show just made me all the more interested in the character. And Marvel right now is just using him like kind of like a. Oh, look at him! He's in the show. Better watch She-Hulk. Oh, look, he's in
Yeah,
Echo. Better watch this.
I heard
And it's
about
just like-
that.
Yeah.
Seems
just
totally
all-
disrespectful to the character.
Yeah. And
I-
the thing is, they fired all the writers, right?
Yeah?
Right. Take a guess what the writers wrote that they fired. The two most famous projects that they wrote.
Oh no. I don't know where to start because there's so many bad things.
All right, I'll tell you. So, one was a covert opera or something like that. Some sort of cancelled spy show that no one watched. Right, that's not really important. And the second thing was Deck the Halls with Danny DeVito. And what's his name? Bueller something? Yeah, he played some Bueller guy. Anyway, it was a
Sandler?
Christmas movie from. Yeah. And it was a Christmas movie from 2006, Deck the Halls, where Danny DeVito wants to put up like all the Christmas lights to see it from space.
Oh. That sounds familiar. I don't think I've seen it.
Let me see.
Well, it's bad. All right, yeah. Have a Google. I shit you not. These guys wrote a 2006 Christmas movie. That's the most popular thing they wrote.
Oh
Oh,
no.
it was Matthew Broderick. Yeah.
Yes, there we go. And Danny DeVito.
Yes.
So
And they're the people they thought, we need these people to write Daredevil.
born again. Yeah.
Well, what is it with all these industries that are, like, well, unfortunately agendized now that you fail upwards?
Yeah. I mean, I think beforehand, right? Like, writers were just an afterthought. Like, oh, the most important thing is CGI. The most important is costumes. Oh, we gotta
The
get
most
the
important
some of
thing,
the actors.
the model.
Yeah. And it's just writers are just like an after. Oh, we can get whoever to write it. Let's just make it quick, product. And now they have to pay writers a little bit more. So it's just like, you know, if we have to pay writers that a little bit more, let's get someone good in the game. I think that's what motivated them firing the writers, not because of they looked at it and said this is shit. Otherwise, they would have looked at She-Hulk, Moon Knight, every one of these Disney Plus shows and thought this is shit. We need to fire the writers and money. They didn't think that. No, it was only after the writers' strike that they look at Daredevil and thought, well, even though they shot some of the episodes, they looked at that show and thought, well, no, we'll fire the writers and directors and start again. So it's unprecedented. That's what it is.
Which is kind of funny when you think about it, because the whole strike for better pay for writers and everything, which they did not deserve, and now it's like, and now they're being fired because of it, and it's like, oh well, now you guys are actually worth something. We actually have to pay more money, so we want to make sure that we're getting bang for our buck. So you're all gone. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
And they deserve it too because they're all terrible writers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, they hire nobodies. Like, for your Daredevil show, like one of the best written Marvel TV show ever, and you hire Danny DeVito Christmas movie writers. It's just, what the hell are you doing? Daredevil deserves better than that. But it's just annoying. I don't have hope they'll hire someone better. Now, here's a bright idea. You could hire someone who wrote the Netflix show, like Drew Goddard, Stephen the Knight. I'm pretty sure they're available. No, I don't trust them that they'll go on a right course from here.
Yeah. It seems like most things are just crap now, unfortunately.
I mean, I could be surprised. They could be like, because it was early September they fired them, and I bet they're looking all over.
Well, I mean, that was the big
Directors, right?
surprise with Honor Among Thieves was the fact that it's a modern day movie, and it was actually really, really good.
It's a modern day movie, and it's an adaptation of, like, a tabletop game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is owned by one of the most offensively woke piece of shit companies there is, which is Grand
Yeah.
Wizards of the Coast.
You see, what I found like with good movies nowadays is they're usually like good by accident. You know, like Picard season 3. Kurtzman said like, "Oh, whatever, I won't pay attention to this. You do what you do." I forget the showrunner's name. And the guy was just a Star Trek fan, really. And you know, he only had a 3rd season. You know, he couldn't work with much backstory. He didn't really reference the other 2 seasons, from what I hear. I watched the 3rd season. Didn't bother with 1 and 2, and yeah, I liked it. And apart from that, they've been just making constant shit Star Trek shows.
Well, that's kind of the thing too,
Yeah.
because the Dungeons and Dragons movie was made by fans, like that they were diehard obsessive tabletop players. That's why it worked out so fucking well. That's why they had such great jokes about like the DMPC. So like the paladin, who's obviously the dungeon master's player character. And his fucking death stare when the sorcerer ruined his entire elaborate, like, this is gonna be a really cool puzzle, guys, and then the fucking one idiot in the party destroys the whole thing and you can't continue.
Yeah.
Like, it was just so well done. It fits so perfectly with Dungeons and Dragons, not just Forgotten Realms, the setting of Faerun, but just a Dungeons and Dragons like roleplay session of a tabletop session of people being and doing stupid stuff.
Yeah.
The barbarian and the bard getting together to make a plot is always terrible. Something bad's gonna happen. You don't let the 2 people who have intelligence as their dump stat make plots.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what other stuff was good by accident. I think maybe Joker, because I know originally it was not meant to be a superhero-esque movie.
Yeah, apparently.
It was originally just meant to be some mentally ill guy.
Yeah, apparently
And
it was
then, you know,
just a standalone script for a movie, and then they slapped the Batman stuff into it.
It worked shockingly well. That's definitely one of those cases of accidentally like amazing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what other
It does feel like we're
stuff.
getting like these are just like, oh, we got lucky sort of
Yeah.
things, because it's like you look at all this other stuff and it's like, oh god, them not making original content is like the worst thing, because it's one thing when it's an original piece being shit, because it's like, okay, well, I'm not invested in it, I don't care if it's shit. But when you take something where it's literally just, oh, well, we're just gonna take, fucking brand here and we're gonna bastardize it, like, oh, Halo, people like Halo, let's make a show about Halo. It just, that kind of shit, and it's like, oh, stop.
They never
Make
made a
your
show
own
about Halo.
shitty fucking sci-fi film
They
show,
don't
whatever.
fucking lie. You hush your lying horse mouth. They did not make a show about Halo. It does not exist.
No, they didn't.
I mean, realistically, they didn't. It was some generic sci-fi nonsense, like a fan fiction. Like that was just disgustingly awful.
I think it works the other way around. Like, we also made by accident the worst show on human Earth. Like, because not much care was put into it either way, and it's just sci-fi shit and just insert into a Halo show. Good God, the things that I've heard about that show. Yeah, they renewed it for a season 2, right?
Yeah,
Unfortunately, yeah.
because they hate humanity.
When is that coming out? I have heard no updates. Like, right after they announced it, they're
I
like,
know,
"Oh yeah,
they got
season 2 is
real
coming."
quiet about it.
Yeah.
After they
Yeah.
announced the second season.
Hopefully it's
Season
one of those
2.
things that they quietly cancel when no one is paying attention. Like,
Yeah.
there's no official announcement, but like, Yeah, we're doing a season 2. Not really though.
Season 2 went into production in September at the moment of writing. It is later in post-production stage. Since its filming wasn't affected by the writers or actors strike, we could expect it to arrive sometime in early to mid 2024.
Well, why don't I just fucking kill myself right now? Jesus Christ.
Yeah. The thing I'm hoping is that they said it was a second season to try to bolster the first season, because the first season did so abysmally bad. And basically everybody except the weirdo losers hated it. Everybody.
Yeah.
It did terrible.
And they kept trying to talk about like how, oh, the ratings are so good, our ratings are so good, and then it's like you look at the actual numbers and it's like, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think you're lying.
It could have been so good as well. Like it could have been so beautiful, and it's just like even the creator of Halo threw them under the bus. I think, although like respectfully, so like not completely. He just said that this is not Halo.
And it isn't.
Yeah.
And again, I can't blame the writers entirely for not being Halo, because they had Frank O'Connor to give them the script, and Frank O'Connor is an idiot who never understood Halo, and he failed upwards.
Oh, what was he involved in? What is his backstory?
Oh
So
boy,
Frank
here we go.
O'Connor- Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah. I promise I will not go on the entire 6-hour long rant for this. Okay.
Oh, you have some
So-
history. Okay.
Yes. Frank O'Connor, or his real name is Frank O'Connor, but Cunter fits so much better for this piece of shit.
Okay.
He was a subpar hack writer who joined Bungie late in its lifespan, and was given a task to just help write some of the lore entries, the Diadac stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So he wrote one that was so bad and contradicted everything that at first it was going to be rejected. But then they decided, you know what? Actually, we could have this worked as like a corruption or like the false Diadact, so that we could kind of say, oh, you don't have to take everything seriously. Because the plan was always that humanity were the Forerunners. Always. That was hinted at in Halo the Fall of Reach. That was hinted at in Harvest. That was hinted at Contact Harvest. That was hinted at throughout Halo 1, 2, 3, and ODST. It was always meant that humanity were the Forerunners. Frank had no idea that was true. He thought the Forerunners were some super superior alien race of beings and things like. He has no idea what Halo is all about, and so he wrote the one entry that contradicts everything else in Halo canon.
Okay.
Fast forward then to now, a lot of Bungie is leaving, and they're working on Halo Reach, which is a god-awful. Halo Reach destroys all of Halo canon. And the reason it destroys all of Halo canon is because guess who was put in charge of it? None other than Frank O'Connor himself wrote Halo Reach. For some odd reason, and I have no idea why, they took the guy who knew nothing about Halo and who actually got everything wrong in the one time he wrote about Halo. They put him in charge of writing for Halo. So he screwed everything up. Halo Reach destroys all canon, lore, and continuity of the entire Halo universe. And then Bungie, of course, nopes out and makes Destiny, and they admitted that Halo Reach was just a beta test for Destiny. In fact, if you look at the code between Halo Reach and Destiny, they are one and the same. Like, that's where they test-bedded everything. It's why Halo Reach does not feel like a Halo game. That's why it's a mediocre game, and then with a god-awful story. So, Frank can't write. No. He did, Gray. He actually revealed that he wrote 80% of it. But they didn't put his name on it. We have the details and tweets on this, Gray. We know that Frank wrote 80% of Halo Reach. It's mad fuck. So anyways, Frank O'Connor writes Halo Reach. And again, they then say that he did such a good job that they actually put him in charge now. He is now the director of all Halo at 343 Studios. He is now the director. He makes all the decisions, which is why he made Halo 4. 5, and Infinite, which are complete dog shit. The story is awful.
The first Halo game I ever played, it was 4.
Yeah,
I
I'm
just thought
sorry for you.
Well, hey, listen, I thought, oh, this is Halo, Halo.
No, I'm not saying that as a bad thing for you. I just feel sorry that you didn't play the actual Halo.
Listen, I didn't get an Xbox like 360 until like my first console was like PS3, so no PS2, then a PS3, and then an Xbox 360, and it was like 5 years in between like each one. So yeah, Halo 4 was like
I got kind of lucky. I played Halo 3 when it came out, and then Halo ODST, and then I played Reach, but I didn't really. I don't know. I didn't hate Reach at the time, but I also didn't love it, and I just kind of fell out of the fandom at that point, and I just didn't buy any of the others. So I didn't get 4, 5, or any of the others. So I got kind of lucky.
Yeah, the campaign seemed incredibly sad on Reach. It's like a war movie, like Band of Brothers thing. It's just everyone dies. It's just like, oh my god.
It's supposed to be. Everybody was supposed to die in hours, not over a month.
Oh.
Like, again, Halo Reach was supposed to be the thing that proved to humanity they could not win. That is what was so important about the Halo storyline. It wasn't that we were just on the losing side, but maybe we could possibly pull through. Reach was supposed to be the thing that proved to humanity entirely that humanity could not beat the Covenant. We could not win. And then they just destroyed that because of the game Halo Reach instead, where it looks like humanity should have won, except for contrived nonsense instead. And I fucking hate it. Because we have the entire Spartan program. In Halo the Fall of Reach was the original canon. They send the Spartans to defend Reach, most of them. They take a few Spartans to go hit this orbital dockyard because one of the ONI ships has Earth's coordinates on it, and it wasn't on the program to delete everything. It didn't have its cold protocol activated. So John, Linda, and I can't remember the third Spartan went to go attack the orbital dockyard because the Covenant realized that one of the ships there was in processing and it hadn't gone through the cold protocol. So they were trying to get to that ship as well. Every single other person that was down on Reach, all of the other Spartans died horribly. And really quickly, too. I can't remember if it was Kelly or not. I need to remember back. Because it's hard to remember all the different Spartans, because they do give them all names, but it's hard to remember specifically who goes where for what. One of them survives with John, which is actually a cool setup for Halo Combat Evolved to explain why there could be 2 Spartans, why you could play split-screen co-op, basically. One of them is supposed to be the other Spartan that survives. And if you play single player, they died to their wounds. If you play co-op, they survive the wounds, and that's how you get a second player in co-op. That was actually a neat little meta thing that they did for the book. There you go. Chaplain Asmodai is right. Linda's the co-op partner. Yeah, no,
So-
it's just so frustrating because
Why do you think the live action show is like incredibly not Halo, like having John
it's because they
constantly without his helmet and stuff like that?
Because they
Yeah,
only
it's
cared about the
because of Frank.
aesthetic and title.
Yeah.
yeah.
It feels like they had an original idea for a show that they wanted to do, but they knew it wasn't good enough to actually like hold its own and become popular. So they got the Halo, like the rights to the Halo franchise title, so that they could, and then just slap some like fucking memorable iconography over the show and call it Halo, and then now it'll be popular by default because of all the Halo fans. That's what it feels like to me.
What was revealed was that they had actually set up with 343 Industries underneath Frank O'Connor's supervision to tell the writers what Halo was, which is why Halo the TV show has nothing to do with Halo, because Frank O'Connor never understood Halo. He never actually paid attention to anything in Halo. He doesn't know anything that happened in the first 4 games, technically. 1, 2, 3, and ODST. He has no concept of what Halo actually is. And he is the man that is in charge of all of Halo, except now, I think he's gone now, finally. thank God, but it's too late. The damage is done.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you have. That's why I can't blame the Halo TV show writers entirely, because if their crash course, like we're gonna teach you everything you need to know about Halo, comes from 343 Industries, the people that don't know anything about Halo, my God, that's awful. Like, of course they weren't gonna understand what Halo was.
It would be like if you replaced the entire Bethesda staff with like new staff, and then they base their next Fallout game off of Fallout 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of,
Or you replace what?
I am so worried about the fucking TV show. The Fallout TV show is going to be dog shit. I can just tell.
Yeah, did you, TruePopCulture 7, did you see that they used an AI-generated image for...
He showed that on stream when I was on there last.
Yeah.
Yeah. People make a big deal about it. These video game adaptations, we're gonna get more of them. We really are. Like
we are, and the hope is that we'll get good ones. Again, Dungeons & Dragons Honor Among Thieves was fantastic. I want more like that.
The Last of Us apparently was good, but I don't know. I hate too much to go back to anything Last of Us related.
Because
everything leads to 2. So why should I get invested in the first season?
Exactly. Yeah. The fact that 2 exists was enough to just make me be like, nah, I'm not watching that shit.
Yeah.
I have. You see, I might be tempted to watch like reviews of 2 and stuff like that just to see. Okay, are they going to fix it or are they going to make it even worse? Like, will they make the same dog shit decisions as they did in the video game? And
I don't think. How would you? I mean, how would you fix it without completely retconning 2 entirely?
Not kill off Joel in like the first 2 episodes.
I mean,
that'd be like the equivalent of the game, like the 2,
Even just killing Joel is just a bad idea in general.
I don't think killing Joel is I think it's a bad idea of how they did it. I don't think killing Joel is terrible in itself. I think the way they did it is dog shit.
Yeah, I think you can make it work.
Okay, I think that is better. That is a better thing to think of it as. Because I could see ways to do it, but Abby...
Not like that. Not like that.
I'm sorry, Abby has to go. She can't. Her entire characterization, motivation, her rationale, her petty nonsense, and the fact that the game didn't understand the fact that she was the villain and it's all her fault for everything.
Also, don't write Ellie to be a complete fucking idiot.
Yes.
And one little fix as well. There's little fixes you can do. Have Ellie actually kill Abby.
Yes. If you do go through with that nonsense, Ellie absolutely needs to gut Abby like a fish.
Yeah. And then that kind of whole revenge goes in cycles and blah, 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 blah. Moral makes more sense. Because, like, okay, she didn't take revenge and she can't play the guitar because she lost the finger, blah, blah, blah. Would that lesson not hit harder if she did kill Abby? And then she can't play the guitar. It's just like...
Also, just
what the hell?
Something I'm curious about. I always assumed fingers would have been a lot harder to bite off than that. Like, it was my assumption that a
through the
human
bone and everything?
probably couldn't do it.
Unless
you had maybe had Tard strength.
She's basically She-Hulk. I mean, look at her.
I mean, that's true. There's a reason, we call Abby a man.
I'm telling you guys, John Cena as Abby, make it happen.
If they actually did that, I would genuinely be like, okay, that is funny.
Just play it completely straight, too.
Yeah, exactly. Like, have all the other characters be fitting, where it's actually like, I could see that person playing this character, and then it just gets to Abby, and it's like, and John Cena as Abby. Like, they literally just take him and put him in a fucking wig, and they're just like, yep, that's it, that's Abby. That would be pretty funny.
Speaking of video game experiences, I've been playing Spider-Man 2.
How are you enjoying that?
I put it in a tweet of my short little review. I've spent 6 hours into the story, so I'm not in the black suit yet. And so far, I would say it's like eating a delicious cake, but it has the occasional hair in it, which is disgusting.
Yeah,
have you moments
experienced
of cringe?
Have you experienced a wonderful gameplay of playing as a deaf woman painted graffiti on walls yet.
I was just about to
A
bring that
deaf
up.
black girl,
I,
little girl.
I tweeted that. Yeah, you probably saw. I was just like that. Like,
It's-
you know that, you guys, you know that meme of like this guy raving at a drive-through like, we need to put minorities and blah 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 and all this blah blah blah, the representation blah blah blah, and the guy in the drive-through just says, "Sir, this is a Wendy's." Well, I'm that guy. Who just says, "Sir, this is a Spider-Man game."
Are you telling me this isn't speak? God, peak Spider-Man gameplay?
It doesn't make me feel like Spider-Man. I'd say that, you know.
How will this help us sell burgers?
I was,
Yeah.
I was thinking that. Burgers.
You know, and you know, people, some people might bitch at me and say, "Oh, TruePop, you're a misogynist, racist. How dare you, bitch about this?" It's just like, I don't care. If she was white, if she was this or that, I'd have the same argument. What the fuck is this doing in my Spider-Man game?
Yeah, the race doesn't matter. It's just the fact that it's there. It's like
Yeah.
I'm here to play as Venom, you know, in the Venom
Well-
suit. I'm here to have fun as Spider-Man, not play as some deaf girl who
Yeah.
graffitis on the wall.
Well, did you also see that they fucked up? They tried to put in the Puerto Rico flag in Spider-Man, and they put in the fucking Cuban flag instead.
I saw that. I saw that. Oh,
And everyone was like, "Well, it's an understandable mistake." And then everyone else was like, "No, no, no, no! You are a paid professional, motherfucker. You don't get to make that mistake."
yeah.
Yeah.
And you know,
I also
did you
have
guys
my
hear?
big problem with the BLM thing. Like, why would you
Yeah.
why would you have a mural to a terrorist organization in your game and be like, "That's so
Yeah.
good"?
Yeah,
you
especially
know,
with recent events. But I mean, they fucked up with the flags before. I mean, they
Yeah.
meant to put in the American flags, and they accidentally put all these weird rainbow flag things in there.
No,
I don't know what the fuck that was about. And then if
Wait,
you
wait,
tried
wait.
to take them out, they got mad about it.
Yeah.
No. All right. Here's the story. All right. I know the details. Right. So there was a guy. Right. He saw the LGBT flag and he thought, you know what? I'll replace that with an American flag. And he put a mod of it. Right on the website.
Yep.
Nexus mods.
Yep.
He got yeeted. He got named all sorts of things and blah 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 blah. The thing is, problem is that he didn't physically change the American flag, right? He didn't download any textures, you know, any repainting tool, nothing like that. All he did was change the coding in the game to set its location to Middle East, and it automatically changed to an American flag. So it was already in the game itself.
Wow.
He didn't do anything. He just, you know, did a bit of this and that, and he got cancelled for it. And it's actually Insomniac who did it.
Yep.
So
That,
What-
I'm
one thing-
wondering if it's the same thing with Spider-Man 2. Like, if I buy this game in the Middle East, are these flags going? There's like times 10 flags in here, and there's even flags I don't even know. There's like a purple, white, and yellow, and brown.
Yeah, we call
I have no
those,
idea what that means.
We call those collectively the. Okay, YouTube doesn't like that word. The P flags, and you
You're
can fill in
joking.
what P word we're talking about.
You-
Because
you're
that's
jo-
what all of those are. That's what their entire why they make up all these flags. It's what the end goal is.
You're joking.
No.
Really? I saw
Yeah.
it. Oh, I have it on the stream. No, I have it. I was like wondering what the hell is that flag? It was like in a little cup in the one rainbow flag and one
The
that
flag
flag.
itself will mean some kind of neurodivergent nonsense, right? The end
Dude.
goal of having all the flags, though, is to create as much confusion and disorientation as possible in
Good
little
God.
ones.
And
That's why they were created to begin with. That's
Uh,
why the entire concept of gender was created to begin with, and pronouns.
Oh. Black Cat is a lesbian, by the way.
It's really
of
Yeah.
course. I mean, of course.
She got
I wasn't
rejected by
surprised.
Peter. So, yeah. I mean, a sexy female character, yes, has to be female. Has to be lesbian. Well, I can't speak.
However, Thief says in chat, TruePopCulture, that was a myth. There was no Arab mode of it, but he did use code that was
Oh.
already in the game. So
Oh, okay.
he didn't like make new assets. He reused assets that were in the game.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I just heard it. I guess misinfo. Sorry about that. But what I want to say. Oh yeah, Harry also mentioned in the game. He's making like a Emily May Foundation kind of new building, and it's just like he made sure to hire a diverse board for that company. I'm like, oh great. So no one based on their skill, just they had to be diverse. Harry, that's great. I guess Norman was his father who funded the whole thing was happy with that because, he could get the BlackRock money, get that ESG score up, and he'd get that money. So stuff like that, just. And there's an annoying podcaster as well with like purple tipped hair. There's Jonah, and there's this other podcaster now as well, like this YouTuber who updates like stuff on the neighborhood. I'm like, thank God you can mute her in the pause menu. There's like a setting to mute her, and then just hear Jonah. It's just like, thank God I uncovered that.
Nice.
So overall, I think the worst thing about the Spider-Man games is one is MJ. That's not MJ at all, and two is kind of the open world. Some of the side missions are kind of really, really stupid and pointless, like the Death Girl. Some of them are actually good because, I know Spider-Man is like your friendly neighborhood. All right, he helps maybe a lady cross the street or something, and there was a sweet moment where Spidey Peter Parker sits next to an old man, and the old man like asks him, Spider-Man, have you ever felt love and blah, and he was reminiscing about his wife. Those scenes are kind of wholesome, right? Those I don't have a problem with. What I have a problem is all these stupid eco missions as well, and these spray painting on graffiti, shit that doesn't have anything to do with Spider-Man, really, when you get down to it. And the more I play these Insomniac games, the more I seem to like Batman Arkham games, because I never had this in a Batman Arkham game when I was like, this doesn't feel like a Batman side mission, I guess. It all feels in the vein of Batman. Like everything feels like a part of the world that he's in. And here it's just like, it's got like, I don't know how to describe it, Californian sensibilities.
Yeah, exactly. It just feels like we have to have these little moments and characters to show, to like subtly put our beliefs and our, like you said, their sensibilities into it.
Yeah, and it's just like that stuff is going to age like milk.
Yep.
In like 5 years, maybe 10 years, people are going to look at that and just point and laugh. What the hell were you thinking? But they can't help it because it's Spider-Man. That's so more popular than our ideas. Let's put our ideas in there.
Yep.
It's going to be a good piggy bank. Anyway, sorry for ranting about Spider-Man, but yeah.
That's fine.
Anyway,
it's okay.
It's just IP leeching again and again. Like everything they do, it's always IP leeching.
And, I'm liking the Harry story and between Peter and I'm not up to the symbiote suit yet. I'm hoping to get to it eventually. And I like the combat. You can parry now as well, even though I can't parry for shit. I have a delayed reaction. So there's stuff I like about it, and there's stuff that's I find cringe. And I just want some escapism. Is that really that hard to ask for? Is it hard to ask for like a what Batman had? I want what Batman had a game. I want the Spider-Man game like that. It's not really too much to ask for. I guess Batman Arkham games were peak, so can't really.
Yeah, but they treat that as like foreboding now. If like, oh, you want escapism in your video games? What are you, racist? Like, what, you don't want to hear about the plights of these poor people just because we're putting it into your video games?
What, you don't want to put air drones that scan the atmosphere as Spider-Man? What, are you crazy? Are you a climate denier? It's just like,
exactly. Yeah, I fucking hate it. It's just so frustrating and annoying. It's just getting to the point that, like, people are getting fed up with this shit. It's just all coming to a head at some point.
Yeah.
Because, like, in 10 years' time, we're going to probably value something different. It's going to be global cooling in 10 years' time. Oh, how the world is
please God, please God, let there be global cooling. I want winter.
I doubt that'll be the new thing because remember the climate activist grift, this fake nonsense has been going on for decades and decades and decades, and they always say just 5 more years, just 5 more years.
Yeah, people have been finding.
The grift will never end.
People have been finding articles as far back as 100 years ago saying, like, there's only in a decade it'll be too far gone.
Yeah. Always just around the corner. Just around the corner.
When
You
did-
gotta
love when they
get
make-
the activism now.
Remember
I
the
love when they
movie
make these
2012?
statements and then they delete their tweets like several years later when it doesn't happen.
When
That's
did-
hilarious.
When did Al Gore's movie come out, Inconvenient Truth? That was like 2005?
Hang on.
Either way, in that movie, he said there's like 10 years before the polar ice caps are gone. It sure does suck that the 2006. It sure does suck that the polar ice caps are now gone forever. We've
Yeah.
lost them.
Yep, the entire east and west coasts are underwater. Yet for some reason we still feel the effects of Californians. I don't get it. It's weird. They're gone, yet they're still here.
Climate change is real. Climate alarmism is cringe. Yeah, see, that's the thing, too, is the climate is constantly changing. It's a natural part of the planet. It's how we've had fucking ice ages before.
Yeah.
It's just
The thing
that...
is, like,
It's just the whole panic of, if you don't get rid of everything that the rich and elite definitely aren't going to get rid of, fucking the world is doomed.
yeah, it's like, okay, I would be considerate in saying that maybe we do harm the earth in some days. You know, we throw so much litter in the sea and bloody blah blah, and it's just like, yeah, definitely we need to clean it up, bloody blah blah. But these people are sometimes just so insufferable about it, and it's just like, why don't you just bully China? They're the biggest polluters in the world.
Exactly.
Because-
They never target the countries that do the most polluting, and they never offer any real solutions. They're literally just like, oh, well, you should all just basically kill yourselves right now. Just go ahead, do it.
Yeah.
Kill yourself. You know, stop taking your medication. Stop driving to work. Kill yourself. It's like, well, why don't you just develop...
We need less people in the world, because the carbon they
it's
want
like-
to reduce is you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, well, why don't you just produce technology that people actually want to use so that people will naturally gravitate towards that and replace
Or-
all the stuff that we use now?
Yeah.
Better yet, why don't you advocate for nuclear energy then?
Exactly.
Oh,
Because we know
yeah,
nuclear
yes.
energy will do everything you want it to do. And it actually does give us all the power we would ever need.
That's brilliant. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, nuclear energy.
Yeah. Oh, they hate when you bring up that. They hate it if you bring up
they
nuclear
absolutely
power
hate it.
plants because they immediately jump to like the 2 incidents that exist ever, and they're just like,
But-
no, we can't do it because of this one thing. And it's like, okay, but that was a long time ago, and things have been changed.
And that was also the fucking Soviets, and they were, infamous for being incompetent buffoons.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, what about windmills? Well, windmills are better. It's just like, no. Windmills can kill Creetosis over here, the bloody owl, and all
Well,
sorts
he's not
of
an owl anymore. He
The
has
flying goat,
evolved.
I guess now.
Wow.
He reincarnated, but
Yep.
I killed your kind, Cree.
Yeah, exactly. People, again, windmill sounds great. The wind turbine thing sounds great. I even admit, I thought it sounded great. And then you go to a
And
place
watch the
that
birds
has
underneath.
them,
Yeah, a graveyard of birds. That's
and
what
you
it is.
realize they are horrible. The noise pollution they produce is fucking insane. Like it's just like a barren, lifeless area all around it.
It is a literal trap for all sorts of birds. Yeah.
And then you see these like solar fields that they try to do, and it's like, yeah, there's a reason that those are only really good in the desert because what they do
And
to
then it's like horrifically like look at how big the solar facilities in the desert to power Europe.
exactly. Now put that in a temperate region where that kind of like heat and sunlight will just like obliterate everything in the area, and there's it literally looks like Sauron's castle infecting the forest or some shit. It literally looks like that. It's so bad. And then you have the
what's
fact
even
that
worse about it is like look at the land mass it takes to produce not that much power.
exactly, it's not efficient. It produces a ton of waste. Look at the batteries and stuff that they have to replace every several years. Oh, can't dispose of those.
To start getting to the video.
Oh, okay.
Fair
Three.
enough. Yeah.
I'll be right back. One more.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just... I'm so sick of dealing with these fucking subjects.
It feels nice to vent at times, but it is one of those things where it's like it'd be nice to escape Escapism is a good thing. It
Yeah, and that
genuinely is.
is somewhat supposed to be the point of the show. I would prefer to keep
Yeah.
those subjects restrained to, if they come up in a video, we talk about them.
Yep, fair enough.
Did you really
Okay.
just say you want to watch Cinema Wins? Ew. No, I don't. I don't want to watch Cinema Wins.
I
But
got my blue light.
I'd rather
glass.
bitch and moan about this stuff than watch.
Yeah, I got my blue light glasses.
Nice.
Okay.
all right, we all ready then?
Yes.
Yeah, let us begin the amazing adventure of Cinema Wins. Everything great about Puss in Boots: The Last Wish.
Well,
Sorry about that.
surely this will be a great video and we'll agree with everything because he's going to make good points about a good movie. Surely this won't be fucking terrible at all.
See, the stuff I'm expecting is like the like, wow, it's really meaningful that he's having a panic attack, ding, and stuff like that, and then he won't go into why it's meaningful, or the fact that little like we know how this is gonna go. This is a horrible.
I'm expecting it to be even more fucking brainless and vapid than that. I'm expecting,
Puss in Boots has orange fur, ding.
yeah, pretty much. It's just gonna be really simple things like, oh hey, there's I don't know, I you almost have to kind of bring yourself down to that level to even think of an example of something that fucking vapid and pointless.
It's literally going to be shit like, oh, well, this character is clearly played by this actor. Ding.
Yeah.
Which he has done in the past.
Yep.
All right, well, let us begin the pain train.
And as usual, True Pop, if there's any time you want to pause, feel free to hit pause. But there's often pause words between me and Setch too, so if it starts playing again immediately after you
Don't
pause,
worry, that's
it's
because-
probably one of us.
It's because somebody else in the call realized that something was just stupid about what was just said, and you both go to slap the pause button, and one of you is a millisecond earlier than the other, so it gets paused, then turned right back on.
This is
I
gonna
don't know.
suck.
How would you begin to fix that as like a watch together? Like,
You can't.
You really can't. You just have to like speak up and be like, like the only way you could get around it, is to like tell everyone in the call like I'm pausing, which nobody wants to do.
Yeah, it breaks up the flow too much to go, I am pausing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Even I'll admit that this is extra, but honestly, none of us can judge DreamWorks for this new logo. Marvel does it, DC does it. Why shouldn't everyone know what movies you've created? So it's not technically Puss in Boots style opening credits since he isn't in there, but I still like it. It's nice.
I don't.
That was a win?
Yeah, apparently.
I don't like. All right. I don't like the new intro.
I don't like it because it's got stuff like Boss Baby and the Trolls on there. Like, what? I would understand if you had your greatest hits, right? If you had Shrek in there, if you had How to Train Your Dragon in there. I understand that. Like, you're taking a little bit of a victory lap, and you're trying to say, like, hey, this is what we can produce. I would get that. But when you've got Trolls and Boss Baby in there, I'm just like,
Maybe it's best for people not to know that you did those.
Yeah, granted, I like The Bad Guys, too. The Bad Guys is another fantastic movie.
It would be like putting, what was that Will Smith fish movie? Was that Shark Tale?
Yeah.
Oh,
It'd be like referencing Shark Tale in your opening. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, the fish with the slick back fins and the giant lips.
I was a month ago years old when I found out Marty's Scorsese was actually voicing a character in that movie. Because I watched it originally in the Polish dub. That just blew my mind.
What was
Martin Scorsese with the character.
Was he hard on money or something? Jesus.
I have no idea.
Oh my god. Okay, so this is definitely a very minor tangent, but TruePopCulture 7. Do you ever watch the English redub of other foreign language dub movies? So there was one. It was the old Robin Hood movie, the one with the animals instead, and there
Mhm.
was a movie, it was a Spanish dub of the movie, and then for the people in Spain who spoke English, they redubbed it in English, and the
Wow.
translations are wild.
Yeah.
There's
Oh,
those things are just a blast to like experience like
yeah.
someone redubbing back to the other language, but they don't have the other language files for some
Mhm.
reason.
Yeah.
So they
Oh,
just redo it themselves.
yeah. Translations are weird. I'll mention this, then we'll get on with the video. Take a guess what Die Hard is called in Polish. I'll translate the Polish title in
Oh boy.
English. It means glass trap.
I mean, accurate.
That doesn't have anything to do with the title Die Hard. I have
Not the
no idea
title
what
Die
that
Hard,
means.
no, but it's accurate for the scene where he gets his feet torn to fucking shreds.
Yeah,
And
but
they're in a giant skyscraper building, so it's
I,
all
s-
just glass everywhere.
I still think it's stupid. Like
It is
um,
dumb, but it does work. It does work.
no, it doesn't work. I don't like it.
It does work.
It's easy to translate Die Hard, you know. Ciężko umrzeć. It's simple. It shouldn't be that hard. It's just stupid.
I'm sorry, but
Translate the
that
actual
title
name.
does not work. Jesus Christ.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll happily
Uh,
take the odd man out on that one.
It's fine. Okay.
It's a fairy tale right as the wishing star scorches the planet. Puss, don't
What?
What?
Fuck, we need to go back on that. How is that also a win? But hang on.
you've created. So it's not technically Puss in Boots style opening credits since he isn't in there, but I still like it. It's nice to be reminded that it's just a fairy tale right as the wishing star scorches the planet. Puss, don't
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Sure.
Well, I guess sure. Yeah.
It is a fairy tale. I mean, that was established with the other Shrek movies, but okay, yeah, never mind that.
Yeah. That's weird.
walk into the light. Although I guess he does come to terms with death in this one. Spoilers.
Papa! He stepped on my face!
And we will never wash it again. Hygiene lessons and fanaticism lessons. Why is the governor?
That's not a
How is
that's
it-
not a lesson.
Yeah. That's also not a hygiene lesson, and it's not a fanaticism lesson. It's idol worship. It's heroism worship.
Oh, so that probably is actually my most least liked moment in the movie. Because it's like
Yeah.
just that joke that gets done a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. But again, it's also to set up the fall of Puss in Boots.
You know what that joke is usually done for? When some, I don't know, high school loser shakes the hand of a girl and he's like, I will never
Yeah.
wash this hand again.
Yeah.
It's done like in a creepy manner. It's just like that's usually what the joke is done for. But
God,
here it's
that
just
reminds me of the Zoolander one as well, where the guy literally never washed his hand again because he was a hand model. Because they would put watches on his hand, so he put his hand in like a chamber that he carries around, and it has special lighting in it and everything like that. So he literally can't use his hand.
Mm.
And then in the movie, they accidentally smash that chamber because Derek Zoolander's an idiot. And at the end of the movie, when he's there cheering them on, it turns into like this mummified, horrifying thing.
Hmm.
Because he still doesn't wash it or take care of it because
Yeah.
he's an idiot too.
Oh, the next point. Why is the gunner holding a skull in this portrait? Oh. I mean, maybe. The director did say that there's little details hidden in the background, but... Okay, yeah, I'll
Also,
let
it's shown
pass.
that the governor's kind of a piece of shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he's kind of like flaunting his authority over everybody.
Yeah.
I remember watching like this interview with the director, and he like went out of his way to have like the art style, like the fireworks look like they were drawn and stuff like that, and it's just like interesting what he says, and like there's little details over of like as well the wolf being everywhere in the backgrounds and stuff like that. So it's you're reaching a little, but okay, you know what? I'll let that slide. You know, because the
What
theme is.
what I more would have hoped he would have called out here is look at the painting itself. So look at Puss in Boots' hat in the shadow. Look directly to the left of that shadow, and you notice how the painting is literally smeared into the actual painting. Because this was this is an artistic choice they did. All of the stuff isn't perfectly crisp and clear. They have stuff blurred together, lines. This is supposed to be like an actual, like the entire movie itself is supposed to be a painting, an artwork piece. So they have this where the lines aren't clear, they aren't crisp, things are bleeding over into each other, and you have this really like interesting, as if it was like quickly brushstroke style on everything. And again, this is like just a great example to show it. Like you even see the light. The light is all crackly all around Puss in Boots. If you look at the edge of it, you see that the stuff is literally bleeding into each other. Yeah, when I think it was Moodle, Springy, and Rags, I think were talking about this movie. Oh no, it was Meme Repository. When they were talking about this movie, they were talking about this literally is like every frame of picture, the movie. Like, it's incredibly like the art direction and the style they put in this movie is insane.
Yeah, I really love the blending of 3D and what looks like 2D a lot of the time, especially with like the speed lines and action lines and stuff like that.
Yes. And fight sequences in this are fantastic too.
Oh yeah.
Oh, well, there you go.
Skull in his portrait? Kind of makes me think about death. Ah! Yarn beach balls. This whole thing has a rock concert vibe, so that tracks.
I mean, yes. Again, the entire point of the song is like, you know, who is most so incredibly humble, and it's like he's a snarky, full of himself piece of shit.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that is literally the point of all of this. So him acting like a rock star and everything in this is the point.
Getting touched by a blade shadowing.
Oof.
What? I missed that. What?
Getting touched by a blade shadowing, aka he was doing a foreshadowing joke.
Oh, okay.
But again, the reason that they highlight that is specifically for that.
Yeah, that's not necessarily
Chekhov's gun.
foreshadowing. It's him flaunting how good he is. Oh, I'm never touched by a blade. Oh, look, he gets touched by a blade.
Yeah, and that totally shatters that one thing.
I'll be right back. I'm getting a call.
Shatters his entire worldview. Do you want us to continue, Creep? I don't know if I'll be able to answer time. All right. Sorry, he's so shallow. Yeah, I mean, that's cinema wins for you.
He's still got that Star-Lord thing going for him. See,
What? Wait, what? What does that mean?
What?
Yeah, could you explain that? Again, this is just him being arrogant.
Wait. Let's think about this Star-Lord thing. Does it mean that they struggle with his name? Because
No, I think
one of the
it's
guys said
more,
like who?
it's more that Star-Lord will like play off things to try to distract people, and you know, like let people let their guards down, kind of like how he does the "I'm Star-Lord, man." Who? I'm Star. And then that whole time he was actually moving his foot to get it on the grenade so he could kick it back at the two guys behind him. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's what he's trying to get. Is that
right?
And
But still, like,
it work
dude.
here because this is just Puss in Boots being arrogant.
Yeah. I just more details, please. That's what I'm.
Criminal, but also a hero. Maybe that's the shallow words we're getting here. That Star-Lord's a criminal, but he's also a hero.
feels a little different from the first one. Stylistic sparks and swipes from the swords clashing, little sound animations from the boot.
Yeah, it has an actual really good art style. It doesn't look like a CGI movie. If you ever seen the first Puss in Boots movie, you could definitely say if it was a CGI movie, and it felt like it, for sure. It was pretty rough. The movie itself, the story and everything wasn't that bad, but it didn't age well. This feels more like it's going to be timeless.
Mm. I don't even fully remember the first Puss in Boots movie. I can't remember it much. Like Humpty Dumpty was in there.
Yes, Humpty Dumpty
There's
and Puss in Boots were best friends, and they grew up at an orphanage together. And there was tales that Humpty Dumpty spoke about the giants in the sky who live on the clouds, who have the goose that lays the golden eggs, and they could get rich and not be poor anymore.
right. See, to me that is just a forgettable movie. This movie, I watched it twice in the cinema. I very rarely watch movies again in a cinema.
Fair.
So I only watch it once and then I just pick it apart. It's just, I guess I'm kind of poor, cheapskate rather. Don't go much to the cinemas unless I really like it. The point is, unless I really like it, I go for the movie again. And put Last Wish stays in your mind. You instantly connect with the main character. You remember the villain every day now and again because it was so perfect. And the first one is just like, who was the villain again? Some giants?
Well, it was supposed to be Jack and Jill, but it was them. Actually, Humpty Dumpty was the villain all along because he was the mastermind that planned everything.
Sure. That's yeah. You have the
And
literal
Jack and Jill
incarnation
worked
of
for Humpty Dumpty.
yeah. It's literally you have the literal deaf wolf kind of guy, and then you have Humpty Dumpty. It's just
Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't call Death in this. He's not really a villain. He's an antagonist for sure. But the villain is clearly Jack Horner.
yeah, true.
It's just the same as like Goldilocks and Three Bears aren't villains, but they
Yeah.
are antagonists.
I guess also maybe you guys know because you're the expert on everything furry.
Oh,
What 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 why is it that he's a wolf? Death. Is there some sort of fairy tales of Death being depicted as a wolf or something like that?
yes,
That's what I've been
stuff
hearing.
like
German.
it's stuff like Red Riding Hood and everything.
Okay.
Old fables and German tales where we get a lot of the Grimm's fairy tale stuff from. Death is usually a wolf pack or is representative by wolves. So
Back then when
you get
people
that
were
in a
poor.
lot of like fairy tale stories and moral stories of like don't go play in the woods at night sort of thing because the wolf will come and eat you sort of thing.
Yeah,
So
because
they're commonly portrayed as the whatchamacallit, the karmic comeuppance for you being misbehaving or anything. So they became the personification of death.
interesting, because like for instance, like I'm guessing this happened in the old times, because I'm listening to the audiobook of Wheel of Time, the first one. It's just getting started on it, and it's just we're in like a cozy, peaceful town, and the only thing the farmers and peasants are like worried about is like the wolves, because they kind of sometimes eat people, sometimes eat a flock, and I suppose that's in the olden times what they were really worried about is the wolves, is the foxes and stuff like that. And I guess that kind of thing leaves an impression and gets an impression into stories and stuff like that.
Yeah, because it's the thing where the thing that makes wolves so scary isn't that there's one, because you would be afraid of bears and stuff too. But the reason the wolf gets the personification of it is because they hunt you intelligently. They don't hunt by themselves. You do have some lone wolves, but the big thing that happens with wolves is that you'll be attacked by one from the front, and he'll keep you distracted while another jumps at your side or jumps at your back, and it's just that if you see a wolf, death is near.
It reminds me of that story that Pagan heard on some podcast, and he played the podcast bit for me of, it's like winter, the guy is staying at a cabin, but he's out and about, and he sees wolves, and they're coming for him, and he runs back to the cabin and takes shelter in there. And like, I don't actually know if the wolves were coming for me, so he steps back outside, and then they start coming for him again. And he does this a few times for some reason. I forget the exact details, but it was a really cool story. It's like, Jesus, maybe stop going outside.
Yep.
Well, the story was that this guy is like an outdoorsman, and he's got like a film crew setup sort of thing going on, and he had never seen such a massive wolf pack before, and they had taken down a moose on this ice lake, and he went out there to take shots, like, you know, footage, and they saw him and they started like walking towards him, and he thought that was odd because they don't normally do that. And once they like saw that he was like a living person, they started running towards him. So he grabbed up his film equipment and ran back up to his cabin, and they were like right outside of his cabin. And then they went back and they went back out to the ice field. So he went back out there to get more shots of them. And they once again tried to chase him. And he realized, like, if this massive wolf pack is going to be in this area and I'm living around here and I have to hunt, because that's the only way he gets food. He hunts for his food. He's not going to the store and getting it. He has to hunt. So he's like, I don't want to be out here while this massive wolf pack is going to be out here as well, trying to hunt me because they see me as prey. So he went out there, and when they tried to charge him again, he shot like 2 of them and dropped them, and then that made the wolf pack scared of him, and they stopped chasing him after that.
Yeah.
So yeah,
That's a really good story. I like it.
yeah, it was a very interesting story. Those are the episodes I actually like of Joe Rogan's podcast. I don't really care for his other stuff, but I do like those.
Yeah.
Here looks hand painted. I worry we might be taking the wrong lessons from Mitchell's versus the Machines in Spider-Verse, but I'm down. It's beautiful. And hey, he's keeping his sword parries in time with the music, so that's taking the right lesson.
We played way too much of that footage at once. We're probably going to get hit for that.
But yeah, and again, it's like he's just saying the thing that's happening here that like everybody could see, right? Yeah, he's doing the sword parries in time with the music. I mean, that's why they highlighted him so much and give you the ting sound and the spark and everything of the parry. Like it's just him showboating. And all of this here is just to set up the fall.
Yeah.
Like this is the setup for the payoff that is his first confrontation with the bounty hunter.
Yeah. Which is why it annoys me so much when he did the whole, this is foreshadowing thing. It's like, foreshadowing is subtle. This is setting up something very clear to be dealt with in the story.
Yeah. And especially here very, very soon, very close.
Remember this other movie? It's the height of this moron's observations, isn't it? Yep.
Yeah, that tends to be cinema wins in a nutshell. He did one where we were trying to figure it out there for a little bit, Kree, of like, hey, you still got that Star-Lord thing going on. And it's like, what? Eventually we kind of settled on the fact of maybe he means that Star-Lord's a criminal, but he's also a hero, and Puss in Boots is a criminal, but he's also a hero.
But Puss in Boots has been around longer.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, this is literally just I need to make a reference to something else that maybe more people would know.
15 Malaysian ringgits from Pendikar Mando. Thank you. Morning, Stags. Sorry I haven't been able to watch much from newer Stags because the schedule changed for me. But are they being held up by copyright? No, I'm just being a lazy piece of shit. I'll try to get a couple more uploaded tonight or something. I'm really sorry about slacking on uploading the other Stags. It's just... It's not even like a massive inconvenience. I just find it frustrating to do sometimes. And it leads up to the problem of, okay, I'll take care of it next week. Next week comes and now there's another Stag. Oh god, it's even worse. You know?
Yeah.
That's the whole reason I stopped uploading the game streams to the other channel. It's like, this becomes a huge workload to do to re-upload everything to the side channel. So I'm just going to leave all the game streams on the main channel.
Especially now that YouTube finally, and I remember how long it took them, where they would just have it in your normal video feed.
Literal
and
years.
Then it's like, yeah, and then they finally were like, oh, we'll have a live tab instead for all your live streams. Like, thank God.
That should have been the first thing they did when they allowed live streaming on YouTube. Like, why the fuck would you not have, okay, these are videos, these are live streams?
Yep.
Let me just make sure I didn't miss any
My personal favorite.
super chats quickly. $2 from Harv3034. Thank you. God damn it. Who mentioned Reach? Reach wasn't mentioned directly by TruePop, but he did bring up the Halo show, which led into Reach.
Yeah, because of Frank O'Connor. Like, it's kind of one of those that has to go into it.
And my personal favorite new touch, the absolutely insane vibrance and oversaturation of the colors.
Yeah, it's, again, this is supposed to be a painting. It's the aesthetic art style of the whole thing. Like, these are supposed to be, like, more Spanish-influenced paintings, the complete vibrance of everything.
Why did you stop keeping stags on the main channel? What's the point on the stream re-upload? I stopped keeping them on the main channel because they were clogging up my video section because the live stream section didn't exist.
Yeah. So, remember, we started Stag before the live stream thing existed, before they had the live category at all.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you would just delete it off of there so it wouldn't clog up the thing and re-upload it to a different channel. It's why Mahler did the Mooler channel.
That's not the proper way to describe it. Just say vibrant. Oversaturated is a negative. Yeah.
Fair enough.
The over part kind of implies that. I think that was criticizing the video too.
Yeah.
Optimism, or just a stupid kid.
How is that a win?
Yeah.
This is what I hate about this vapid bullshit so much. Optimism. Are you stupid? Ding!
Mm.
What did I miss?
Retardation.
Well, as you can see on screen, when the kid was like, "Wee, I'm flying," he's like, "Optimism, we're just a stupid kid." Huh. And that's a win, somehow?
That's just an observation.
Yeah, again,
How
he's
how is
just
that a
describing
good or
things.
a... Yeah.
Say about me. The interesting thing about the animation is that some of it's on twos, like the giant, but then other times we get movement on every one of the 24 frames. But skipping frames giving a similar effect. Watch the milk. And this guy shaking his hand. I actually did that in real life, which is why I noticed. Jack Horn.
That's actually a good detail. Like
Yeah, but they do all kinds of stuff like that in here, like being able to see death, for example, in this crowd scene. Like that's a thing most people didn't realize. And then when you see it, it becomes blatantly obvious. That I hope Cinema Wins will show that, because that is kind of like, that is a really cool detail to show it.
It looks like he's going to, based on the frame I paused on.
Well, here's gonna talk about the thing.
Yeah. Then
Oh,
he mentioned,
I see the text on your screen. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Crazy Easter egg. Oh my gosh, it's death in the crowd.
Yep, there you go.
All right.
Well, I missed that.
Yeah, so we'll go back do that real quick.
Effect. Watch the milk. And this guy shaking his hand. I actually did that in real life, which is why I noticed. Jack Horner's pies. What a crazy Easter egg. Oh my god.
Alright, well, the one dude's hand's in the way, but yeah, so you can see death right there in the crowd.
Huh.
He's literally watching.
The red circle. Did you see it?
And
Number
that's where
15.
things got terrifying.
Number
Does he appear, like,
15.
throughout the
When
movie as
watching
well?
a death-defying feed, you might not expect death to show up, but sometimes that might just be what he does.
Watch
What the
Mojo.
dog do?
What was that, True Pop?
Watch Mojo? Is that what you're mimicking, or?
Chills.
No. Oh,
No.
we need to introduce you to Chills and Nuke.
No, no,
Chills is a paranormal list YouTuber with a funny way of talking. He's a national treasure.
thank you. Okay.
Yeah, it's,
He literally does the number. That's who I was referencing. The number 15 thing.
Yeah, number 15. And then Nuke is literally just like the guy that the meme comes from, which is, did you see it? Because
Yeah.
he does that in all of his videos. Anytime something appears on screen for half a second, he'll pause it, put a red circle around it, and be like, did you see it?
Did you see it?
It's hilarious.
I mean, that's like the shtick of some YouTube videos, like putting circles around stuff and doesn't even mention it in the video itself.
Yeah.
In the thumbnail.
Yeah.
I find
Yeah.
that stuff annoying.
That's kind of what, because that kind of started with the whole paranormal stuff.
yeah.
Because they would be like trying to circle the spooky thing or the subtle spooky thing. But then it got to where it was so blatantly obvious they were circling like things that
Are clearly
like, for
visible.
example, yeah. For example, there was one where it was a thumbnail of a country trail, and then there was just a lady sitting in the middle of it, crying, rocking back and forth, and they would circle the lady sitting on the trail crying in broad daylight. Like, did you see it? It's like, I mean, yeah. And it turns out the lady who's crying is actually the witch model from Left 4 Dead.
It's so bad. It was so bad. You can literally see the fingers clipping into the ground because it's from a video game.
Yep.
Yeah, it's great.
The anime vibes are off the chain. Look, I don't only watch Attack on Titan, but it's a giant and there's a bell. Come on.
I mean,
I want to call them anime vibes.
No.
It's just an action set piece when you're fighting a giant. It makes sense for it to look that way.
Yeah.
It's just like, you had to compare it to a popular anime. Oh, it's the Attack of Titan clone.
I will say the angle of the camera does have sort of an anime vibe where they do the lower thing, like where they track the feet as like the protagonist runs across a rooftop and dodges stuff. Anime loves that trope. They love doing the low camera angle. I'll give them that. Yeah, but to just say like the animation in general is anime-ish. It's like, no, the camera angle, yes. The animation, no.
Everything about this opening battle is such a great setup for the rest of the movie. It perfectly illustrates how Little Puss thinks about death. He's more concerned with the music and keeping in time with the beat.
The legend
Yes.
will never die.
I'll actually give you that as a win. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's rough that it took that long to get to that point.
I don't think highly of Cinema Wins, clearly. That was more intelligent than I ever would have given him credit for. Like, yeah, it's obvious, but at least you can recognize it.
Yep.
Is Cinema Wins like part of the same team as Cinema Sins, or is it just
No,
someone
he was
else?
inspired by it, but he didn't like the negativity of Cinema Sins, so he wanted to be the positive version instead.
And he somehow manages to be even worse.
He wouldn't die, just the legend. So it's still an accurate song. Also, that's the 8th bell toll in this scene, signifying his 8th life ending.
Yes! Thank you.
I actually wasn't aware of that.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah, I
wasn't
didn't
aware
know
of
that either.
Yep.
That's cool.
And it was the same thing where when he's going through his deaths, people also don't notice there's a stylized version of death in the corner of every single one.
What? How did I miss this? Wow, I am finding out so much about a
Oh,
movie I
well, you'll
watched twice
see,
in cinemas.
I feel like he will actually show that. But again, these are things like, yes, this is genuinely like just really good attention and subtle details that are put into this.
Yeah. I especially like it because it's the whole thing of, like, ringing a bell for death, you know? And then, yeah.
Definitely. Sorry, I'm eating.
I'm
Okay,
eating
my favorite.
too. That's why I'm muting so much.
Yeah.
I'll never not love Puss's full-on cat moments.
Cat-like.
Also, for those of you who were surprised by
Okay, see in the corners of every single one, it's death. In the
Oh.
corner every single time.
Where? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's
That's
a hug.
good.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah, it is.
That is good.
That's
Yeah.
pretty good. And if you notice that his cloak as well, like there's the Reaper kind of thing in it as well.
Yep.
Like so, it's like kind of like a funny way to draw him. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, it's a stylized variant of him. With his twin sickles instead of a scythe.
Yeah.
But I actually like it because of harvesting. You wouldn't really use a scythe to harvest, you would use a sickle.
Hmm.
You use a scythe for, like, grass cutting and everything. Harvesting with a
It
scythe
is also
isn't
a
really
clever
so good.
reference to communism that killed plenty of people.
Well, we need a hammer there as well somewhere.
Yeah.
Also, for those of you who were surprised by the reveal
Oh,
that the
he
wolf
just
wasn't
says it right
a
now
bounty
too,
hunter
damn it.
later on, look at the corners of these death cards. It's even got his sickles.
Fair enough.
I think you set the oven too high.
Gingy got leg transplant surgery with frosting stitches.
Making you.
You're just describing things.
Not only is he
Wait.
just describing things, I thought that happened in like Shrek 2.
Yes,
Yeah.
it did.
So why point it out here if it's been established in other movies?
Yeah, I know.
But
Maybe he didn't watch the Shrek movie. No, he had to because he had to know that they were broken and they were fixed. So why point that out? That's stupid. We're going in circles.
$2 from Harv 3034. Thank you very much. Ooh, y'all got snacks? Please share.
no, they're my potatoes.
You can make
I
so
had-
many mashed potatoes with that.
I had chicken wings, like 4 of them, and now I'm eating apple pie with custard.
Ooh.
Get jealous.
Gingy's legs were broken in the first Shrek movie. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Isn't he introduced with his legs broken?
Yeah, and he actually, he remember when Farquaad is making fun of him, he actually taps them in front of him.
Yeah. In fact, yeah, I'm pretty sure his legs are stitched back on by the end of the movie because he has crutches.
Yep.
Oh, I keep the heavy stuff in the back.
It makes you think about what other type of clientele a bar would have to be prepared for with special libations in Fantasyland. A little single origin hay smoothie for Donkey? Okay, they are very hard.
Okay.
I
I mean, what do we say about that one?
don't know. It's just, hey, thing, ding.
Yeah.
Wait, he said something about donkey?
Yeah.
He's talking about how it makes you wonder what they would actually keep in the back in a fantasy bar. It's like, okay, I don't know why that's a win.
Yeah. Okay, so this one, again, okay, we can say here because I kind of want to have him talk about this. So we'll just talk about this here. Okay, they're very hard to hear, but there are 8 clock chimes, and on the 8th, the candle goes out and then death appears.
If he plays the full thing, we might need to pause it for copyright.
Okay. We'll see. But yeah, this is because this is the thing where we'll see if chat can hear it, and I'll let him just talk.
Fantasyland. A little single origin hay smoothie for Donkey? Okay, they are very hard to hear, but there are 8 clock chimes, and on the 8th, the candle goes out and then death appears.
Oh, I keep the heavy stuff in the back.
Oh.
That
Yeah, they are incredibly hard to hear. You can hear it the best on the 8th one, right before the candle goes out, because you're tying the visual to it, but it's a little tong sound.
That is really cool.
Yeah.
That reflection doesn't make any sense unless you're deaf and figuratively have push trapped.
Yep.
I don't know, the reflection might be able to work.
Not with the particular angle of how the glass is working, but it does fit thematically that, yeah, death has him trapped and cornered. There's also a thing with the drinks on the bar itself, too, the numbers.
And he wouldn't have a reflection because He's a thing, not a person, technically. So, I mean, if you're gonna want to get literal about it, but you know, kind of like a vampire or stuff like that, you know.
Well, it was Puss's reflection in the glass. That's what he
Yeah.
was looking at.
Yeah.
My cobbler.
I mean, I imagine he's a cordwainer, but tomato. Compliments. And Puss is drinking his 9th shot there.
Yep. And he's not going to get to finish it. You get the reference. Again,
How many of these are there here? Wow.
Tons. There are tons of these subtle little things all throughout the movie. And it's just a great thing. Like, yeah, he's finished 8 shots, aka he's finished 8 lives, he's working on his 9th, and he's not going to get to finish it if the bounty hunter has any say.
Get it?
Well, okay, you doing that, explain why. Like, again, I explained why, that's the thing. Please, if you're going to do that as a win, explain why that's important. Also, I kind of hate that he skipped all the rest of the fight, because there's a great setup in this fight, in particular for the final fight later. Which is when Puss does his signature spin move, which he did to the giant as well. He does it to Death. Death catches him easy. And it's only by Puss changing fate, aka not following through with the spin, that he manages to beat Death. So he's no longer living to what he's always done anymore. He's finally changing himself. Yeah, he was so close on that one. But I am bummed out that he doesn't show the spin move.
Shot there. 8 are already empty. Get it? The tonal shift. The red that fills the screen when Puss is first touched by a blade. Puss does the same cartwheel he did against the giant.
Oh, there we
when
go.
Death catches him midair. He also cuts his catchphrase off.
Fear me if you dare me.
Excellent storytelling to help us understand the stakes this bounty hunter is bringing.
Oh,
Also-
I love the scene.
He also cut off the part where every time the lightning flashes in the window, it actually changes Death's face. Every single time. You actually see his eyes and everything shift.
Huh?
So when the lightning is flashing, the coloration and everything removes from his eyes, and his eyes become inverse, basically.
Oh, okay.
It is a very nice touch. It also highlights the black of his fur. Here you can see it's very subtle. The black fur around his eyes up to his snout is very subtle. Because it's supposed to be, it's a skull. That's what Lobo's face is. His fur pattern is actually a skull on his face as well. But it's very difficult to see here. You see it more when the lightning flashes and later on in the movie when it becomes more obvious who he is. Yeah, he could clarify more. That's why I said he was so close on that one. That was another one that was like, that was so fucking close. Clarify why. Why is that such a good win?
Yeah.
Pick it up.
And you thought Escobar was the scariest that Wagner would ever get.
Corre.
See? Now it's starting to become more and more obvious as Puss gets more terrified of him. The darker fur pattern is coming out on his face. And you realize it's a skull. He literally has a skull for a face as well.
That was Run Run Kitten. Definitely more terrifying in Espanol. And the
Hilariously, depending on when you got the movie, they had the wrong translation, or they would say speaking Latin or some weird nonsense as the subtitle thing. And it was like, no. But yeah, that's not a thing for the movie itself. That's just a thing of companies like Amazon using the knockoff Chinese version to save money,
Yeah.
which is
Also-
really frustrating.
Some of what we just saw there, and this perfectly highlights some of my issues with cinema wins. There are legitimate, really good things you could talk about, and he has actually pointed some of them out in this video. Credit
Yes.
where it's due. But then here we get, oh look, reference to another movie. Ha, ding.
Yep. Andy Dufresne's would be proud of this exit. No, ding.
What do you know? Wouldn't
Yeah.
that be more Mr. Wait. What's the movie I'm thinking of? It's with Mr. Bean, but he's a spy.
Mr.
Oh.
Bean, but he's a spy.
Johnny English.
Yeah, that.
First one. Yes, that's what that reminds me of. Remember when he climbs in like the tunnels and it's
Yeah,
actually
but obviously he's doing a reference to Shawshank Redemption.
right.
The,
So
the poop escape.
yeah, so hey, it reminded me of that movie. Ding.
Yeah, exactly.
See what I mean? It's just stupid.
Yeah, this is the kind of things that is just annoying. It's like, don't do that.
Yeah, because you could have a legitimately good video
Be proud
talking
of this
about
exit.
good moments without stuff like that.
Yep.
Would be proud of this exit. Look at him inside the boots, a real puss in boots.
Stabby top.
How's that went? A real puss in boots. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the name
Part of
the
my
movie.
soul died at that one. Fuck you.
Yeah. Also, I paused it at my favorite one of his like nicknames, so I'm gonna go back for that one.
Definitely more terrifying in Espanol. And Andy Dufresne would be proud of this exit. Look at him inside the boots, a real puss in boots.
Stabby tabby.
Tabbies are
I love that as his nickname, the Stabby Tabby, like knife.
Is that the name of his sword?
No, it's
No.
his name.
Oh.
Yeah,
It's one of
that's
his
the nickname
nicknames.
that he got is the Stabby Tabby, and Tabby is a type of cat.
Ah, okay. Oh, cool.
In fact,
Well
type
played,
of cat he is, I believe.
Yes, he is the actual fur and color patterns of a tabby.
Gee, how do you guys know this?
Okay.
Oh no, you have a cat. Oh yeah,
I-
okay. You know your breed. Oh yeah.
Okay,
forgot.
I am a weirdo. All right. I don't know if you understand this.
No,
Yeah, he
no.
likes
If you own a
snakes.
cat, right. I never owned a dog or a cat, but if I owned a dog or a cat, I'm sure I'd be familiar more with breeds. I'd be looking it up. What sort of, that makes sense. Never mind.
Yep.
Yeah.
Tabbies are
And-
cats with stripes, and as you can see, Puss in Boots has stripes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and some of that stuff you just learn through, like, media and stuff. Like, you know, a lot of people are going to know what a Corgi or a Shiba Inu is, or a German Shepherd, or a Collie, or a Husky,
Yeah,
or
I mean-
whatever.
Everyone knows what a Shiba Inu is because it's in memes aplenty.
Yeah.
Mm.
No, but that's part of what I'm getting at, is stuff like that is
Yeah.
going to make you know. You're going to learn through stuff like that what breeds of things are.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's like most people wouldn't know what a Russian blue is. They're like, Russian blue? You hear that and you think of a drink or something like that, and it's like, no, it's a black furred cat. It's a very particular type of black fur cat.
I know what a wicked blue is, but I don't know what a... Oh, okay.
And someone in chat says the Borzoi. Yeah, I know. I only know about that dog's existence due to the fucking meme.
I'll get a pit bull. There was I think they're banned in England now. Like you're not allowed to purchase.
Yeah, they're banned where I am too.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, the truthism is a very unfortunate characterization of a thing that also happens with another thing.
That
What?
should be the next Puss in Boots villain, a pit bull.
Yeah.
And Puss in Boots has to protect their children.
Yeah, so here's the whole thing. Tabbies are the best cats, and if you can get one that stabs your enemies, who could complain? It's like, yeah, weird, but okay. I don't know how that's a win.
I remember now why we limited these guys to one per year.
one that stabs your enemies? Who could complain? I knew his dark and mysterious eyes were enhanced. No judgment, though. We can't all be Nestor Carbonell. Eyeliner is such a beautiful thing. Right?
Yeah.
What is he on about?
Okay, it fits for the fact that Puss in Boots is putting on an image. He's putting on a front. He's trying to be the legend. So one of the things Puss in Boots does is he puts on eyeliner. So you can see there as he's crying, he literally has his makeup running.
Dark and mysterious eyes were enhanced. No judgment.
I gotta go back a little bit further.
Please, who could complain?
See? His
Ah.
eyeliner is literally running. His makeup is running. Because again, now he's fully deflating from his ego. Like the entire image is falling apart now. So the next thing that goes, obviously, is his figure and his facial features change. But this is just more part of it. It's literally melting away. I think melting's the correct term for when it runs, technically, because of chemistry thing. Such as guyliner. No, bad.
I have been seeing like multiple anime goth ladies like that. It's just like, and the Twitter seems to have an obsession about that. I don't know why it keeps.
Yeah,
popping up
it's
sometimes. Don't judge me,
make
Twitter.
them look more fragile while they look tough, but the running makeup means they've been crying, sort of thing. It's
Yeah, it's just like, okay, yeah, sure. You know what, Twitter? Be attracted to whatever you want. Just why is it on my timeline? I have no idea.
His eyes were enhanced. No judgment, though. We can't all be Nestor Carbonell. Eyeliner is such a beautiful thing. Right back to cleaning.
No?
Yes, he's back.
okay. So that's just the cat from the first movie, and that was the same joke they made in the first movie.
Yeah.
Was, they do something silly, and he's just like, oh.
And that's the actual video of, the cat getting the socks off.
Yeah.
I've seen
But
that video.
this is another thing, too, which I don't know if he'll highlight it, but I'll just make mention. The whole thing here is that everything this crazy cat lady does is actually really bad to do for cats. Like, it is literally, you should do the exact opposite of everything that she does in this. Like, one kitty litter for all these cats? No. You need a cat box and a half, technically, for each cat. So that way they always have a cleaner place to go. You never put on mittens for them because their little paw pads and everything like that are them literally feeling. This is like you're making them numb and blind, essentially, to one of their senses. Like, this is a very bad thing to do. You don't give them water baths. Cats will clean themselves. They are, like, again, what is a cat infamous for? It is infamous for bathing itself. Cats are very, very fastidious cleaners. Again, don't spray cats with a bottle. Like, it just goes through all of this thing. Don't feed cats from one single tray. If you have multiple cats, you need to separate out the cats and where they're eating. And that just comes to a territorial thing, because cats have a natural instinct to want to protect their food source first. So that's what causes a lot of conflicts for people who own multiple cats, is they'll feed them all right next to each other, and that's really bad. So you should actually have some space between the food bowls of where your cats are, so they feel like, okay, this is mine, this is my food. But that's how you stop cats from fighting each other, and they become more acclimatized. Like, hey, that cat over there, they know that this is my food. I can trust them. They won't come and get my food, and that just makes them a little more trusting of each other.
I guess everything in here kills the cat inside,
Charlie Kelly would like a word. But I think there's a reason that Puss, or Pickles, is the only ginger tabby in there, and it's because no one would ever give up their orange cat.
No, it's so that he always stands out amongst all the other cats. Like, just imagine if all these other cats were also ginger tabbies, and especially we were doing this scene where their heads are down and he's eating. Like, which one of them is Puss in Boots now?
I think it's the one on the left.
Yeah, exactly. This is just one of those things, like, no, it's just for ease of audience thing. It was the whole thing that happened in Dune, the Denis Villeneuve version of Dune. In the books, the Sardaukar actually donned the same uniforms as the Harkonnen soldiers, so they could hide the fact there were Sardaukar there. Well, for audience readability, they made the Sardaukar just wear their normal uniforms. So you have the white Sardaukar and then the black Harkonnen, so you can tell who is who in the situation at a look. It's just a way for the audience to tell. Well, now you have the obvious thing of, well, how do we hide the fact that the Sardaukar are fighting in the open? Well, you make a line where, hey, Arrakis only has one line of communication. There are no satellites over it. If we cut off the one line of communication, no one in the rest of the Empire will know what the fuck happened. It doesn't matter if anybody sees the Sardaukar, because who's gonna tell? They can't get a message out. the planet is literally cut off. Again, these are just nice shortcuts for the audience to be able to keep track of what's going on at any time without confusing them. But in Dune's case as well, the fact that they thought of the idea of, oh well, somebody could see the Sardaukar. Yeah, but they can't get a message out, so who cares? I like when directors and especially whoever's in charge of cinematography actually thinks about these things, and so they make sure, hey, don't have any other orange cats, so we always know who Puss is in these scenes at all times.
Yeah.
His beard, but the more subtle shifts, like Puss going from walking doors, even his ears are down more often now. Puss in Boots has always used the wanted posters as a way to introduce characters, but we're really up in our game now. The scars on Pedito's belly make me even sadder because he must have had a family at some point, or maybe it's or maybe it's just the nice vet taking pity.
Because he must have had a family at some point. Yeah, no, he.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna let you in on something. Everyone had a family at one point.
Yes.
By definition of how,
yeah,
most creatures work.
Hey! Just you wait till that future when all the babies are born in pods, then.
Oh no, not the egg movie.
Yeah, the egg movie.
Oh no, I remember our first show, Cree. Oh, I remember now. It's all coming back. The pod movie. Oh no.
I haven't forgotten because that's probably the funniest thing I've ever said, and I've reached my peak. It's all downhill from here.
Yeah.
What was that movie in the cold? Is it even out yet? Oh my good God.
I don't know.
I'm not gonna bother checking. Oh, that trailer was enough.
That trailer was a fever dream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So traumatized at this point, he sees the silhouette of death even though it's actually Papa Bear.
Yes. Fantastic. You're just saying literally what we see. Come on.
Fantastic. The voice acting is fantastic. I love the voices of the bears.
Oh yeah, the bears are great.
Really English.
But
really English.
The thing that bugs me about that is pretty much what Setch said. Yeah, this is a super obvious thing. It couldn't be more clear if the filmmakers intended it to be.
Especially because it then immediately snaps to Puss. The wolf. He found me.
Yeah.
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 And the stuff that genuinely has value is the stuff that people commit. The stuff that I've missed. I didn't know that the bell rang 8 times before he died.
I didn't know the art pieces of death in the
corner. Yeah. Those are genuinely good details that are easy to miss for a lot of people. Because I was looking at those corner images and it didn't click in my head at first until I looked at it a little bit longer, and then I saw, oh yeah, that is death.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, Goldilocks, who's voicing her? Crap, what's her name?
Oh, Florence Pugh.
Yeah, she might play Abby in Last of Us Season 2. What do you guys think?
I don't want to see Abby, though. That's the problem.
Exactly.
True, but I mean, she isn't Hulk Smash, so...
Yeah.
I mean, it's a more realistic body type for her. For the character, I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, she's better looking than Abby.
Oh, yeah.
In the game.
Primarily because she looks like a woman.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
We're looking for the legendary Puss in Boots.
I love that we had an entire scene with the 3 bears where they didn't talk, making Ray Winstone's Cockney London accent that much more endearing.
Yeah. I love it.
I mean, yeah. That's fine.
It just reminds me, you can use British accents and, United Kingdom accents to such a clever extent. I mean, for instance, Davy Jones, because he, Pirates of the Caribbean, he heard everyone say some sort of United Kingdom accent, whether it was Wales or this or blah, blah, blah. And he thought, you know what, I'll do Scottish, because it sounds really bizarre and unique. And it just somehow adds to his, intimidation factor and kind of, makes him really stand out. And yeah, I really like it.
I just want to point out how much I hate the wind that's on screen right now.
Yes.
It's literally a thing. Ha! A hat on a hat. Ding.
And this is why these wins and sins in particular suck so much, is you could do it for literally anything. The crazy cat lady has a bunch of cat paintings. Ding!
Yeah.
You're adding
one of the
nothing.
cats in the painting has a hat on. Ding.
Yeah, your observation is adding nothing of value. Maybe 20 or 30% of the time.
More than that. £5 from Threadnought, thank you. Before the bell falls on Puss, you can hear Death's whistle, which ends just before the bell before the bell falls. It's faint, but it's there. Oh. I'll have to look out for that next time I watch it.
Also, when it comes to Death's Whistle too, I don't know if he'll mention it, but the fact that he never completes the tune ever until we get to the end of the movie when he finally gives the tune a resolution. So in music, it creates this eerie, off-settled. You just feel wrong when there's a musical piece where the beat doesn't naturally end. It just kind of feels like it tapers off or cuts off. It just gives you this like off-put feeling. But at the end of the movie, when Puss has finally come to terms with death and has a healthy respect for death, Death finishes the tune finally.
Just noticing that Puss still has the scar from where Death touched him with a blade.
Yes, okay. I mean, at least he didn't say, like, oh, Puss's little hurt face when she calls him a geriatric bag of bones. It's like, okay, I'm glad you didn't do that, but yeah.
I mean, I didn't notice that either. I don't know how I feel about this one.
I guess I didn't think it was as subtle, but I guess if it's subtle enough that people were missing it, that's fine.
To be fair, though, such, I can miss
Yeah.
some pretty big things.
Wow, when did I sit in a house?
Now, I feel like I've missed a lot of big things before when playing games or watching movies. Especially, like, I can't help but I can't stop my attention from wandering. You know? Like,
Fair.
even right now while we're streaming, my eyes are slowly drifting to, like, other things in my room as I'm talking. I have to refocus myself and look back at the monitor.
Fair enough.
The Tism Cree.
Creetosis missed Toyotathon, and that's the biggest thing to happen ever. Nice. It's okay, Cree. Autism is hard.
Wow! I don't even know if I'm autistic or not.
Yeah. Oh god, I have had stuff where people think I missed the obvious thing, and then they're like, well, how did you miss the obvious thing? It's like, I don't know. I had more respect for the fact that the obvious thing wasn't going to be the fucking obvious thing. That they're gonna come up with this more like total thing. Like, it was the whole thing in like Penumbra Overture. When I went to go put in the fuel in the drilling machine, and it said like the fuel cap was rusted, and I was like, So I was like, okay, so the obvious thing would be just to try to wrench it off or whatever. I'm just going to go back to the one thing which talked about how it has a corrosive effect, and maybe if I stick it in the gas, the corrosive effect will work on the cap and loosen it or some nonsense. Because I was overthinking it, thinking video game creator logic, the fucking moon logic nonsense that a lot of these things work with. And plus, the game had already been giving me busy work just to accomplish simple tasks beforehand. It's like, no, you just take the hammer and you use the claw on it and wrench it off. It's like, yeah. It's like, okay, yeah, that's the obvious thing. Sorry, I didn't try the obvious thing first because I was expecting the busy work nonsense for this game.
I went to a doctor a few days ago. They called me artistic. Ah!
Yes.
What a nice way of saying such a mean.
No, the saw was for the crowbar. Remember, that was the weird one. Where I went to go get the crowbar from the frozen hand, and I was like, okay, so I can't just pull the crowbar out of the frozen hand. All right, well, what if I break its fingers off or something like that? So I put the hammer on it and said no, and then I used the saw and you cut its wrist, and then the crowbar falls out of the fingers. But you cut its wrist, that wouldn't get rid of the fingers off the crowbar. What? That was the one where it was like, what are you talking about, game? What is wrong with you?
The London accent that much more endearing. Ha, hat on a hat. Just noticing that Puss still has the scar from where death touched him with a blade.
You ain't well fixed for brains.
What a nice way of saying such a mean thing.
How does that
Fuck? That's not...
I'm kind of sad that he didn't note that when Perito was talking to him and encouraging him, he pushed the little stick into his sword scabbard so that he would have it.
Yeah.
It's like, that's a cool.
A lot of these are just fucking brainless nothingness. On the bright side, we are getting through the video fairly quickly.
Yeah. Well, Chaplain, that's what I would agree with you if this wasn't a solid frozen hand. Like, if it was a normal hand, sure, you know, sawing into the wrist and everything like that, it would mess up the tendons, and that could loosen and slacken the ability for the fingers to move. But this thing was
Frozen
a hand sticking up
solid.
out of a frozen lake,
Yeah.
and it was just like, what? It's like it's literally rock solid ice.
How long does it take to beat the first Penumbra?
Not as long as I expected. Actually, it went pretty quick.
Okay, but how long?
Probably 4 hours.
Wait. Did you guys ever watch the Atlantis animated movie?
No.
I did, but
I did watch
barely
the
remember
one.
it.
The only thing I
Alright.
remember, and it's the thing that everybody remembers from watching that movie, was the explosive expert guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there was like a really cool character called Dr. Sweet. He's like a black guy, and he's very muscular and kind of bold, and as his name suggests, Dr. Sweet, he's wholesome. And he introduces himself as a doctor, like, to the main character. And he's like puts up a giant saw. He's like, and he just casually says, "Oh, the world record for sawing a limb is 24 seconds, but I reckon I could beat that. Wanna give it a try?" And he just smiles at the main character. And it's just like this is what this conversation reminds me of, you know? That's the bizarre
If
goings
the hand
on
is
of chopping off a limb.
Go ahead. Such. If a hand is frozen, then why not unfreeze it? You can't. Again, Penumbra is the thing that's so frustrating about Penumbra is that it's a game that has moon logic on a lot of things. There's some stuff that's logical, and then it has moon logic on other things, and stuff that just feels like you had it. Oh no! Now the cave collapsed in. Now you need to find a way to dig out the rubble as well. So we're just padding it out a little bit longer and a little bit longer. That's what it feels like a lot in that game. That's why I made the assumption with the gas can when it told me that when I got the gas can to fill up the drill, finally, after doing everything else for the drill, getting the key, getting the power system online and everything, it's like, oh, it's out of gas. I go to put in the gas, and it's like, the gas cap is rusted to it. It will not pour. And I was like, oh, great. Let me guess. More busy work. No, the obvious thing was just to pry it off. But I discounted the obvious because of how many times the obvious thing to do wouldn't do progress, and instead you'd need this convoluted nonsense. No, it turned out the obvious thing was the thing to do that time. I was like, oh, okay, well, fine.
Oh. I just stumbled onto like several revelations. Like, first off, the movie that I was mentioning, Atlantis, The Lost Empire, it was in 2001. Damn, that is old. And Michael J. Fox voices the main character. I didn't know that. Again, I missed these details because I watched it in a Polish dub, and you know, I suddenly with some movies you accidentally looking, oh, this guy did the voice of this, and it's just like, how did I not notice? It's just stupid, you know. I guess you find out something new every day.
Yeah. Moon logic, because Lion asked, is stuff in video games especially, or it can be in any form of media, but it's things that shouldn't work. It's incredibly inane, occult, esoteric bullshit that just suddenly works. Like, hey, you need to get a cockroach out of this pipe. And it's like, okay, well, why don't I just grab the cockroach and pull it out of the pipe? It's like, no, you can't do that. That's the obvious solution. What you need to do is you need to go down to the local fish market. Okay, you need to talk to the fishmonger there, and then he's gonna give you an entire quest to go get a fishing rod. So it's like, then you go get the fishing rod, but now you just need the wire from the fishing rod so you can tie it around the cockroach. But you can't just break the fishing rod. Oh no! So you need to enter a fishing contest so that you can come in last place. Then, getting so frustrated, your partner who was in the fishing contest with you will break the rod for you. Now you have the fishing line, but you don't know how to tie the knots. So now you need to go. You know, it's that kind of bullshit. Where it's like the obvious thing would have been I just grab the cockroach and pull it out of the pipe.
Yeah, a lot of games do stuff like that. Some games you can forgive more because it's explained by the world. Like some of the weird puzzles in Silent Hill, it's like, okay, why would the position of the hands on their clock prevent this door from opening? Well, it's because it's a fucking paranormal monster world that's testing you.
Yeah.
That at least makes sense.
One that was an actual Moon Logic one, I can't remember the game, but I remember you needed to make a grappling hook. And so you thought, like, maybe the crowbar and I tie a rope to it or things like that. No, you needed to tie string to a comb and then throw the comb up there and it would get caught on something. And that was your grappling hook. And it was like, what?
Yeah, it's retarded.
Comb?
Anyways.
Back to the video.
Yeah.
Nope. Hate this. Ha. Jack is.
How is
How's
that a win?
Yeah, what?
I suppose you're supposed to hate the villain, and because you hate the villain, it's a win. It's my most devil's advocate point, but even that, I need more information. I'm just going off on whatever.
Yeah, I don't know, that... Devil's advocate, sure, but like, taking it at face value, I don't know what that could possibly... Like, okay, yeah, it's weird that he's sticking his hand into food, but like, surely you're going to taste test some of it, right?
Yeah.
So it makes sense
Like-
that one of, like, hey, this is our test pie.
Yeah. By the way, guys, I've never heard of Jack Horner before this.
It's because it's just a nursery rhyme. It's not really a famous one either. That was the whole thing that the Viper sisters literally make fun of.
Yeah.
Well, the one does. Oh yeah, the nursery rhyme, the lame one.
Yeah. I do remember about hearing of him somehow from when I was a kid. Wouldn't have been a nursery rhyme. There's probably some cartoon I saw when I was a kid that references him. Because, you know, a lot of cartoons back when I was a kid would reference, like, classic stories like Goldilocks and the Three Bears or whatever else, and that was probably one of them.
But again, it's such an interesting universe. I can't describe anything quite like that. All the fairy tale characters in this one world. It's really quite. It opens up a door for world building. You know, it's really interesting.
That reminds me, I should read more of those Fables comics.
Yeah, I like those. I like Bigby Wolf and everything.
Yeah, I didn't get too far in though, but you know.
Yeah, if you say the German ones, you'll just be like, you know, in like a, what's it called, fetal position, and it's just crying to sleep at night. That's the kind of German fairy tales they told. You know, they weren't kids, certainly not.
Now, I don't know if it's true, but it would make sense to me that would be why Grimm became such a a word associated with it because of the Grimm's fables, the Grimm's fairy tales, because they were usually really dark.
Have you guys ever watched there's like a show called Grimm. It's about, I'm guessing, the Grimm. It's an ancestor of the Grimm brothers, and he's like
The Brothers Grimm. It was a really weird movie.
It's a TV show, apparently.
There's another one that is just called Grimm. I believe that is a TV show.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't heard of that one.
There was another one too that was really awful, where like Rumpelstiltskin was like the all-powerful creature thing.
Yeah, there's not a lot of like fairy tale esque.
Yeah, but it was another really awful TV series, but I can't remember what I can't remember if it's like Enchanted or something. No, that was the movie. Or is that Entangled? Entangled's the movie. No, that's not. I'm not talking about Shrek 4. No, I am specifically talking about I'm specifically talking about a TV show, and Rumpelstiltskin is like the super powered like Lovecraftian entity, and the main villain is the wicked queen witch thing. It was a really like bad one because there was a girl who was in the real world who gets like brought over. Oh, Once Upon a Time, that's what it was. Thank you. Well, not thank you, because now I remember that show more now. But yeah, that show was awful.
There's something else I wanted to say. Oh, right. Creetosis, have you played The Wolf Among Us? Yes, I have, and I have my issues with it.
There is going to be a season 2 soon.
There is. I don't know if I'm going to play it.
I am waiting for it. They've announced it ages ago. No updates. Instead, they did a frickin' The Expanse one. And like, the fuck? Who cares about that one? You know?
I was a lot
Give
happier
me Wolf
when
Among Us season 2.
I was a lot happier when Telltale Games was dead.
Yeah, same.
I liked some of it. I liked the Batman ones.
I didn't play
somewhat.
those.
I liked the first season of Walking Dead. Then it goes downhill from there.
It goes downhill. See, I really like season 1 of Walking Dead too, but that's purely on the characters. A lot of the story stuff that happens I don't like, and even some of the characters I don't like how they're handled. Like the episode when you go to Cannibal Farm, there's like a dude who's introduced to the group. Like he's just there. You never get to see them meet him. He's just part of the group now, and he dies that episode. It's like, okay, I guess.
Yeah.
And the whole
then
choice
if you actually like solve the mystery and you tell that to the crooked man, it literally doesn't change anything whatsoever. He just looks shocked, like, "Oh, you figured it out," and that's it.
There's also no winning with like the big bad guy at the end because everything is out of your control. And this is the big thing for me. This is kind of the issue with a lot of Telltale's games is you get all these choices, but at the end it doesn't matter for the most part because you're responsible for everything despite what your choices are. This is the thing that annoys me. You have choice A, choice B. Both lead you to being the villain.
Yeah.
And it's incredibly frustrating. Like when I played Wolf Among Us,
Yeah.
you know how you get into that fight with Beast at their apartment. Him and what's her
forced.
name? Yeah, it's
Even
forced.
If you take the side.
But like you have the option to gouge his eye out at one point, and if you decide to not take that option, they still yell at you for almost doing it. It's like you can't fucking win.
Yeah.
It's so annoying.
It's literally one of those things you just look at him and you're just like, but I didn't though. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. I guess I like the idea of a Telltale game, but I can agree with you that it's
yeah, and that
the choices aren't as how do you say, change the story in a dramatic way as you think. It's very much so artificial sometimes, the choice, you know?
Yeah. Most of the time, unfortunately. And I agree, I like the style of Telltale games. I like the animation style, I like the whole choice thing and having the timer. But my biggest issue is that most of it leads to nothing. Like,
Yeah.
Fuck, there was an example I had on the top of my head. I forgot what it was. I mean, there's a bunch of examples, but this is one I really wanted to talk about.
Is it when you save the one guy?
No.
And then he just... Okay.
That is a good example, though. No, there was, fuck, I can't even remember if it was Wolf Among Us or if it was Walking Dead. Oh god, this is gonna piss me off. I just had it and it's gone. I'm pretty sure it was Wolf Among Us, I think. Nah, it's gone. It's out of my head. God, I hate that. Yeah, because like it's the most annoying thing when you've got something you want to talk about and it flees your head right before you can talk about it. Wolf with the bar fight? No, it wasn't the bar fight. It wasn't Glass Him. It wasn't the dude on the bridge in Season 2 of Walking Dead. Oh, that's what it was. It was Season 1 of Walking Dead. See, before playing that, I had actually watched Super Best Friends playthrough. Actually, it was just two best friends back then. Matt and Pat. Not to be confused with Matt Pat. Two very different creatures. Well, technically three. I think they cut off Lee's arm. Or no, they left it on, I think. Because they talked about how the animation would be the same. Like, I forget which. It doesn't matter. After Lee gets bitten, you have the chance to either cut it off or leave it on, his arm.
Yeah.
And when you go
Wouldn't that work in the Walking Dead universe?
Yes, it does, if you do it soon enough.
And they don't do it soon enough.
They do not do it soon enough. And that's one of my problems I'm trying to highlight is, regardless of whether you cut the arm off or not, Lee is fucked. So what the fuck is even the point? But, because they have the option to cut his arm off, they only made one set of animations for him doing a lot of things after that, like carrying a ladder, for example, where he does it one-armed. Because they don't want to animate the version where he has two arms, because how many people are going to take that? I don't know. But, either way, he's going to have at least one arm for the two outcomes, so we're going to animate it for only one arm carrying. Similarly, when you go to confront the people who stole the boat, who comes with you is entirely dependent on, like, your friendship levels or whatever, with a lot of the characters in your group. And, again, I can't remember which one Matt and Pat did and which one I did on my playthrough, but essentially, it came down to Kenny, whether he came or stayed. And, again, regardless of whether he comes with you or doesn't, nothing changes. It plays out exactly the same, pretty much. And it's really irritating. And also, fucking, the way Lee gets bit in the first place is incredibly contrived.
Yeah, I found that shit bloody annoying. I think that's the thing that I hate about it the most.
Yeah.
The way Lee gets bit.
I do...
And even if you know about it, even if you know, you'd still get bitten. It's just such bullshit.
Yeah.
Why can't you get bitten in protecting someone or something like that? I don't know. Make it more noble.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be a lot better. And, this is something I talked about before, but if a character has a dying point early on in the game, they're almost certainly going to die later on in the Walking Dead games. So, you have a chance to save one of two characters in, I believe, episode 1 of season 1. Whichever one you save dies in episode 3 at the exact same spot, as, like, the other character would die. The opposite character in that choice. That, like, loser teenager guy that's in the group, you could save him in episode 4, and I think he dies in episode 5.
Anyway, yeah, so what's the point of saving them?
In season 2, there's a guy, Nick, he shoots a guy on a bridge. A guy at the lodge might decide to kill him. If you manage to save him, he barely has any dialogue in episode 3, and then he dies off screen by the time of episode 4. In episode 4, you could save a girl or leave her to die. If you save her, she dies in that same episode later on anyways. It is incredibly fucking obnoxious, and I hate it.
Yeah. And they make Kenny such an asshole in season 2, like a returning character from season 1. To prove a point about abusive parenting or whatnot. It's just like, no! Did you even watch or play season 1 writers of season 2? It's just...
Yeah, Kenny wasn't a bad guy.
No.
He was a bit of an idiot. He was a bit, like... He did some stupid things, like, hey, Lee, you know how to pick a lock. What? Well, you know, you're urban. It's like, okay, you're not an evil person, but you're fucking stupid. But in, like, a sort of likable way.
Yeah, in, like, an innocent way.
And then they just slowly turn him into a monster over season 2 in a way that I don't believe that character change. And one of the most annoying things about the finale of season 2 to me is the fact that it's building up. Are you going to pick Kenny or this other lady? And then the two of them get into a fight.
I'm going to pick Kenny.
Well, no, here's the thing. Both of them get into a fight at the end of the episode, the final episode, and you have to pick which one to save. Either let him kill her or shoot him to save her, okay? Now, this is a choice that's given to you, so you could literally side with Kenny every single time and then kill him, or side with her every single time and then let him kill her, which I don't like, because it comes across almost as going against the side you've gone with the entire time. What would have made more sense is that Clementine's choice in that moment is based on your previous choices. You make all the choices leading up to that, and then based on that, she makes her own choice. That would have been so much better.
Yeah. But wait, hang on. Can you let you kill Kenny, right? And then kill the lady? You can't do that, probably.
I don't know.
Because that would be the game indicates, like, we want you to actually save her, you know? Not the other way around. I think sometimes the game itself has a preference.
Yeah.
But that's just me. Anyway, let's get to the video, because it's getting late for me.
And by the way, Kenny is great in season 1. Kenny is a good character.
So in frame.
Also, that's not what that was done. It was just a stylistic choice.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Easter egg Town Central in here as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that whole thing, the poster fits in frame because he's so big, that's dumb.
Yeah.
Bastet, the Egyptian goddess? Is that the Beauty and the Beast floating?
No! We're gonna get a thing montage!
Oh god, kill me now.
Yeah.
Wait, is it? Is it the Beauty and the Beast flower?
It looks like
I think so.
Okay.
Hate this! Ha! Jack is so big his wanted poster doesn't fit in frame. Puss in Bastet, the Egyptian goddess? Is that the Beauty and the Beast floating flower?
Baby unicorn horns, half as heavy.
Look, maybe he's not totally evil. They could be Cabin in the Woods unicorns. Geppetto counting his money and bopping along.
Wait.
Geppetto is pure evil.
Yeah.
Cabin in the Woods?
Hey, he's just doing a reference.
Cabin in the Woods is a horror movie based around classic horror tropes, I believe.
Yes, where the entire premise is that the audience, massive air quotes, is actually a bunch of Lovecraftian elder gods that are, like, contently asleep as so long as they keep getting horror movies. And once somebody breaks the tropes, aka once somebody actually survives properly, or, you know, the slut lives sort of thing, then it removes the entire illusion. So the whole point behind the Cabin in the Woods is there's this organization that is got all these, like, horrific abominations and entities that cannot die or be killed, or, like, they're horror movie monsters. Okay. And so the people that go to the cabin, they trick themselves and they pick which horror monster they're going to go against, based off of what they interact with down in the basement. The one girl almost got the werewolves because she started making out with the wolf mask. But they actually picked the undead redneck zombies, I want to say, in the movie, but there's just all kinds of things. It's to the point where the people running the Cabin in the Woods show to keep the elder entities contained are actually, like, place bets on what monster it's going to be and who's going to die and everything. And to facilitate the tropes happening, they literally give them different chemicals in their drinks and in the air and everything to manipulate their minds. Like the one they picked to be the heroine, she talks about how she's like, no, I can't. I'm a virgin. And then he's like, wait, no, I'm not. I've had sex before. And that's part of her like breaking through the conditioning that she's being given. And the guy who he's a total dope fiend. He smokes marijuana constantly. He's a total pothead druggie. He actually is immune to it, so he's the one that's actually realizing everything's going on. Like something weird is happening. We're all changing. We're all not acting normal and everything.
I'm sorry I asked.
I also have to go AFK for a little bit in just a second, but I want to grab this comment quickly. If you kill Kenny, he outright says you made the right choice. Same if you choose to leave him. Yeah, he's wrong. He is wrong. The bitch
fair.
you can join with is terrible. I don't like her at all. I don't think she's a good person. I don't think she's correct.
She literally kidnaps the kid just to make a point and hit him.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Anyways, I will be back in a bit.
Shall we carry on with the video, or?
Yeah.
Unicorn horns. Half is heavy.
Look, maybe he's not totally evil. They could be Cabin in the Woods unicorns. Geppetto counting his money and bopping along. Emperor Geppetto is pure evil.
Finally be the master of all magic.
Simple premise, Jack doesn't have any magic, so he steals it all now.
Well, yeah, it's because he doesn't feel special. Like, it's not the fact that he doesn't have magic. It's the fact that he doesn't feel, like, special or important. Like, that was his whole thing with, like, what's impressive? I've been a real boy the whole time. Because he doesn't understand why people find Pinocchio so interesting.
Kitty before she opens her eyes.
Oh no, I misjudged the situation!
Astute observations. Also, can't believe Jack did sister.
Again, how is that a win?
I'm pretty sure, like, the first time I heard about the Midas touch was the third Aladdin movie.
I remember that because it was the statue and he had to wrap it in that cloth.
Yeah, and it was Aladdin's dad.
Yeah, because that was
I like that movie.
Aladdin and the 40,000 Thieves or something like that.
Yeah. I know the Disney sequel movies are hit and miss, but I like that one. You know?
Yeah.
It just I don't know. I remember it fondly, and it had a cool artifact in it, the Midas touch. You know?
Yes, there are a lot of Aladdin movies.
I don't know much about the Midas touch story, but yeah. I just know it was some guy and he was cursed with touching everything to gold. And
it was a king who was greedy and he wanted more gold, so he got granted a monkey's paw, which is anything he touched would turn to gold. And he was super happy at first. Then he realized he couldn't eat or drink or do anything like that. Like his life was fucking terrible.
I wonder. Wait, would is it just his hand, or can he technically touch stuff with his lips? So I wonder how it works like that. You know.
Yeah, it was supposed to be like it was the hand thing, but it was the fable was that he tried to pick up food and then he couldn't eat it. He tried to, drink something and by touching the glass it would turn into it. I think he touched a family member. Speedy Acorn says it's his daughter, and he turned his daughter to gold.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
These snake tattoos so dirty.
Again, how were both of those a win? Because that was 2 wins in the same thing. astute observation that she made poor judgment when, and he did 2 twins with matching face snake tattoos dirty. When? How? What? How are those wins?
Shh. Of shame. Please, mock me quietly.
Banter is still top notch. Also, how dare she? That's a beautiful beard.
And you're supposed to be dead.
I got better?
As easy as
Oh, they cut out the other good joke there too. Gee. Like, you said you're on a
Namaste.
spiritual retreat. Namaste.
Namaste.
Oh.
Oh.
This is actually this is the scene that actually has the nitpick in it for the movie, and this is legitimate. This is what I use as like, what is the difference between a nitpick and normal criticism? And a nitpick is an actual problem in the movie that doesn't actually affect the movie itself, doesn't affect the plot or anything.
Mm.
And this is the whole thing. I don't know if we'll see it here, but let's see what his wins are, and then I will go into detail on it if we see it or not.
I hate.
Okay, he doesn't show it. All right. So, in the scene literally right before Jack Horner here, before the cabinet falls over and explodes, he has gloves on. This is literally like in
Ah.
terms of continuity within
Yeah.
a second and a half, and now he suddenly doesn't have gloves on. Again, it doesn't affect anything because the trident he's touching doesn't poison you if you touch his bare skin or anything like that. There's nothing else that would require the gloves from here on out. It's just they forgot that he had the gloves on and he never took them off. And this is the only nitpick in the movie. And again, this is what I use as like, what is the difference between a nitpick and a critique? Well, a nitpick is Jack Horner has gloves on, and then within less than a second, he never takes the gloves off. He suddenly doesn't have gloves anymore. So it's an actual problem with continuity. They made a fuck up, but it doesn't actually affect the story at all because he doesn't require the gloves from then on.
Mm-hmm.
So it's fine. There's no big deal about him not having gloves anymore. It's just that it's a continuity fuck up. Maybe the gloves were just in the head all along. It's a Man of Medan moment. No. Again, he put on the gloves specifically so he could pick up the Midas touch thing, and he didn't want to touch it. Well, no, I mean, how does it affect the story that he doesn't have the gloves anymore? Unless you mean by the fact that it's a continuity error, right? Then I would say, okay, fine, but that gets super pedantic on affecting the story.
No clue why Jafar is on there, but this might be the most brutal thing I've ever seen in a kid's movie. Carpet is the most innocent Disney character. And I stand by it, but a mustachectomy is also brutal.
How are these wins? I don't understand. Like, what could we say to make these be wins? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we could say to say like how this could be a win. Is it just because it's shocking that it's a bit gruesome? Don't think deep into it. He's just stupid. Move on.
Yeah.
All right, fine. As
Don't
the
think
chat
about it.
will. Go ahead.
Don't think about it. Just consume product.
Yeah,
By the way, that's
exactly.
another quote.
A kid's movie. Carpet is the most innocent Disney character. And I stand by it, but a mustachectomy is also brutal. And I've only had this happen with the zipper of my jacket, but oof, also brutal. Puss still given back to the people. No one says their own name like Puss. I'm not sure there's any name Antonio couldn't make sound badass. Also, watch Kitty's eye roll.
Yeah.
Dang, his upper eye.
Antonio Banderas in this movie, good God, he did such a good job.
Yeah, he really did.
I'm just sad of how he was done in Indiana Jones.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dude got shafted.
Oh, goodness sake.
First, and since the whites of his eyes are red, he looks like the devil.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
And I mean, Sharon's coins? I know it's a fairy.
I'm not going to get him on the pronunciation there, but again, he's just making observations again, I guess.
Tale, so the rules are loosey-goosey, but I feel like Puss should have figured out that he's not just a bounty hunter.
But why? Why would Puss, again, who's terrified of him, think anything more than that he's just a really proficient bounty hunter?
Maybe because of the. I'm trying to think. The first time watching, was I thinking, was this guy? I can't remember honestly. I was definitely intimidated, but
From
I'm
what
trying
I've
to think.
seen, and it's very anecdotal evidence,
Mm-hmm.
the overwhelming majority of people don't put together that he's deaf until either they see him standing in the skull thing or he outright says who he is. The vast majority, from what I've seen, and I'm going off that based off of like reaction videos and things like that of like people not putting that together until then.
Mm-hmm.
I know I'm not, reaction videos. There are some that are good. There's some that are really bad. If you want to watch a really, really bad one, there's an Honor Among Thieves one that's incredibly awful. Because I always find it interesting to see what other people think and like what does their eye catch? What do they drift to in certain scenes and everything?
Mm-hmm.
And there was one I watched for the Honor Among Thieves, and the very first time they showed the hobgoblin. I don't know if it's actually a hobgoblin, because I don't know specifically what they look like in that setting for the movie setting, I should say. But yeah, when they show the guy getting out of the cart, this one black guy goes, "That dude's totally innocent." I'm like, and I already knew I was gonna be on for a fucking wild ride through that one, and that one was a really bad one.
I just find this weird because it's like what this dude is saying, where the coin should have given it away. It's like no,
Yeah.
He literally pointed at the dead part of the wanted poster. He wants to kill Puss, and Puss knows that. So there's no reason why this would like tip off that he's actually deaf. It's literally just the bounty hunter wants to fucking kill me.
Yep. Yeah, again, like I don't know what in this would specifically make Puss realize, oh, that's death.
Hello? Uh-oh. My sound is dead.
Right. Uh-oh. Hears?
Now I can. Sorry, yeah, I got back, I picked up my headset, and I accidentally flicked the button to turn it off, so you got cut off there for a few seconds.
No. The basic thing we were saying is, I don't know what in any of that scene would have indicated to Puss that this is death and not just a bounty hunter that wants to kill him.
Yeah. Because he doesn't even realize yet that it's death.
Yeah.
Until death pretty much confirms it outright, he thinks it's a bounty hunter.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back. You guys go ahead.
All right.
That's a good way to end up melancholy. Or, have a Siamese dream. Aw.
Gosh. Okay, well, that's terrible. Please
Yo.
deduct 10 points from your intelligence.
In a world, if there's any justice, people like this wouldn't have a platform to make their shitty jokes. bad comedians like this usually get filtered really fucking hard. And the reason he didn't is because he's playing on a gimmick that I guess people like the gimmick and they like the positivity no matter how fucking dumb it is.
Yeah, there's a reason we call it toxic positivity.
It is so irritating.
Toxic positivity, that's... I think
Yeah,
I heard of that before.
It's the concept of where, like, you must be positive, like, anything negative is bad, so, you know, you shun the people that think the bad things. It's the whole, like, Orwellian nightmare of everything must be happy sort of things, because if you say something's bad, oh, you're just a hater. You don't have actual legitimate criticism against it, because you should be that, you know, net joy has been increased in the world, so you should just be happy. Don't complain, be happy. It's the fucking crazy psychopath people that, you know, everything must be good.
Yeah.
It's what's literally started the Cinema Wins channel. He didn't like that the Cinema Sins existed because it was just too negative. It's like, yeah, but if it's valid, it's valid. Now, in Cinema Sins' case, he doesn't have valid arguments at all. Like, he's infamous for being a fucking clown. But it's the same thing you always deal with is like, oh, it's another good example of toxic positivity is, oh, it's just a game, why do you care? Oh, it's just a movie, why do you care?
When they pull something like that, you gotta hit them with like a Uno reverse. So like,
yeah, why do you care what I think about this thing if you find it so minuscule, so unimportant?
Yeah. It's a movie with space wizards intended for children. Why do you care? Okay, if it's a space wizard movie for children, why do you care what I think about it? You know?
Yeah, exactly. This one guy, Many a True Nerd, was positive for this one game, Fallout 3, and he has more subscribers than you, so maybe take a book out of his page. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen that argument in a while, thank God, but it's crazy how many people come to my video and be like, oh, well, he has more views than you. He has more subscribers than you. Clearly he's doing something right. Or something to that effect. It's like, his channel's been around longer than me. He talks about things people really like to hear. People like the fucking positive enforcement of the things they like. Oh, hey,
yeah.
I really like Fallout 3, and this guy is saying it's actually great? Oh, man, this is something great I can use against the haters.
Yeah, confirmation bias is a hell of a fucking drug.
Yeah. Also, it's just the insanity of people saying shit like, he's got more subscribers and views than you, as if, first of all, that's a measuring stick for, like, quality, but second of all, the whole views thing, like, yeah, his video is gonna have more views than a video by a guy with, at the time, less than, like, what, 5,000 subscribers? The original version, I only had, like, 300 subscribers at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But, the remake, I had, like, I think it was over 5,000. It was less than 6,000 at the time. It's like, yeah, channel that small, not going to be getting 10 million views on a video, typically. Especially an 8-hour-long video.
Yeah.
Now we know where Jack got his display horns.
I don't believe you. That's okay, as long as you believe in yourself. What? Is he deranged?
Yes.
Yep. Self-confidence can come off like that.
No, it's not that he's self-confident. He literally is deranged. Like, that is part of his character. He literally doesn't understand what's going around him. He thought they were playing a game when they tried to drown him in a river.
Yeah.
And he actually keeps the sock that they tried to drown him in, not understanding, like, how horribly awful that situation was. He is deranged. I love Puss's face, though, in this shot.
All the faces are great in this frame.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my god, I just thought of... It's a bit of a cell phone against me, but Puss is channeling his inner Kree Like, oh no, somebody mentioned Halo Reach again. Here he goes.
Joke's on you. That's the expression I always have. Preto wasn't the same since The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
Yep.
That.
His hope and
That's me
optimism
playing
gone.
Yeah. That's me playing Spider-Man 2 when I want to upgrade my web shooter. I have to play Death Girl spraying walls if I want to upgrade it. So. It's just that feeling of why.
Cinema Wins relates too hard to Preto, so he thinks he isn't delusional.
Yeah. Trust me, it's not self-confidence. He genuinely is delusional there, CinemaSin.
The difference is, though, that Preto's endearing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually knows when to shut up, shockingly.
You know? Kind of like, what's his name? One Piece character, Luffy, in the live-action Netflix One Piece. I watched that. I liked it.
I still haven't gotten around to watching it, but I did pick up Volume 1 of the manga.
Shad actually said, Shadiversity Shad said it actually was really, really good. He was shocked how good it was.
A lot of people have. Mahler liked it, Nerdrotic, and I think Az from Heel vs. Babyface both said they like it. Who else? There's a bunch of others. Yellow Flash, Jeremy from Geeksy Gamers, Drunk 3PO. Like, when all those people are agreeing on something, it's like, fuck. Okay, I have to watch this.
Yeah, because, you see, I think I wouldn't normally have watched it, but, you know, because I was on my way to London, and it was like a 4-hour trip on coach. Coach is like a big bus, by the way, if any of you guys didn't know. And, you know, I had all this time on my hands, and I thought, yeah, screw it, why not watch an episode of One Piece? And I watched the one episode, like, oh, that was fine, I'll watch the second one. I was like, well, okay, this is getting somewhere. And the third one, and before I knew it, I watched the whole darn thing on the journey in and back. You know,
Right.
it's like, it's so refreshing. It's like, it's got none of this like deconstruction nihilism shit in it. It's actually quite upbeat and positive. And you know, this little dog here, he's kind of in the same way optimistic as Luffy. And it kind of rubs off on you. Like, you find it annoying at first, but then it's just like, you know what, I kind of like this character, you know, he weirdly rubs off on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take some time and watch it at some point soon.
Yeah, because it's like, it's tricky to write, because normally, like, upbeat characters like that are really annoying. And it takes a certain skill to write them in a way you connect with them, you know?
Yeah.
You don't see that very often.
Because, I mean, that's the problem with characters like Perito, is the fact that they very quickly can become tiresome. But, as I said, he knows when to shut the fuck up. Like, when he goes to help Puss deal with the anxiety attack, the panic attack, he doesn't say a word. He just rests on him just to let him know that he's there. And I super want to go into that panic attack, because, ooh, it's so good.
You there, get out! Leave it! Drop it!
Puss, they do have a lot in common.
He cannot be trusted. Not be trusted.
Oh, you cut out the other joke!
Yeah, when he swears. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Shit for brains, and then are she just exasperated, like, what?
That was apparent, like, for the parents. Like, the parents everywhere in my theater were, like, laughing their ass off.
Yeah.
And were, like, really surprised. Like, what the hell?
Again, all the facial expressions and the animations in this movie are just so fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
And I just love this. I trust him a hell of a lot more than I trust you.
The slow pull. Dog knows what's important in these transitions. He is not wrong. Poor little guy got caught in the cuteness crossfire. And even though it might seem like random bad words smashed together, the map really reflects what each of them fears. For Kitty, it's being...
Yeah.
Okay,
I noticed
yes.
that too. But I didn't catch all of them. Like, if you ask me, like, oh, what does each one mean to the character, I'd struggle a little. Some of them I caught, like, the loneliness thing and stuff like that. But some of them I was like, hang on, how does that match? Maybe yeah, maybe
Yeah.
he'll explain them, but I doubt it. About each one. I mean, that'd be worth to put in a cinema analysis video. No, he'll probably just gloss over it and move on to the next point.
Yeah.
Or trust anyone, and for Puss, it's
See, the Cave of Lost Souls one, I was like trying to figure out how that would fit. Like when I first watched the film, and then when it's like, oh, so fucking fitting for all of his past lives. Holy shit! Oh, that was genuinely that was really good.
Will it make us rich? Rich enough to hibernate all the year round.
somehow having the bears from East London makes them more adorable just at a pub in Stratford being bears.
All I smell is bullshit.
Shush, censoring.
With a rock in it. And then throw me in a river.
Perito's story makes Disney tragedy seem like a walk in the park, and he literally can't be
that face is. I'm pretty
Yes.
sure. I'm pretty sure you'll see this in
I might mine that face reaction out of this too.
Oh no! Mr. Bug, a friend of mine, occasional co-host of the show, he uses that as a React image sometimes. I don't think I've seen him use it before, but I don't see him use it a lot now.
Yeah,
But, yeah.
I've got a few. I've got What Madness Is This? Okay, see you later. Zank staring and glaring Simon to death. This I think would be a fantastic one to use as well.
$8 from DileoCon, thank you. Oh no, you're covering cinema wins? Is this video worse than Cinema Sins? I actually hate the Cinema Sins video on this a lot more at this point. But we're only about halfway through this. Actually, less than that. But the Cinema Sins video was insufferable because half the jokes, if you want to call them that, were, hey, cartoon logic isn't real. It's like, yeah, no shit, you fuck.
Rex took the stone right with the sword in it. Aw, Mama Bear goes right for Goldie to cushion her fall. His act.
Yes!
He's just...
Elaborate on why that's so important.
Some of the artifacts I would have preferred not to be there, like King Arthur's sword in the stone. Like, save that for like a big movie, not just like an Easter egg of a villain's arsenal, you know?
Well, I can imagine we'll see a lot of these things again. It's just used as a good gag here, too. Like, I legitimately really like the gag of, hey, it's King Arthur's sword. I couldn't get it out of the stone, though, so I just took the stone, too.
Yeah, cool sword, right? I couldn't get the stone off of it. I think it still looks good.
Out his bones.
That cut off for me. All I heard was his bones.
His axe was a cheese grater, and now he's just bones. Like, that doesn't work. Like, you don't... A cheese grater does... You don't grade
yes,
meat and suddenly get bones left over.
No, Seth, you're getting it backwards. You grate the cheese off of the cheese bones. I want my cheese boneless.
Ugh.
God, you just made so many white people cringe.
Yeah.
How?
What do you mean, how?
Oh my jeez. Boneless. What the fuck?
I'm your conscience.
Jiminy Stewart Cricket. It's like all the old good time movie moments rolled into one.
Yeah, I love the inclusion of Jiminy Cricket. That was just genius.
Yes.
One of the best characters in the movie.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't know if he'll mention it here because I don't see his thing yet. But the phoenix, if you pay attention to its eye, it is actually starting to cry.
Because the thing is, with Jiminy Cricket, right? What is Jiminy Cricket? He is the conscience of the innocent Pinocchio who doesn't really know right from wrong. And that is a genius way to demonstrate how evil Jack Horner is. Because during the cricket, bless him, he tries. You know? He tries to make it up, but he can't do anything. He's meant to be, the best conscience there is of getting people to act on better choices, and he can't do shit. And that's a genius way, really effective way to illustrate, Jack Horner, there's no redemption to him. And it's funny as well. Funny as hell.
Yeah, their interactions are some of the best in the entire movie.
Yeah.
Hands down.
Jiminy Stewart cricket. It's like all the old good time movie moments rolled
Okay, so like I said, pay attention to the Phoenix's eyeball.
into one.
Pretty boss flamethrower,
Yep.
right?
Never would have clocked John Mulaney as being able to play pure evil, but he's killing it. And killing this poor baker. Dark.
Never trust anyone.
Yeah, you saw it there for a brief second, but yeah, there is a baker in the background who stop, drops, and rolls, and just like, no, because they're trying to put the fire out that's on.
Also, Tentacle Dude points out in chat, also love that the stone shatters when he hits someone with it, so he could have broken it any time, but he just didn't bother.
Yep.
It's a don't trust anyone lesson, and Perito just can't help but be in awe of how awesome the swipe was.
That's amazing.
My beautiful beer.
It is.
Like, it comes across as filler. Like, what else do you call it?
Yeah.
My beard looks amazing. It is, ding. Why is it, like, is that a joke? Is that a praise of the film? What is it? Because it doesn't feel like either. Yeah, it feels like you're talking just for the sake of talking.
Yep.
No, it plays.
You're not gonna shoot a puppy, are you, Jack? Yeah, in the face. Why?
A+ delivery for just the most despicable line. And have to admire a completely irredeemable
Pausing just for copyright. I love that line so much.
It is genuinely a fantastic line.
baddie who just has no idea why bad things might be bad. Dude is standing in a skull. Love the confetti surrounding Puss's head, only to turn around and see death. So many animated movies.
Okay, so, yeah, and if you look at death in this particular moment, see it's a skull.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is kind of the thing that, like I said...
if you pause it, I'd notice that. Maybe I didn't notice that when watching the movie, but yeah.
Yeah, this is the one where some of the people got it, for, like, all the reaction channels and everything, got that he was deaf at this point, but the overwhelming majority, it was only when he spelled it out that they understand.
I mean, if... For a viewer, I feel like it should have been obvious when he had the coins on his eyes.
Why?
Because that's a symbol of death in some cultures. Like, you put coins on their eyes so they can pay to cross the river Styx.
Yeah. But I mean, as we established, why wouldn't you just assume that he's just threatening to kill Puss? Still.
No, I'm not talking about in-universe. I'm talking about audience.
No, I'm talking about the audience as well. That he's just making a threat.
It just seems obvious to me that that's a representation of death. Because the whole coins on ice thing is very tied to that.
Not
I'm going to tell you, not a single thing I've ever seen ever got it at that point.
Okay, I don't care about those people. At all.
I know, I'm saying, but I'm using you know, why wouldn't it would be obvious for the audience? It isn't, though.
No,
I don't know why it would be obvious.
I'm saying I thought it would be. Because it seems obvious to me. Clearly I'm wrong about that. But what I'm saying is, to me, that seems like something that should be obvious. Should be.
I don't know what... Yeah, I don't know at what point, but to me, like... I didn't guess immediately that it was death, but there was more to him than being a bounty hunter. That I felt for sure somewhere like in between the reveal and in between of his introduction, like somewhere in between. And you're like, okay, there's definitely something going on with this dude, and yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, that I have seen more with what Tentacle Dude says. Some people could interpret that as him seeing money when watching Puss in Fear because he was portrayed as a bounty hunter. So he's literally got money on his mind.
Possibly, but
And
if
that
we're
has
talking
happened
about him being a
before.
real person, that's blocking his sight on his target.
Yeah, but he's not going to catch up to his target who's on a cart going away anyway.
No, I know, but you could get important details still just by looking like which direction they're going. Rather than like trying to be a badass. You know?
I mean, he tracked him to this point, thus far.
Because he's deaf. Like, it seems like
We're
normal,
talking about if he was a bounty hunter. He's tracked him to this point already. So he's obviously confident. He didn't see where Puss went when he went down the shitter pipe.
No, I know, but you have to infer... Like, if you're assuming a bounty hunter at that point, you have to infer there's something... Some kind of trail Puss must have left that led him there. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, YouTube double sent your message, Tentacle Dude. It's okay, though.
Yeah, it happens.
And see, so many animated movies don't have any villains these days. Like, who's the bad guy in Encanto? Exactly. And then this movie has two groups of baddies, and then the literal incarnation of death. Nice change of pace.
Again,
It is, actually.
this movie has a single villain, and it has 3 antagonists. One of the antagonists is a villain.
Mm-hmm.
But it's nice to have, like, good opposition to your main characters for once, for frick's sake, and have one character be unapologetically evil. I can't remember the last time we got something like that. Unapologetically evil.
Yeah, because remember, they
No,
always try
I
to
can't think of
recontextualize the unapologetic evil, too. Like, the fucking Enchantress, and how she turns into a fucking giant dragon. She was supposed to just be an evil villain. And then they tried to redo it, what was it? The Woodsman, or whatever they called the movie? Where they told it from her perspective.
Oh, shit. I know the name. It's like right there.
Or the Huntsman, maybe?
Maleficent in The Huntsman.
Yeah, Maleficent.
Yeah, there you go. Like,
Don't
yeah, she was
remind
just
me of
supposed to
that
be.
movie.
She was just supposed to be the embodiment of evil, but then they couldn't help themselves. They had to recontextualize, and no, she was actually a victim in her own right, and blah
That
blah
was
blah. And
stupid.
hoo, hoo, hoo. And it's like,
They
no,
even did a sequel to that, didn't they?
Did they? Oh God, I hope.
I think so. Yeah, they did. There was a Maleficent too. Or am I dreaming?
Yeah.
I think there was. Can't
Don't
remember.
know. Oh, they're saying yes, they did. Oh God.
Why? It's just it's stupid. Next thing you know, they'll do a I don't know. The other Disney villain, Gaston the movie. Oh no way, he's a white man. They won't do that.
They'll do a movie based around the seagull from the live-action Little Mermaid. Give Aquafina a whole movie as the seagull.
It's just stupid. Make villains again.
Yes.
Yeah.
They should just have that movie end with the fucking scene from the lighthouse. That's how it ends.
Yeah,
that's how it starts and that's how it ends. Just that.
It's just fucking that scene, and it freezes like mid-scene. It's like, yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how.
Imagine freaking Frollo. What's his name? The one who wanted to kill the disfigured baby in Notre Dame.
Yeah,
Hunchback,
Judge
it's Frollo.
Yeah. Imagine making a movie about him being okay. Hey, you see, this baby was disfigured. I was in the right to want to kill it. Jeez.
Hey, the gypsies are actually evil, awful, corrupt people.
But they're also very hot, and I'm allowed to feel lustful for them. You sons of bitches.
We should get a Disney film where we see it's from like the perspective of Clay and why he thinks it's okay to shoot gorillas.
Yeah. I I love that people nowadays, like when they see the Hellfire song for Judge Frollo, are like, dude's really upset because he got a boner, and it's like, I mean, yeah. Again, he lives in a time where womanly temptations are considered the first step towards sin.
There is so much in that song that just lust.
Yes.
He's really asking God for guidance, and like God kind of gives him like, it's implied that okay, this is your way out, you know, back out right now. But no, he goes further.
Yeah. Again, they're literally saying it's his fault. It's not my fault. Mea culpa. Not to blame. Mea culpa. It's your fault. They're trying to tell you it's your fault. Stop.
Yeah. It just reminded me of this I guess she sings like different songs, and she sings that song, and she's kind of hot. I need to erase her out of my mind, otherwise I'm gonna have lustful thoughts all day. I can't remember her name. Wait. Violet something. I can't remember.
They should make a movie about that based racist dude from Pocahontas.
Savages,
barely
even human. Yes. Best
Violet
or
Orlandi. There we go. She sings Hellfire. She's really hot. I recommend that. It's sung really well, and she's hot. I think she did I think she did that collaborations with Dan Vasc as well. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
If you're unsure who the wolf is, he's not present on the map. Also, Nostalgic Pines gives us a hint at what Goldilocks really wants.
Voy a hacer a todos alfombras de baño.
I think that was I will make everyone bath mats, and I truly hope I'm correct.
I mean, can't you just get a translation of it from someone who knows how to speak the language?
Yeah. Oh, there's a scene coming up where Meme Repository, he took a note, and he was like, I was taking notes during the movie, and then he's going through this one section, and he goes, sexual harassment. And he goes, I don't know why I wrote down sexual harassment. Everybody else was confused too, and I was like, well, it's when Perito slapped Puss on the ass.
No, I got the thumbnail. Something happened.
Oh no.
Let me hit play.
903 is where we're at.
Alright.
Try and hit play for you. Okay.
Also, for a kids movie, they really aren't being all you can hear, the muffled sounds. If you've had one, you can imagine the tightness in your chest and that weird feeling like your skull might explode out through your ears. Just me.
Oh, and the fact that everything else is distant. Like, whenever I've had a panic attack, everything else feels distant, like as if the world is fading away, like nothing is real. You feel like you're literally on the verge of death. And it just, like, all the sensations, everything gets heightened, you feel a tingling all across your body. Everything gets muffled because you're no longer focused anymore.
The tingling
which
across
they
your...
actually do in the movie, which is really fucking good.
The tingling across your body thing seems to line up with his hair raising too, because that seems like it would be the cat version of that.
Yeah. It's just so good. Like, again, this is one of the best representations of a panic attack I have ever seen in media. Like, it is crazy good.
Hang on. There's a movie
we're not talking
Miles
about
having a anxiety attack. You haven't watched that. How dare you, racist?
We are not talking about that. That's locked.
Which movie was that again?
I can't remember. It was like a Miles short.
I know it came out around the same time.
The Spider Woman, or something like that.
No, it was Velma.
Yeah.
What?
It was Velma.
Velma was the one that did the awful, awful version of a panic attack.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why I said Velma, and I was like, we're not talking about that piece of shit show.
I also like what Tentacle Dude says here. Well, at least he had more elaboration. Or, sorry, at least he had some elaboration instead of just saying, good portrayal of a panic attack. Ding!
Yes, I agree. again, he has moments. He has moments. I think we're at a higher count than what CinemaSins got already, so that's good.
Oh yeah, for sure. And this is better than his Dune video, but still not by much.
Yep. I hope he's going to talk about Perito, because he didn't mention what Perito's dream was earlier, which, again, would have been great setup for later. You know, I want to be a therapy dog, and now he's going to actually act like a therapy dog and help us through this panic attack and get him to calm down and come back to his senses.
Aw, Rebecca Welton would still be my choice when I get a panic attack, but Pedito gets to fulfill his dream of being a therapy dog.
Thank you. All right, I hated that you did another reference in there, but yes, absolutely. That is a great reference to what he did earlier. I wish he would have cut back to the first scene where Perito said he wanted to be a therapy dog, but
Yeah.
you know, he actually mentioned it. Thank goodness.
Yeah, at least it's an acknowledgement. This still sucks though, but like there are definitely a few points here we can give him where it's like, yeah, that's actually pretty decent. I'm glad you pointed that out or acknowledged it in a way that was more than hey thing ding.
All right, I have dinner. Nice. Unlike TruePop 7, who wouldn't know, this actually has seasoning on it.
To be a fearless hero.
Really Roy Kenting his feelings.
Also, I like that one of the subtle messages of this is that Puss in Boots was never courageous because he never had fear.
Yeah.
He never confronted the possibility of death. Once he actually confronts the possibility of death and he chooses to stand against him anyways, because it's the right thing to do in that time, he becomes a hero. He actually shows courage.
Yeah.
Because courage isn't the absence of fear. Courage is having fear but choosing to do it anyways.
Yeah, and that's a somewhat common message in movies, and I like that they play into that whole thing here where, yeah, you can't be courageous if you're fearless. Those are mutually exclusive. Courageous is doing the thing you're scared of. Which, I never thought about before. It actually makes Courage the Cowardly Dog's name so much more fitting than I realized.
Yes.
Because he's scared of everything, but he still does what he has to. That's great.
Benny Worst Pickles.
Who told you the name?
Ha! Commas, they matter. I guess not in spoken words, but still, vampire.
Oh my god, shut.
Again, the commas
Also,
when it comes to spoken words is just the emphasis that you place in it, like your cadence and tone and speed.
Yeah.
Like, for example, if she said, you know, we've been in worse pickles than this before, then obviously that would have been, you know, her acknowledging that she knew, right?
Yeah.
Her just saying, we've been in worse pickles than this before.
Also,
obviously she doesn't know, and it was only Puss freaking out. That's why she was like, what?
Yeah. I also want to point out that the previous win, he referenced another movie. He's like, haven't seen it? Watch it. These reference wins and sins fucking suck. They're the worst.
How about no? I won't watch what you suggest.
Yeah. I'm not going to take movie suggestions from a guy who thinks everything is great.
Fire some points.
Adjust your view. What you seek may be right in front of you.
Yeah, it's the house, but actually it's her family she already has. And the Nostalgic Pines can be a little garden of the Lotus Eaters, but I see it less as a challenge and more of a reminder. Goodness, that...
Again, like, yeah, you're just stating what's going on, but yeah, this is an actual genuinely good point. The map is trying to get her to realize your wish nothing would happen if you did this wish, because you already have everything you're wishing for already. You just can't see it because you're blinded by this weird fairy tale, it must be human thing.
Mm-hmm. Also, this seems like another really inane win.
Hansel and Gretel, yes, but also, of course, Humpty would have checked out the fairy tale book. It was the required reading for the Golden Goose Heist. And would you look at that? The first letter has a message.
I didn't show up.
Yeah. So, this is another one of the subtle things. Look at the first letter in every single line along down this, and
Look
he
at
just
that, the
puts
first
it here.
letter.
There you go. You already have it. Again, this is everything trying to tell Goldilocks, you have a family already.
This guy speaks like he's in a Marvel film. He speaks like he's in a bad Marvel film, which I guess is just a typical Marvel film today.
Yeah.
I didn't show up either.
Holding a grudge against someone for doing something you also did must be love.
No. Oh my god, he actually fell for the trap. She's lying. She is 100% lying.
Okay.
She
do you
absolutely
think she's
showed
lying?
up.
Yeah, because her whole thing is insecurity, and the fact that he abandoned her like that at the wedding altar is something that hurt her deeply.
Yeah. She wouldn't hold this kind of grudge. She wouldn't be this angry if she didn't care and didn't show up. She absolutely showed up. 100%.
The only way he'd know for certain if he was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is her trying to give him another chance.
Yeah, she's trying to soften the blow because she heard what he said when she was trying to find him, and he was coming out of his panic attack about how he felt so much remorse and regret that he wishes he could take it back, that he didn't mean to hurt her so badly that day. But he was afraid, and he ran away because Puss in Boots isn't supposed to be afraid.
And see, this is something you could talk about cinema wins if you had actually paid some fucking attention to the film.
Yeah, he actually fell for the bait that, there are a lot of people that think that what she said was 100% true. It's like, no, she's lying through her fucking teeth right now.
It makes me wonder how many of these details early on he Googled to find out. Like, he saw discussions on fucking Reddit or whatever of like, hey, did you know that the bell dings 8 times and the 8th time is the time he dies? I wonder how much of that he found himself.
Yeah.
Love? Who? Yourself.
I mean, she really knows him.
Again, this is her trying to paint it obviously for him. Like, it was because you were so obsessed with yourself, that's why you ran away. Because you felt fear, and you thought that the legend should never feel fear. Again, she's just lying. And she's trying to get him to understand that, hey, you can come to me, we can have a life together. But the thing that has to change, the thing that must change, is that you let me in.
Mm-hmm.
Ends flare? I guess these two were feeling it.
You know, I never had much as a kid. Just loving parents, stability in a mansion, and a thriving baked goods enterprise for me to inherit. Useless crap like that.
Man, Jack is really the perfect encapsulation of that.
It's such a good line. Loving family, bakery empire, useless crap like that.
Yep. Because again, he didn't see what he had, he saw what others had. It's that whole thing, the grass is greener on the other side sort of thing.
Hmm.
And in this case, it was because of magic. Because of stuff like Pinocchio. He didn't see that the gift he had was he's set and he will be fine and safe for the rest of his life. You know, he has a nest egg, he has an empire to inherit, he will be okay. But he doesn't see that because he sees all the people walking away from him and walking to Pinocchio and cheering on him.
Wait, what word? What word is he referring to? I'm not sure. I wound it back so we can play some of it again.
Okay.
Parents, stability in a mansion, and a thriving baked goods enterprise for me to inherit. Useless crap like that.
Man, Jack is really the perfect encapsulation of that word. I won't say that rhymes with schmishmalich, or he's never really known.
He's talking about privilege.
Oh.
And it's not privilege, again. He developed a psychosis. It happens to everybody. And weird things can trigger it.
I don't think this is a thing about privilege. I think it's more about, nurture versus nature, kind of thing. I think it's more so like the world hasn't really given him a reason to be evil, and yet he's evil. That's how I don't think it's like as nuanced something as privilege.
No, yeah, it's not privilege. Like I said, it's the grass is greener philosophy. He literally saw all the people. He put his heart and effort into it. Again, he's panting and everything like that as he's doing the dance stuff. His parents look miserable, but he's like really into it. And then he sees the people walk away and leave and go to Pinocchio, and they're cheering him on. And he immediately has a gut reaction to like, no, they're not abandoning me. Like, what's impressive? I've been a real boy the whole time.
Yeah.
And again, it just obviously it planted that seed. It's that crack in his mind.
I love the horrified look on fucking Jiminy Cricket here.
I also love this. It's like where he's explaining his wish. He's like, "Oh, nothing much. Just all the magic in the world and none for anyone else." That's just his reaction. It's just like, "Oh my god!"
Is that so much to ask? Agree to disagree.
His theme is envy, not privilege. Yes.
Yeah.
Thing he has for granted, but still needs more, and the win is for Ethical Bug shaking his head in disbelief. I've been waiting for a shot with all the bakers to see if they really did a baker's dozen of bakers, and I think I've cracked it. There are 8 in the bridge, 1 driving the carriage. 3 get exploded by unicorn horns, and 1 is skeletonized. That's 13, a baker's dozen.
Yeah,
Yes.
because that's the joke.
Jesus Christ.
Horrible.
Perfection.
The smug look on his face, too, and he turns when Cricket freaks the fuck out.
Yeah. like he's known the whole time. And which he basically says, because he's like, it took you this long?
What took you so long, idiot?
Yeah.
Alright, but yeah, this is where Meme Repository wrote down in his notes sexual harassment lawsuit, and he's like, I don't know why I wrote that down. And nobody else could remember it either, and I immediately knew it's because Burrito's like, go get him, Tiger, and slaps him right on the ass. Really hard, too.
Can't really think of a better name than that, honestly.
Oi, you criming us?
Oh, you
when
skipped
we
it,
just
damn.
crimed you? No crime backs.
Well, that is the rule of the streets. Also, no murdering inside whenever you designate base.
What?
Wait, what was that saying?
Whatever.
No murder in what you designate base. It's like... What?
This is the African American talk, I see.
Oh, God.
What's up, my hoods? Whatever.
I get what he's saying, but it's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
He's
I
saying don't commit the crime where you
don't
live.
shit where you eat, basically.
Yeah, don't shit where you eat.
But it's also literally not their home. It's a recreation
Yeah.
of it in fucking
Exactly.
the
Never
alternate
take your own
dimension.
product. Like,
Yeah, it
with
doesn't make any
Jesse Pinkman.
sense.
Oh, okay.
So when we only talk about nice details, the fact that the map is still wrapped up and nobody's looking at it, and it doesn't change. The moment they undo the map and look at it, then it changes.
Yeah.
I really like that touch. So that way you can have people interacting with the map over and over again, but it doesn't actually stop the craziness going on because nobody's actually looking at it.
Oh, that is just
Such a fun nod to the original fairy tale.
Hey,
They do a bunch
Yeah.
of those, though.
Yeah.
Like, that's their whole theme along most of the movie is 2x, 2y, just right.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I like
These
those
are
Easter
too
eggs.
small.
The sword in the stone still bugs me just because it kind of reminds me of Loki, you know, like, oh, these are Infinity Stones, they're just paper stocks,
Well-
you know. This is the baseball bat of stone. It's an important sword, you know. It just bugs me that it's just like a
The difference
throwaway
for me
gag.
in that is that it's still the real. Well, those are real Infinity Stones, but it's still King Arthur's
Yeah.
sword, and it still has like all the value and importance it would in this world. Whereas the Infinity Stones have been powered down, and because they're used as paperweights, because they're from a universe that has been fucking wiped out, where they're just rocks now, basically. Where something that was unique and powerful is now common and worthless. Now that was the problem for me with the Infinity Stones in Loki.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
This movie.
Team friendship.
No, that is a crap name.
Hard disagree, yet somehow Olivia Colman still gets the win.
You're nothing.
God, this is so fucking insufferable.
Why does she get the win?
Because good voice acting. I mean, yeah, it is good voice acting. I'm not talking that down. It's just...
But get that in the video.
You could do like a 5-hour-long video, cinema thing, cinema wins, cinema sins, doing this exact kind of shit. They only decide to do it whenever it's like, I don't know, we need to make the video slightly longer. Hey, if I throw in a bunch of useless garbage, I'll add 5 minutes to the video. So now it's everything great about Puss in Boots: The Last Wish in 18 minutes instead of fucking 13 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
The video has to be decently long, not 10 minutes long, but... Because if you cut out all the garbage, this video would probably be like 5 minutes long, realistically.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's fine. You don't have to stretch these videos out with all this useless fucking garbage.
Yep.
When are they getting to Starfield? Isn't this a Bethesda channel? No, this is not a Bethesda channel. This is a general entertainment media channel. We've talked about Starfield already. Next STAG, 2 weeks from now, we'll probably be covering Angry Joe's Starfield review. And, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but our old friend, Bad Company Sarge, has released a video questioning if the hate of Starfield is even real.
Okay.
No, I just think everyone forgot about Starfield. Like,
It died
out
off
of
real
public-
fucking quick.
Because it's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had a shelf life of nothing because people realized it was bad and they moved on.
Yeah.
Oh god, so do you see what happened, Korean chat? When are they getting to the Starfield videos? Isn't this a Bethesda channel? Ah, I knew that would get your goat.
No.
Get punned on.
No.
Think Cinderella.
Low rent always seems like the worst insult, and I don't think I even really get it.
I haven't got dingleberries. No, you do. You do have them.
Unless you're the Charmin Bear, you all do. With such perfect delivery. He just wants friends to riff with.
Oh, I wish I had a family like this.
I realize it's like the message, but it really is bonkers how often it takes an outsider to help us humans see how dope our situations are.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
Again, because it's hard to see what's going on when you're in the middle of it, right? That's just true for everything, for everybody. Because you think you've got things figured out with your life and everything, and sometimes you can just take somebody and be like, oh, well, that's a little silly. And then you question, like, yeah, but why do I do that? You know? Because a lot of times it can just be force of habit for one reason or another.
Mm-hmm. Oh, speaking of Starfield, ratings update. Recently down to 62%.
Yep, we might get below 60% for Starfield.
Get fucked. I'm hoping for sub 60. That would be beautiful.
That was an evil laugh if I've ever heard one.
Oh.
Okay.
The additions for Halloween are like next week, so get ready.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait for the Halloween movie
Wait.
marathon. That's gonna be so much fun.
Wait, Halloween is next week, next Sunday, right?
No, it's Tuesday.
Not next Sunday. You're close though. Yeah.
Oh.
Next Sunday is the
Okay.
29th.
Yeah.
So it's on a Tuesday.
Beach patterns against them. Low blow, soft paws. It could always be worse. Be thankful there isn't a giant statue made of, I don't know, like a collection of highly flammable and pliable willow branches? Something like that.
Would you call him Woosie Mood?
I refuse to support them as they are pushing an ideal of machismo on him that is both unhealthy and unsustainable.
Oh, shut
No.
up! Shut
Again.
up!
Machismo is a good thing.
No, shut up, you soy latte drinking. Machismo is toxic now, shut up.
Yeah, no, again, that's fatherless fucking behavior if I've ever heard of it.
Yes.
You need actual, again, gonna get a bit weird here. The patriarchy fucking works. It really does. You know why we know the opposite doesn't work? Because every single time there has been a matriarchy, it fucking collapses into the most petty nonsense ever.
The machismo is not the problem here. The problem here in this particular scene is that they're kind of bullying a person for not, going on his own, ignoring his friends and family. That's thinking about himself. That's what you should return to. It's not that they're all, buff lads, like, go into the gym like the guy lifting here. That's not...
Not just that, but they're all
That's
those...
not the unhealthy thing about it. Yeah.
Not just that, but all those versions of Puss in Boots were doing the whole I fear nothing thing, which led to their very stupid various deaths.
Yeah,
and
they
because
didn't
he's
die
taking it more
heroically.
seriously. Yeah. And because he's taking it a lot more seriously now, they look down upon him, even though, like, he's the one in the right.
Yeah. And it's not because... It doesn't come from a place of, I don't know... I'm manly. It's not that.
He said he was arrogant. He was arrogant, and he laughed in the face of death. He literally says, who laughs at death?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, and guess what? Death took that fucking personally. And Death even spells it out. He already finds the concept of 9 lives absurd, but that's how this world works. But even more absurd is the fact that Puss, of all of the cats and everything that get this 9 lives, he didn't cherish or treat any of them as anything special at all.
Oh no!
I checked the server real quick.
Oh
and
no!
Somebody just posted this.
Oh no! What is it?
What is it?
You don't know how you increase it by 97% though?
Oh no!
Fatherlessness.
No, you just do what Poland does and just say no.
Oh.
Seriously, that has been the most crazy thing. Poland has been like a great shining example of why you shouldn't just be an open border.
Mm-hmm. That's about to change.
All right, I'm going to show up for chat since they want to see it.
All right.
Yeah, it is really good actually.
There you go, chat. Just that horrified expression is great.
Mm. I do agree with this though too. Death is Jigsaw, except he's actually serious about the whole appreciation of life thing. Yeah, which is what makes him so mad. He makes him so mad at the end because he can no longer go through with his plan because now Puss in Boots actually has a healthy respect for death.
I've been watching the EFAT movies covering the Saw covering the Saw movies, and man, those movies are a little bit fucking wacky. Jigsaw puts these people to traps because they're not appreciating their life, and he's like, "Oh, I'm not a murderer. I find murder detestable." It's like, motherfucker, what do you think you're doing?
No, you are though.
Killing is distasteful. It's like you're putting people in traps that's gonna kill them and forcing people to kill each other in these traps. Like, what the fuck?
Sometimes
with,
it just
like,
seem like really mean. Like, yeah.
Like, oh, by the way, the key is in his eyeball, sort of thing. It's like, whoa. Okay. Yeah, sure. He's absolutely going to survive to get out of his restraints as well, too, right? After I gouge his eye out, right?
And wait, this is meant to make me appreciate life more. How?
Yeah, exactly.
If anything, it's gonna make it worse. Like, I just saw human organs, and because I had to dig it out of his stomach while he was on anesthetic. Yeah, sure. I see the beauty of life now and the beauty of human organs. That's.
Yeah. What about the poor guy that's on the anesthetic? Like, what's his lesson? Like, how is he gonna learn to appreciate life while he's unconscious and you rip open his guts and kill him? Like,
I think he did something like despicable as well, but it's just like, no, you murdered him. He might have done something really bad, but no, you still killed him, dude. Like, come on, stop it with this. I'm not a murderer. You are.
His lesson is to not steal Wi-Fi. Would you like to play a game? You've been stealing your neighbor's Wi-Fi. It's like, oh god,
hey,
how petty is he gonna get?
Listen, I'd do it if I knew the password, alright? but wait. It actually wouldn't be useful, because either way I have to pay for it, because Wi-Fi doesn't work, like, if you don't use yours, you still don't have to pay for it, you know? Unless you don't have your own Wi-Fi in your own room, I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
Then you can steal it. Yeah, okay. If you don't have Wi-Fi in your room, then you're allowed to steal TruePod 2020.
I'm imagining, like, a Robot Chicken series of skits now based on Saw, where his reasonings for kidnapping people is increasingly petty. It's like, oh, you don't appreciate life. You jaywalk regularly. Do you want to play a game?
You don't return your shopping carts.
You didn't return the shopping cart.
I think that deserves the death. Like, I think like a bad human being was it. He didn't return the shopping.
Also, yeah, I don't know how Jigsaw doesn't think he kills people. Like, I've never killed anyone. It's like, as you dangle somebody above a fucking, lava pit, or, have a bear collar filled with shotgun shells aimed at their heads. Like, I didn't kill them. The shotgun did it. It's like, oh my god, I realized he's literally the gun grabber people.
Right. Who knocked them out? Who put them in there? Who built the trap?
Like I said, he's actually, it's genius now that I think about it. He's the embodiment of the gun grabbers, the anti-gun weirdos. The gun did all the damage, the person did nothing. He's like, what?
Yeah.
You didn't tip the delivery driver.
You don't wash after you peed.
Listen. We in the UK do not tip here. All right, we don't feel obligated to do that unless we're feeling nice. Like in America, it's mandatory. I think. I don't know.
It's not mandatory, but it is
incredibly
like, if somebody says you didn't tip, you just get that look every other table, just like. You can hear the creaking sound as all the heads are going like.
I'm poor, damn it! What do you want from me?
Be less poor. Just do it, forehead. Oh no! You made a video covering a famous YouTuber. Oh no! Have you been watching the EFAP movies on that such?
No, I haven't.
They've got YMS in there, and partway through these movies, he has a flute, and he plays the Saw theme, doot, on the theme on the flute really terribly. It is fucking funny. Sometimes he just randomly does it too. It's great. You talk shit about my VTuber waifu. Oh no. You're gonna get the worst death from John Saw.
Yeah. No, you messed it up, Creed. John Jigsaw. There you go.
No, I prefer my way. Because the movies are called Saw. It's like John Halo.
Who doesn't afraid of anything and fights the alien.
Wuss in Boots is an absolute scorcher of a burn. Death. Even if you knew.
Yeah, that is a good reveal.
It is a great reveal. Especially, like, if you notice on the crystal thing, too. It's just great there.
But Wuss in Boots is an absolute scorcher of a burn. Death.
Again, there, pause it. It's an actual wolf canine skull now inside the cracks. So you can actually see the fangs underneath his mouth. Everything. Yep, and there's the nostril where the holes would be missing, the eyes, everything. It is an actual wolf skull now.
Fuck, that is a good detail. And that's something you only catch when pausing, really. Because it goes by so
You can kind of see it, but it is
It goes by fairly quick.
It's an absolute scorcher of a burn. Death. Even if you knew that's a killer reveal. I'm dead.
And again, look at the fur colors. Remember how light the fur colors were in the opening scene? When Puss still had no fear or anything like that. And then we get to this point, and you can tell the black fur versus the white fur now. It stands out like night and day. But originally, when we first met him, it looked like he just had white fur all over him. Like there was no black fur, but now it's highlighting the skull on his face.
People are doing more Saw scenarios in chat.
Oh,
hello, Kree. Apparently you don't like Fallout 3. Lucky for you, there's a copy in that PlayStation 3, ready for you to 100% in 48 hours, before you run out of oxygen. Oh no. You've been calling this VTuber a furry too many times. Yes, all of you deserve Saw traps for that.
Yeah.
John Saw is a pretty cool guy. It puts people in deadly traps and doesn't afraid of the police.
Yeah, there you go.
Straight up. Scary. Secret of Nim.
He's not a villain. Stop it.
Secret of Nim.
Oh god,
transition down to a.
It annoys the fuck out of me when people get villain and antagonist confused.
Yeah.
Because, like, you literally have stories that have villain protagonists where you see it from the point of view of the bad guys.
Mm-hmm.
Protagonist and again, villain are not synonymous.
You'll even have, like, cool ones where it's a split focus. One is from the, like, a chapter will be from the perspective of the hero. You know, that's the protagonist of that chapter. And then you'll get a chapter that's from the viewpoint of the villain. And that is the protagonist of that chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are cool concepts like that.
Yeah. Protagonist is the point of view you follow. Antagonist is the character or characters opposing them. It does not say good or bad at all.
Yep.
So fucking annoying.
Yeah. I also hate the fact that he cut out his entire speech about why he specifically hates Puss.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll go back to it, but I don't know. He's going to the next scene now, so I'm worried he's not going to.
Getting a family! That's what a proper family!
Also, her storybook called her human family a proper family.
Again, it's obviously where she got the term proper family from, right? Like, again, these are just, like, cool little details. That I will call more a bit more foreshadowing because of it actually written in the text, and the fact that if you take all the letters from the first letter of each line and then you write out, you already have it. You know.
Yeah.
That's just really cool. That I consider more foreshadowing.
Not just that those letters spell out you already have it, and there's one line after that, and they lived happily ever after.
Yep.
I think that works.
Now that's true love.
Yep.
The good, the bad, and the Goldie. Thought I was being all clever, but it's literally the title track to the score here.
Yep.
With each passing moment, I grow to hate you more.
I really love the snoring cam on the map.
You're the smash, I'm the grab.
Again, this is an actual other nitpick, although this is a little more egregious. The way she hooked him makes no sense. Because she just slaps the staff onto his chain,
Also,
but
really
then
love the
we
snoring
go
cam on the
to
You're
the chain, and somehow she got it threaded through the doorknob thing, because the people making the movie realized that when you looked at this, when it wasn't in motion, how was she keeping him from going into the thing at all? But yeah, that's another. This is actually a genuine problem with the movie. Is like her little thing should not have been able to hook Baby Bear here. He should have just gotten yeeted. I mean, it works thematically, but it's unfortunate the mechanics of the scene don't work. So they just arbitrarily made it. Oh, she managed to slide that through the doorknob hole somehow.
I'm the grab.
Saving the smash.
Maybe one life is enough.
What a nerd.
What's the matter?
You have, like... It's a real genuine heartfelt moment, and yeah, it's a joke, whatever, but like, yeah, what a nerd. Really?
Yeah, and then he tried to make the little tear like sounds, because he was like saying that
Forcing
he was like,
it.
actually choking it. But it's just ugh.
Passion before your eyes? No. Just one.
Love that reveal of Kitty and Perito when he raises his head. It's also the second time it happened. Oh, he's gone Maul. He's gone full death Maul.
Oh my god.
That was a...
Again, you skipped so much in that fight. Him having the blade and catching Death off guard, because Death is starting to realize, fuck, I might have just changed him. Again, this is Death putting together the fact that he did everything he did may have actually woken Puss up to realizing that there is more to life than the legend.
It also looks like the, for around his eyes, is starting to fade a bit here, too. It's not quite as dark as it was earlier.
Yep, it's getting lighter in tone.
Which is a detail I like.
Mm-hmm.
What's your thoughts on Endgame?
Reflection on...
Should have left it off at Infinity War.
Yeah.
Inflection on Gadito Blade. And you gotta love that Kitty's gift saves him. Ooh,
Yes.
Jeff's red eyes reflected.
Yes, again, here is the actual setup for what truly changes Puss. Right here. Not only is Puss now on the offensive, but one, in the original scene, it was Puss's eyes reflected in the sickles. Now it's Death's eyes in the sickles. When he flips Puss in the air, he can catch the blade. We've seen him do it before. But Puss will then change who he is. He stops being the legend, the predictable legend, and he kicks out from it instead and catches Death off guard. Again, this is a great moment of callback to the other two times he did the spiral spin trick. When he did that little cartwheel maneuver.
Mm-hmm.
His green eyes in the first fight. Hey, and his cartwheel worked this time because he uses his foot instead of his blade.
Exactly. I wish he would have explained it more, but he literally changes from who he is. Instead of trying to go for the stab, which allows Death to grab him by the throat, no, he kicks out instead, which catches Death off guard.
Have you watched Fringy's video on Endgame? Yes, it's good.
Can never defeat you, Lobo.
There's something very self-confident about calling Death Wolf in the sentence where he admits he knows Death will ultimately win.
You're ruining this for me.
Death fails because it's not fun. Death is that.
It's not because it's not fun. It's because he saw Puss in Boots' life as a fucking insult to the whole cycle of life and death.
Yeah, and it was
his carelessness towards his lives.
Yeah, and that is 100% what Puss in Boots was. Puss in Boots was an insult to the very concept of death, and that you should take your life with meaning and purpose because death will always be there. Death is waiting for you.
Yeah.
You shouldn't fear death, but you should know that he's there to take you.
Yeah. Death doesn't stop here because it's not fun anymore. He was simply having fun taking someone down a peg. But because Puss learned that humility, it's like he can't go through with it anymore because he's going to be killing someone out of time that truly values their life.
Yeah. Because this is a person that has now shown that he respects death and he is ready to actually live.
Yeah.
Start a band but never wants to help load the equipment.
No, also that's incredibly stupid.
Yeah.
But again, like his whole thing was him Death when he's speaking in Spanish is yelling at himself for how dare I play with my food, you fucking idiot, basically. Now, he doesn't say fucking, obviously, but he calls himself an idiot and how dare he play with his food. But then he realizes, he's like, he was ready to tip the scales and break the rules specifically for Puss. Because Puss pissed him off that much. That's why the other scene was so important. The concept of 9 lives infuriates Death to begin with. But what is more insufferable, what cannot stand, is the fact that Puss was so cavalier with it, so nonchalant. It's like, oh, who cares about death? I laugh in the face of death. That could not stand.
Mm-hmm.
And again, like I said here, musically, I don't know if he'll mention it, but every other time Death has whistled, he doesn't finish the tune. He lets it hang on the offbeat, which is very off-putting. But here now that Puss has a healthy respect for Death, and Death has seen that, he lets the tune come to its natural end and lets people relax.
I haven't talked about Death's whistle at all, which really ties a bow on his whole vibe. It's that spaghetti western tone that also paints him as indifferent to your suffering and severely frightening at the same time, even as he's walking away.
Because again, he does it on the upbeat, the woo, and then he leaves it there, and that's very unnatural for the song. When he actually leaves, finally, that's when he lets it actually naturally end, and it relieves the tension from it.
Do you guys think if there's any other Shrek universe characters that are immortal that kind of death looms over? I'd love to see more of this guy. I was like Simon when he was like walking away, like, no way, come back! I want to see more. He was done in such a fascinating way that
I think you could have Death in other things, but I don't think he should be a main part of the story.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Puss could see him off to the side. Like, maybe Death doesn't even acknowledge him, but maybe he hears the whistle. Mm-hmm. And that, like, makes Puss tense up for a moment, and then he turns and looks, and he sees him, like, leaving somebody's home or something like that.
Yeah, something like that would be good. Or you just see him, like, stalking someone else. Not in the same way as Puss, but just, like, watching as someone else is doing something where it's like, yeah, that person's gonna die.
I would even change, like, a little bit of his attire and his item, like, that he uses. Because the sickles, since he carved Puss's likeness into them, they feel a little too attached to Puss. But say he hears the whistle and he turns and looks, and maybe there, instead of the black cloak, it's a reddish cloak, and you see him whistling, and he's slowly sheathing an actual sword or something instead.
Yeah.
Like again, just as a nod, like to how he would operate. Like he would pick the weapon appropriate for the soul he's going to reap.
You know what would... I get what you're saying there with the weapon appropriate to the soul he's going to reap. You know what would be a good weapon for him to just have in his next appearance, so if he has one?
Mm-hmm.
An axe. A headsman's axe.
Yes!
Come the
that
fuck
would actually
on.
be really good. Or an actual executioner's sword. Because there is a special type of sword called an executioner's sword. And what it is it's a sword that has no point on the end of it. It's literally just a blade.
Yeah, but I think a headsman axe is more recognizable and just stands out better. Like, I think that would be a cool weapon for him to hold.
Mm. Ooh, that could be another interesting one. A man catcher. Like, that could be another thing we see him, like... Or maybe Puss hears the whistle, and then he sees him going into a building, and one of the things he has is a man catcher pole. That could be interesting. Yeah. And for anyone that doesn't know what those are, they kind of look like a horseshoe shape that hooks out at the end, and in the middle there's a bunch of spikes. And what you do is you jam that over somebody's neck, and it gets them stuck in the middle of it, and they can't wrench free because they'll stab into all the different spikes and everything around it.
Yeah, it's basically like that cane you see in cartoons that pulls people off the stage, but with a lot of spikes in it. From what I understand.
I will get you a picture of this real quick. That's only 240p. Good lord, no.
It's the highest resolution.
Let's get one a little bit bigger than... What is this? Is this an image for ants? There you go, a man catcher pole.
That looks just like a torture device.
That's way worse than I thought it was.
That's how you make sure somebody can't get away. You just jam that over their neck and they cannot get away.
Hold on. Yeah, that's way worse than what I imagined.
Yeah.
They're shooting fireworks near me, so if you guys can hear it, apologies.
What do the British have to celebrate?
I don't know. They always shoot fireworks around my apartment. Doesn't matter if it's...
Woo! October 22nd! We lost the Empire! Woo!
Stupid. I don't know. I think it's just my area. Literally just shooting fireworks. Because why? Because we can.
We're just celebrating the takeover.
Fireworks are pretty. Well, no, they don't sound too good in 1 a.m. in the morning, but hey. Stupid.
If you're tired, you don't have to stay to the end. You know that, right?
Oh yeah, you can leave literally anytime you want, man.
We're so close to finishing it, I might as well stay.
Alright.
Great.
And thus the cycle begins.
Some Alice in Wonderland snacks to make him the true Big Jack Horner.
Yeah, okay, see, here's the unfortunate part about what you did there, Cinema Wins, because you never highlighted the fact that he had them before.
Yeah, so it seems random.
Yeah, because they set it up constantly throughout the movie that he has them, and he's very delicate and dainty with them at all times.
It's like the only time he ever treats anything with care.
Yeah.
Teamwork! And hey, it's the worst callback ever.
What did I do to deserve this? I mean, what specifically?
That line is so good.
Yeah, I love that so much because he just cannot understand what he did wrong. It's so fucking great.
What specific? Like he thinks about it. Like, hang on, there might be some stuff, but hang on, what specifically?
Yeah, what about specifically now? Like, what did I do wrong? What was the bad thing I did? It's like the fact you don't know, Jack, is a problem.
T2. Or wait, actually, is he putting his thumb in a pie? Oh, it's good. It's good.
It works on multiple levels. That's the thing of it.
I don't think it was a reference to Terminator 2 Cinema. Sorry to say, to burst your bubble there.
No, it was kind of a reference to Terminator 2 when the whole going into the lava and he gives a thumbs up. Here, Jack's giving the thumbs down, but it also works with him sticking his thumb in the pie.
I think it's more so the sticking the thumb in the pie rather than Terminator 2 of all things. I don't know. That just seems like another, oh hey, watch this movie reference. Blah, blah, blah.
That one, no, I buy more because Terminator 2 is pretty fucking ubiquitous.
Yeah, it's a classic that gets referenced a lot. Like,
yeah, the thumbs up going into, it doesn't have to be lava, but the thumbs up as they go down into water or whatever. Like, there's all kinds of things that people do it with. It's one of those, like, it's
one of those
become
movie
a
scenes.
household image, basically.
It's one of those movie scenes that pretty much everything is parodied. It's like how the Matrix slow-mo bullet dodge is something that pretty much every comedy that came after that movie came out parodies.
Yeah, it's like the Akira motorcycle slide. You know exactly what's being fucking referenced whenever you see it every time.
Yeah.
I've never watched Akira. I've seen clips of it.
It's pretty good.
I highly recommend it. I've actually been meaning to watch it for a while with Pagan, and we never got around to it.
See? Cree, you're not the only one who doesn't watch some famous stuff.
No, I've seen it before.
You get to One Piece, I'll get to Akira.
Cynical Dude says it's basically like the Wilhelm scream. Yeah.
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 It's just ubiquitous at this point.
It's just right.
Didn't think it would be the secondary antagonist to bring tears to my eyes.
How about
That's when we got it right.
Jeff?
Very sweet that they stick with Perito, but I'd fully back them going with Jeff.
Kinda like it, since that's what my friends call me.
Whoops, spoke too soon on who's bringing tears to my eyes.
And to see some old friends.
Wait, what?
Now I'm
like
worried.
Shrek? Are they doing a crossover movie?
Yes. Again, I can't tell you the number of people that the moment they heard the music, they freaked out. But then, of course, obviously, when you see Far, Far Away, like, they were super excited.
Like, if this is the level of quality they had for The Last Wish, I'd be very curious what they'd do with another Shrek movie.
Yeah, exactly.
I would hope it would
DreamWorks
have...
seems to be on the ascend, right? DreamWorks is on the rise with just fantastic movies
Literally.
over and over now.
Whoever directed this, have them do the Shrek movie. Yeah, I just take everything.
Yeah, and
Do
I'd
what you
love to
want.
see a Shrek movie in this style too. Like, it would just look so good. I want to see what the characters will look like in this style.
Where do you take Shrek though? That's like, I guess before this movie, I'd ask myself, where do you take Puss in Boots with? But you know, because what Shrek's had like 5 movies now, 4.
Yep.
4, I
Again,
believe.
This was always the meme of Puss in Boots: The Last Wish is like, this movie has no right to first off exist or to be this good.
Yeah, because
it's a
the
Puss
first
in Boots movie, for God's sake.
Well, not that it's a Puss in Boots movie. It's a Shrek universe Puss in Boots movie, which is an important distinction to make.
Fair enough.
The first 2 Shrek movies were really good, especially that first one. I didn't see 3 or 4, but I saw a couple scenes from them that I thought were pretty fucking cringe, like the Led Zeppelin scene.
Yeah.
Which that's one that hurts my soul. And then I heard the first Puss in Boots movie was like really mid.
Yeah, it
at
was.
best. It's like very forgettable from what I've heard. So it's like, okay, you've got 2 Shrek movies that don't seem to be that good. Shrek has gone down so far that it became a massive internet meme for a while. Shrek is love, Shrek is life.
Yeah.
You've got a mid movie, so okay, another Puss in Boots movie. I guess they're really milking this shit, and it turns out to be fucking amazing.
Yep.
It's like, yeah, this had no right to be this good.
And this would have been what I said was the best movie of 2023, except it came out in 2022, unfortunately.
It
right
came
at
out
the tail
in
end.
2023. Alright, I can't wait.
Yeah, so right now the current winner for the stateside would be Dungeons & Dragons Honor Among Thieves.
I don't know why it came out so late in the UK here. Like, I have no idea why.
Shrek 1, 2, and 4 are good.
1, 2, and 4.
I'm trying to
I've
remember
heard
what...
bad things about 4. I've watched it, but I have been told by some Shrek fans that it's bad. I'm like, I'm gonna need more proof on that. How is it bad? How so?
Yeah. 3 was pretty dire, though, for sure.
Isn't that the one that establishes the donkey dragon children?
No, that's the end of the second one.
Yeah.
Oh.
The third one is the, Fuck, we watched it for Saturday Showtime.
Which one was it that had Justin Timberlake in it? Was that 3 or 4?
I'm pretty sure that was 3.
Okay.
Okay.
At least they made up for how bad 3 was with the hit movie Love Guru.
The what now?
Do what now?
It was Mike Myers' next movie after the Shrek series, from what I remember. I'm not sure if he's been in much since then.
Oh, he's probably rubbing his hands at Shrek 5, you know? Sweet payday, thank God.
Dear God, I can't even remember what happened in 3.
I'm pretty sure 3 was the Prince... Was 3 the Prince Charming thing, or was that 2?
Prince Charming was 2, because he's the son of the fairy godmother.
Yeah.
And then they do the whole holding out for a hero thing at the end.
Yeah, and so what was 3 again?
3 was the king passes away as a frog, and Shrek is looking for a new king to replace him. He doesn't want to be king. The responsibilities of the king are kind of stupid, and that kind of concept is okay. I can get that. You know, there's a nice montage of him doing like kingly duties, and it all goes like tits up for him. Essentially, he tries to bless his ship with a bottle, and instead he smashes a hole in the hull, and the ship.
Yeah, I remember that scene.
And there's like a funny montage like that, like the beginning. I don't know. It didn't leave like a bad taste in my mouth or anything, because I think I watched it like a couple of times because I had it like as a kid on like a CD. It's the only thing I had in terms of Shrek movies. I didn't have 1 or 2 for some reason, even though 1 or 2 are the best ones. I think I've only watched like 2 once or twice. So I don't remember 2 that much.
Well, there's the important... I do remember that one, Threadnought. Threadnought's like Shrek 7 was the one with Sephiroth and the giant meteor. I remember that one.
I was about to read that out. Shrek 3 is actually an SCP, a cognito-hazard, mimetic void that alone feels interest for a topic that doesn't exist.
I know, I don't... Like, I'm genuinely trying to remember Shrek 3 at all, because I remember we watched a bunch of them. We watched them, like, back-to-back. One Saturday was Shrek 1, the next one was Shrek 2, then Shrek 3 and 4. I can't remember Shrek 3.
That must have been years ago, because I don't remember you mentioning that in any of our chats. And I feel like I remember if you said, hey, we're watching the fucking Shrek movies in Saturday Showtime.
Well, no, I know I did that because I know Pagan was there for a couple of them.
Oh my God.
No. I don't know where you're getting that from. I have not been... I have not seen a Shrek movie since I was a kid.
Weird. I swear you did that. I'll have to go back in my thing and see when we talked about Shrek.
Just do a search for Shrek and see when the last time it was mentioned in your server.
Yeah, I will do that right.
Didn't in Shrek 3 Shrek have kids or something? Yeah, I know they gave them little Shreklings at some point, which...
And he was terrified of it. Yeah.
Probably not a good idea, because, like, I don't know how you balance a bunch of baby characters in this franchise.
Yeah.
So
they
it was...
could touch on that in the next movie.
Oh God.
So we watched them in February, at least.
That was this year. Oh my God.
February this year. We watched Shrek.
Wait, when do you guys know when Shrek 5 is supposedly meant to come out? I guess it might have been delayed by writers. They've been talking about it for a while now.
I don't even know if it's been confirmed or not. There's just this reference at the end of the movie.
I'm pretty sure it has. I can't remember. I meant to keep track of news for my show. Half of the stuff I don't. Like Shrek 5 doesn't stay in my brain.
I'm just thinking of that that comment from earlier. The fucking Shrek 7 with Sephiroth and shit. I'm just like, yeah, instead of fucking shooting star or whatever, it's fucking all star. It's fucking DK 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 Donkey Kong. it's just the fucking shitposty Sephiroth song.
Okay, so
we stopped at Shrek 2. Okay. So now it's like we did Puss in Boots 1, and then we did Shrek 1, 2, then Puss in Boots 2, I think. And then the Puss in Boots, aka The Last Wish. And then I did the Super Last Wish marathon day where to give as many people a chance as possible, I did 3 different screenings of Puss in Boots The Last Wish.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I was there for one of the Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, but I was not there for the Shrek movies.
Shrek 5 is confirmed by the CEO of the I don't know what the company name is. It says CEO Chris Mildanry, but he doesn't have a release date. So
One-winged ogre.
Oh no.
We need a mashup of One-Winged Angel and
No.
All-Star.
No,
Yes.
we do not.
Yes, we do.
No, that cursed shit does not need to exist in this world.
Yes, it does. Fuck you. We need it. We need it. If One-Winged Kong exists, One-Winged Ogre can exist, or One-Winged All-Star can exist.
One-winged all-star. That's great.
Does he mention anything else? This guy?
Well, I mean, we got 3.5 minutes. I don't know what he possibly.
This is the end of the movie.
Here.
Yeah.
I know. I don't know what he could say.
I guess he's trying to recap some stuff he skipped. Let's see.
Oh, maybe it's a commercial.
Get it, because I haven't done the Shrek movies. It's good. It's a good joke.
Oh, you're still here?
Cold, puss. Cold. For you, that's how you died last time. The Last Wish. Hey, a good sequel. Who would have thought? JK, there's actually a pretty solid history of sequels surpassing their OGs.
But there's also many sequels that are bad.
Yeah,
that aren't as good as their
terrible.
originals.
I don't know if I'd say Alien surpassed Alien, though. Because Aliens was kind of a different feel and vibe.
Yeah, Alien was a horror movie, while Aliens was an action movie.
Yeah, with horror
Ragnarok
elements.
isn't a sequel, it's the third one, technically, if we're getting pedantic, but... no, actually, no, I prefer the first Thor movie. That might be a controversial take. But...
Well,
Correct.
as long as you
Shoot
don't
me.
like Thor in the
Fight
Dark
me.
World, I will, I'll be okay with that.
Thank you. I just like the first one, alright? I prefer it.
Dark World was the one when it started. When Dark World started off, and it was like, these are the Dark Elves who lived in nothing but darkness where no light existed. I'm like, why do they have eyes? And then I remember who was watching with me was like, oh no. And I was like, yeah, it doesn't make sense. Why would you have a visual thing if there's no light? So it's all darkness. You wouldn't evolve eyes then. And we know that for a fact because of that cave that they cracked into that was been sealed off for, I forget how long it was, like 1,000,000 years or something.
So,
and all the creatures in there don't have eyes or anything, or pigmentation at all.
So 2 things. First of all, whenever I hear people bring up Thor: The Dark World, I haven't seen it, but whenever I hear people bring it up on like EFAP or Friday Night Tights or whatever, the main comment is, "Yeah, I don't remember anything about that movie." Mm-hmm. There's always someone who's like, "Yeah, I just don't remember anything that happened in that movie." The other thing is,
it was really bad. It was really bad.
I don't think it's that bad. It's got some good moments in it. It's...
Oh, you watch your mouth.
Well, listen. It has really good moments with Thor and Loki, you know? They bond over. The mother dies as well. That's a very hard fact of the fact. She dies better than Odin. Which is kind of funny in a way. She has a better death scene than Odin. Odin just farts away in the wind.
That is a bit that's true.
And you know, there's a good conflict with Thor and Loki, and you know they kind of bond a little bit.
Yeah, but you could just get all that character growth from watching a TV of your life.
Don't remind me. No, boy.
There's a comment here I wanted to grab too, and if anyone's looking at chat, you'll know which one it is. To the tune of One Winged Angel. Plat, 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 plat.
Oh my god. No.
Yes.
Oh my god, somebody needs to make that fucking edit of the fucking plap, 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 get pregnant, but set to fucking One Winged Angel.
No. Please don't.
I like how Cetra's just dying inside from our horrible ideas.
God, I don't know why, but you just reminded me of that fucking Armando clip I showed you the other day. The one where Ame is like dressed like the fucking, I don't know, like some dude, and she's doing that song, and she does the scream and dies. that shit was so cursed. It was perfect.
That is good.
On Paddington 2, Aliens, Ragnarok, I'm actually more impressed that this movie completely reinvented itself while not ignoring the 2011 movie. Puss's opening number pretty much sums up what he's about, but you could absolutely watch this without the original and also without the Shrek movies.
Yes.
And that's
Again, I'd prove that too. That was the whole point of doing the Saturday Showtime and the multiple viewings, to see how this movie holds up if people understood what Puss was about and everything all throughout.
Yeah. Which is kind of why it's annoying when he points it out at the beginning of the movie. Is like, it comes across as something people aren't noticing, or, oh, foreshadowing when he's not getting hit by the knives, when, like, yeah, it's the entire point that he's not getting hit by the knives. He literally says, I've never been touched by a blade, and then a few minutes later he gets touched by a blade. It's like, yeah, because that's the big moment. That's what the entire opening is leading to. Cree, you aren't exactly doing yourself any favors with the femboy allegation. How? I read a chat comment that was funny.
Yeah.
because without mincing words, this is a sequel to a spin-off of a sequel. And yet everything works. The story is good, the writing and dialogue are fantastic, the animation is fun and interesting, the character design is through the roof perfect. Seriously, think about Big Jack Horner. I hate that guy, I hate his design. How is he somehow the most ridiculous looking character and the most terrifying?
Again, that's part of it though, is his body is so out of proportion with itself. It's what makes him visually, like, interesting to look at.
Something I feel we need to point out here too is, look how he's genuinely giving praise to this movie, and it's actually fitting and accurate, as opposed to Rise of Skywalker, where, you know, just pretend it's what you wanted and see how you feel.
Yeah, oh my god, I remember that. Holy shit.
Oh my god, you're right, Tentacle Dude. That is already a meme. Hold on, yeah, here we go. This was like the original meme. I completely forgot it existed.
Oh no. The intrusive thoughts are winning. I have to force myself to not press that button.
Oh no!
Fuck it, I'm doing it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's good.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm sorry, True Pop. We're almost done.
Perfect. This is going in my cringe compilation.
Wow.
Finally, true cringe.
Like, sticky or distended? Like he's three little Jack Horners in a trench coat with two of those arms from the Mad Max episode of Rick and Morty? He's such a gross bad guy. And Death? I mean, that fluffy boy is nightmare material for me. I asked Jude who he thought the scariest cartoon villain was, and obviously he said, I'm not scared of any of them. So, yeah. But everything else falls into place when you have a cast like this. Mulaney and Mora competing for more thrilling bad guy when Mulaney somehow out-evils the actual embodiment of death. It's
because the actual embodiment of death is not evil.
Yeah, that's the entire point, is that Death isn't evil. He comes for everybody.
No one makes it out alive.
Yeah, that's literally like
None
saying
leave
nature
the
is evil.
slaughterhouse alive.
Yeah, I hate when people fucking mix this shit up. It's literally the same thing as just saying, well, nature is evil because bad things happen in nature. Like, shut the fuck up.
You know what? You make a good point, Pagan. We should kill nature. Give me the plastic straws!
Actually, plastic straws release chemicals that are bad for the environment. Therefore,
yeah, exactly.
More so.
More plastic straws then. Let's go.
Yeah. So more so than paper. So paper straws, they're not that good. So we can hate on them and trash them even more. So yippee. I read that on Twitter somewhere. I don't know if it's true.
It comes down to characterization more than voice, because Wagner Moura could make Sam Elliott wince. Everyone is great though. Antonio has created a character and push that truly stands alone at this point. Again, in a sequel to a spin-off of a sequel that was mostly a one-off joke about Cat Zorro. And then we get this story and message, ironically similar to Wrath of Khan, about growing older, about our fear of death, and not just death of our bodies, but of our legend, death of self. And I deeply appreciate that even though it's mostly wrapped up neatly, Puss doesn't beat death. He can't. And part of not losing to death is knowing that he can't beat death. It's an interesting...
He's actually hitting on some good points here, which is surprising from cinema wins in my experience, because
I'm surprised he's actually breaking it down.
Yeah. Because I don't think he did this with Dune. I remember that being painful start to finish.
Yeah, he didn't do this breakdown that way.
But here he's actually hitting on a lot of points. He's getting stuff wrong, like, oh hey, it's funny how this guy is more evil than the embodiment of death, when, like, literally death is not evil. It's part of fucking... It's part of the whole process of life.
Although some people want to change that.
I mean, I wouldn't be against if the singularity happens, if we could upload our consciousness. I wouldn't be against it, but...
Especially if I could upload my consciousness into a world that I want it to be in, like fictional whatever. Clap all the waifus.
Kree wakes up in the other world by getting hit by a truck.
Come get me, Truck-kun.
American take on a common theme, accepting his one life in lieu of getting 9 more. And I'm here for more of it, because I don't think it's too much for kids. They're gonna engage with it at the level they can. He can be the big bad wolf from the 3 Little Pigs, or he can be more. But hey, that's just a theory.
No, shut the fuck up. Don't even reference them.
If you want more musings on life and death, check out Nebula. And currently there are 2 videos about death on Nebula early for...
Oh, Cocaine Bear. Don't even remind me of that piece of shit. That was painful to watch. Because I worked at a cinema once, and I thought, hey, I can watch any movie for free. How about I watch Cocaine Bear? Biggest mistake of my life. Jesus Christ. I was expecting to have at least... I was expecting it to be bad, but I expected to have fun. I felt terrible throughout that film, and I didn't have any fun. So, fuck that film. I didn't laugh once at it. Maybe I smirked, like maybe once or twice, but I did not laugh at it whatsoever. Most painfully unfunny fucking film I've ever seen. No. You know why? Why? Because directed by a woman, and women have no sense of humor.
There you go.
Based. I did not expect Kree of all people to want to be an isekai protagonist. Look, I can either sit here and get bullied by you people, or Truck-kun could send me on to the next life where I get to plap a bunch of waifus. I don't know. The option seems pretty clear to me.
What anime would you want to be stuck in?
I wouldn't want to get stuck in existence. I would want my own world.
I don't know. Tough question. Very tough question.
Yeah.
Lead 2. Lots of death in both. You can watch both right now, ad-free, uncensored, by signing up. Both of them are the age
blah, 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 blah. Advertising at this point?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Yep, it was all just advertising at the end.
Alrighty. That was dog shit, unsurprisingly.
Yeah.
Credit where it's due.
He had more points. He had more points to the good, where actual fucking wins, and some decent breakdowns than CinemaSins did. That's for sure.
Yeah, towards the end, like, okay, yeah, those points are good, yeah. But sometimes it's just like, haha, this is a reference to this, or this is, I don't know, like, it's like just the observation. How is this good?
I wish he had actually done like actual breakdowns on the stuff that he was calling out and didn't just have random filler moments all the time.
Yeah, that's the worst part of it, where there's times where he touches on something good, and he just moves on without barely talking about it.
But it wasn't that bad, you know.
It could have been a lot worse. It was pretty bad. It was better than his Dune video for sure. And again, the Dune video is one where there should have been a lot of easy wins where you can legitimately talk about the good points of that movie, and then half of his points were stuff like, haha, bagpipes, ding.
Yeah.
As opposed to, like... Again, this video is still awful overall, but I have a lot more respect for him pointing out the genuine good things, or the things that people might miss, like the 8 bell sounds before Puss dies. I like at the end how he did a summary of the movie, essentially how, yeah, this is what works, this stuff is good, blah 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 blah. Except for the stuff he got wrong, of course. That was really annoying. But, you know, credit where it's due. There was some actual good points in here, and that's way more than I expected of him. I wasn't expecting the stream to be 7 hours long. I was hoping we would have been done a bit sooner so I could have gotten out a gaming stream as well, but... You know.
You know, yeah, I get that with gaming streams. I'm kind of disappointed because I wanted to get on further into Spider-Man 2, right? And I just got spoiled when I looked at Twitter. I'm like, fuck's sake, I muted all the words that I could think of, and I still get fucking spoiled. It's a friend of mine, and it's just like, I'm gonna shout at him next time I see him. Anyway, oh well. I knew it was gonna happen. I wasn't gonna complete the game in a weekend. Oh well.
Yeah. I guess it's time for chilling now. I've put TruePopCulture 7's channel link in the description, and today he did a stream with Aiden Paladin talking about the Daredevil show. But talk about yourself a bit. Chill your channel.
Yeah, I'm TruePopCulture 7. Laugh and think about pop culture stupidity. I edit like stream highlights from the fellowships, from Adrotic to Real BBC to Open Bar to EFAP, all sorts of stuff really. I just clip moments and edit them in kind of like a funny way. And sometimes I do like videos of my own. Sometimes I do my own gameplay highlight reel. Just because I enjoy it really, editing. Yeah, I'm also like a wannabe writer, I guess, trying to write my own stuff, and you know, listening to stuff like Mola's videos really do fascinate me, you know, script writing wise, and how the way it's written quality wise and such. And yeah, in terms of shilling my stuff, there'll be a very special guest on, what's the first week of November? 5th of November. So stay tuned. There will be a very special guest. I don't know if I should reveal it. Maybe I can.
Depends on if you want to or not.
Maybe I will. I think I'll say it here. Yeah, Metal Commander will be joining me. Yeah, I'll be talking with Metal. So yeah.
Nice.
That'll be pretty cool. I can't wait for that. He told me he'd be a bit busy during the spooky season of October, so I thought, hey, why not the 1st of November? And
yeah,
if all goes according to plan, then yeah, it'll be on that date. But yeah,
spooky season, best season.
As Thief says, True Pop got Guy Fawkes for the 5th of November. Wow.
Blowing up Parliament, yeah. Oh no, the fireworks are gonna be obnoxious. Oh, if they're launching fireworks now, oh, good God, I shudder to think about it.
I hope
So yeah,
have a good stream on the 5th. That sounds like a good time.
yeah. I can't wait for it. Looking forward to it. I'm planning for my channel also some. I don't know. I'm gonna revamp a little my show, like maybe the intro and some bits that I do like character study segments where I choose a certain character out of pop culture. So it could be Spider-Man, it could be even Kratos, it could be something like that, and just talk about everything about them in a live stream. I think that'd be something good to do, instead of news all the time. Everyone does news, you know. I like to do something a little more unique. So stay tuned for that. And yeah, I just also uploaded a video of Gary playing the Lord of the Ring Gollum. That was a treat to behold, and a fun video to edit. There's tons that I had to leave out of the cut and run for, just because, you know, I had tons of material. But yeah, I boiled it down to like a 6-minute thing. So yeah, that's on my channel. And yeah, that's all I have to promote. Thank you so much for having me on. It's been a pleasure. And yeah, Puss in Boots is a GOAT movie. I was surprised how good it was. And thank you for having me on to discuss it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Pagan, chill.
I have a YouTube channel. It's on hiatus.
Alright. Pagan, chill.
I did. Move on.
Alright. Pagan, chill.
Pagan, chill.
I'm gonna kill you.
Such, chill.
Hi, I'm Setch. The brains behind the entire operation here.
Wow. Wow. Alright, Pagan, chill.
Anyways. Yeah, so, tomorrow... Nice. Tomorrow we are starting Alien vs. Predator 2, which is a special thing I do every year for Spooktober. We play through Alien vs. Predator 2. So tomorrow will be the start of the Marine campaign. I'm not sure how fast we're going to get through it. We're not going to play on the hardest difficulty because if I play on the hardest difficulty on the Marine campaign, then I'll have to play the hardest difficulty on the other campaigns. I don't know, I feel obligated. And doing that on the Xenomorph campaign is a absolute nightmare. Because you got to fight predators in the Xenomorph campaign at some point. And on the hardest difficulties, if they even sneeze at you with one of their melee animations, it kills you instantly even from full health.
Damn.
So yeah, they're brutal. And remember, you're a xenomorph. So what is your like combat capabilities? Oh, melee attacks. What happens if they start a melee attack on you and the game thinks it connects? You die instantly. Fun. So yeah, we're not doing that. But yeah, so we have ourselves a good old time there. It is genuinely a lot of fun. AVP 2 is just one of those games that's just so much fun to play. It is a game that I wish they would remake, or even just remaster it, and bring back especially the Alien Life Cycle game mode, because it is one of the most unique multiplayer game modes I've ever experienced. And as a very brief synopsis of it, you have all three teams. You have aliens, marines, and predators all fighting each other. The Marines and predators start with basic equipment, and they build up based off their kills and everything they get. The aliens all start off as face huggers, and they actually have to go out of their way to face hug enemy players.
Damn.
But then it starts building up and up and up, and so it starts snowballing. It's this interesting effect where the Marines and the Predators start off way more powerful, and they do slowly get more powerful as it goes on, and the aliens start off really weak. But the moment the first person gets face hugged, you know you're going to start getting problems, because now you're going to have chest bursters running around, and if you don't kill the chest bursters, suddenly they grow up into drones, and then warriors, and then praetorians, and then you have a queen, and when the queen forms, if you don't kill the queen, you lose, because the queen is insanely overpowered by design, obviously, because it takes a while to build up to that. So yeah, look forward to AVP 2 tomorrow. We're also going to play Dead Beacon at some point during Spooktober, which is an indie horror game that's kind of like Resident Evil and Silent Hill. So that should be fun.
I'm planning to play like some kind of horror game on Halloween, but I'm not sure what.
Nice.
I've been recommended like Alien Isolation. I always want to play like Five Nights at Freddy's too.
Oh no.
I don't know what. I'm bad with horror, guys. So.
You should see me
if
play.
If you want a little more horror to ease things in, play the Fear games. Play Fear 1.
I do have them in my Steam library.
Yeah, that one's a good, because it's got the spooks, it's got pretty good setup, stuff like that, but it's also a lot more, because you can actually fight back, and the firefights, everything in that game holds up really well to this day, shockingly so.
Yeah, true. But I want something like intense horror just for the Halloween night. But I know
fair enough.
It's gonna get good, like funny moments if I have my camera on. I'm like shitting myself, but
Yeah.
I've been playing Amnesia the Bunker, and holy shit, is that game scary.
Yeah. This Saturday, we'll be watching the movie Alien. And then on Halloween night, we will watch Aliens, the sequel, John Carpenter's The Thing, and then Bubba Hotep.
Ooh.
And I highly recommend being there for all of them, because they're all fantastic movies, but especially be there for Bubba Hotep. That is a cult classic movie for a good reason, and it stars Bruce Campbell, who is a god amongst men who can literally make any line he is given sound awesome, regardless of how stupid the line actually is. Like, seriously, he's a fucking national treasure. I don't care what anybody says. Bruce motherfucking Campbell. Yeah, so that's what's planned in the future. What about you, Cree? What about you? What about you? How about you, Shill?
Well, before I get to that, there's some pieces of fan art to show. Some of them are a little bit random. First of all is the VTuber model casting testicular torsion.
Yep. Again, Mage Hand is so useful in tabletop settings because you can do all kinds of crazy things with it you're not supposed to be able to do. But hey, rules is written. Why can't you grab the main bad guy by the nuts and then twist?
Twist of fate! Oh my god.
Critical damage to men only.
Shooting, I guess, purple drank lightning. Pretty good.
It might be a Mountain Dew. No, Mountain Dew is
green.
Yeah, Mountain Dew is green. I'm losing it.
Yeah, that's the what is it? The purple drink from McDonald's.
The Grimace Shake.
Yeah, the Grimace Shake. There you go.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah.
That's the purple stuff from the Sunny D commercial. Oh.
Oh, well, there you go.
I was gonna say maybe the Fanta, like with a question mark on it. But,
from that chat earlier, I knew that would get your goat from chat. Power word. Kill.
I love your expression in that one.
I like the expression in the next one because it's the obvious follow-up.
Yeah.
Eldritch Blast said that you have a gun in your hand. Nice.
Wow,
that
spoiling it. Yeah.
There was like a clip of a gnome facing off like against a big powerful sorcerer.
Yes! It's from a movie. I want to watch that movie.
What a clip. What a clip that was. Like, it reminds me of that, you know? I've got a certain magic that you wouldn't believe, mate, and it just pulls out a gun and shoots him dead. I was just like, what the
Also, I thought I grabbed the link for that. There we go. Thank you, Pagan. I was just about to grab the link for that.
Yeah, you can't put that many links and it load all the images for some reason.
Alakablam! No recoil. The magic shotgun.
What? So is it like attached instead of your hand? You know, kind of, and that's why there's no recoil.
No,
Oh, that
there's a
that hurt your
there's a
shoulder.
great
actually.
video of a guy, and he walks on this redneck's property, and the redneck guy shows up with a shotgun and a cigarette that's barely hanging on his lips when he's talking.
Oh yeah, oh, yeah. And Alakablam, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, he does the whole thing like, you shouldn't be here, boy. And he's like, oh, well, I was just passed through. Well, that's what they said last time. And he's like, are you just going to keep cocking that? He's like, how many shells do you have in that thing? And then he just starts shooting it in weird, goofy way. There you go. It's so good.
Anyways, I'm still working on the Starfield video. It is a thing. I haven't been working on it as much as I should have, admittedly. I'm streaming games more often now. I don't know how long that will last. I've obviously become a VTuber. I've got a VTube model. Chat bullies me about it regularly now. I am contemplating Canadian healthcare. And I think I'm going to do a video on the fall of House of Usher because I am really disappointed with the way that show turned out. It'll be a relatively short video, though. It's going to be like 15 minutes long at most.
Oh. I had a friend that liked the novel that is based on who wrote it.
Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah, he's a real big Edgar Allan Poe fan, and he said that he really didn't like it because it kind of disrespects stuff from the book, you know. And it's all right if it's not accurate to it, but it's just if it's disrespectful, then that's the problem. You know?
I'm not sure if I would call it disrespectful, but I don't know. 15 minutes long? Damn, you're selling out and making shorts already, Cree? Look, I don't want to do a full analysis of House of Usher. I've got other things I need to do. But I do want to talk about it quickly.
Yeah.
I might do a video on the Insomniac games, Spider-Man games. I'm considering doing that. Yeah, that might not be too long, but you know, once I complete it.
Yeah.
Because I've been playing the remastered Spider-Man games before playing this one, you know. To just, you know, get in the groove of things, see how the gameplay has been updated and get a better feel for it, you know.
Yeah.
That wasn't a genuine complaint. I was just making an EFAP reference, crying him out. Sorry, Crete. You don't need to apologize. I get that it was a joke, but I was still answering it because I wanted to. Wednesday, I'll be streaming The Bunker again. Amnesia the Bunker. We made some good progress last time, even though I started over from the beginning. Thursday, I've suffered through Man of Medan. Thursday, I'll be suffering through Little Hope, Dark Pictures. So there's that to look forward to if you like watching me suffer. After that will be Monday, Tuesday the 30th and 31st. I don't know what I'm streaming those days yet, but I should play Faith, the Unholy Trinity on one of those days at least. Depending how I'm feeling on Tuesday, the 31st, I might try to stream all day, I don't know. I mean, might as well for Halloween, right? But
Yeah.
I don't know how I'm feeling on that. And by all day, I mean, like, I'll be on night shift, so I'm probably going to be sleeping for the early date, at least, so I won't be streaming while Setch is live, either. So it'll be after that at the earliest. But anyways, yeah, thank you for coming out, everyone. It's very much appreciated. Thanks for coming on, TruePop. It's been good.
Yeah.
And have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
See ya.
Bye.